fun full card this afternoon coming up. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm your host, Acacia Kamal. Pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. And Andy, for Saturday, Belmont at the Big A meet. We have the Floral Park coming up a little bit later on, and still feels a bit like summer.
No, it is summery. I mean, it still is summer. Summer's got another week to go, so I don't want to, let's not push summer away that quickly. And I think it's very nice. You know, some of you probably think that Keisha, because she hasn't been here for 2 days, just been lollygagging around the pool. When in fact, you actually went to Keeneland about 20 minutes after Saratoga closed. I don't know how you do it.
I must have viewed at least 1,000 horses over the last couple days.
No.
Keeneland September is not for the faint of heart. It's
a
lot of work.
I don't know how so many people that spend an arduous summer up in Saratoga go there like minutes later and have to look at all those horses. Yeah. It's part of the job, but it is tough timing.
Well, talking about the feature today at the Floral Park, that's why you go to those sales, right? You're looking for the stakes horses for the years to come. Here is the Floral Park, sprinting on the turf, 4 fillies and mares, and Miguel Clement sending out 3, including Don't Look Back at All. Now, she's a filly, or I should say mare at this point, Andy, that took a little bit more time to come to hand this year. It looks like after a little bit of stumble at the start and the Smart and Fancy and a terrific ride from Manny Franco, she's getting back into her form.
She also lost to Futures now in this race, so you say a little trouble to start. I love the ride Manny gave. I agree. I thought this was really one of, Manny did not have a great summer in Saratoga. I don't think it was because he was riding badly. It's highly competitive. You got to be in the right horses. And you look at this ride, and he made the difference in this horse finishing second. And frankly, I mean, I think Futures now is the best turf sprinting. I know there's no argument. She is the best turf sprinting filly in the country at this point. She's very, very, very good. And I thought it was an excellent effort by her. I think if you feel as though everybody's going to run their best race, she's probably going to win. But I do think the other one, Love Appeals, there's things I like about Love Appeals, who I wonder if Love Appeals is a horse that sometimes gets a little better as the year progresses.
Yes, absolutely. Love Appeals, unfortunately, had a little bit of stops and starts in her form. She was one that had shipped down to Belmont and was supposed to go to a stake, and unfortunately, due to some quarantine, ended up kind of missing a race in her calendar, so kind of getting her timing a little bit more upset. She, too, finding her form coming off of a stakes win at Monmouth. But fun, competitive race and a nice big field in there.
Should be a pace. You've got the 3-year-old Luna Lushka trying Olders, and I know we don't get that many of them, but it says it's fall when the 3-year-olds try Olders in the stake.
That's right, absolutely. So looking forward to that Floral Park coming up a little bit later on. Take a look at what's on tap today. We have a jam-packed show for you. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. 11 race card, including the Floral Park, here at Belmont at the Big A. We're also going to be showing you the 3 big stakes over at Woodbine, races 6 through 10, north of the border. You can catch all of that action here on America's Day at the Races, and some big action over at Yonkers, including the MGM Yonkers International Trot.
You don't have any interest in the summer by any chance, do you?
No,
You're not going to pay attention to that race? You don't even care?
No, I have a very big vested interest.
Just assume Taze Rocket's going to win, so you don't really even need to watch.
Post 12 will be a little bit tricky. Anyway, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NYRA Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. We kick off the day with New York-bred 2-year-olds in this maiden special weight, going 7 furlongs on the main track. And no surprise, the number 3, Fruit 10. Frank Miramati up in Saratoga sent Lafitte Pinkai and I about 16 different pronunciations, but he said that one was official. Fruit 10, as this $700,000 son of Galilean making his second start. Meeting the rest of the field, though, Andy kicking things off with the one top player, also second out.
Source just did no running in the debut just about 2 weeks ago, and I remember even talking to his owner, Randy Hill, who said he's probably okay, but wasn't surprised he didn't run that well.
Royal Riddle, first-time starter. Fruit 10, your favorite.
This is an ownership group that spent a lot of money on horses and have not had much success, but this one ran okay first time out.
The Obliterator faced Minor Inconvenience, who would win a stake next out.
Isn't it a knock on the firsters that this horse is second choice?
Yeah. Firsters, speaking of, here are a couple. The 5, Thirsted.
Not a great 2-year-old sales work, 10 2/5. Michelle Nevin's horses often need a race.
Much more turf on the bottom side of the pedigree as well. And here's Hurricane Kaz.
This is my other horse in here. I always look at these Demetrius Sinofius horses coming here. They just seem to be live more often than not. But I'm not trying to beat Fruitian. I don't obviously want to take this kind of short price, but this horse did have legit trouble to start and is probably okay.
There he is, getting a big warm-up from Kendrick Carmouche as we welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie kicking things off with a heavy favorite. What is he showing you?
Yeah, all things look good for Fruitian here. As he's gotten a lovely warm-up, I think that the 7 furlongs isn't going to be too much of a question mark for him, as in that first race, he really just kind of stayed on nicely and evenly, hinting at the, preferring some more ground to work with. So he'll be tough in here. But I got to say, the #1 top player, he should really appreciate the 7 furlongs, if not further, eventually, because he's such a tall, big, leggy horse. I mean, there is a lot of top player here for George Weaver. And I think that, he was just rushed off his feet a bit going the 6 furlongs. He had to be hustled hard from that outside post, and he was very, very wide throughout. So now he gets a complete opposite, drawn down on the rail. Hopefully he does get out of there well, but with Ricardo Santana at the helm, I can foresee that happening as he's gotten quite a vigorous warm-up out on the racetrack. I wouldn't completely dismiss him off of his first effort. As we'll move on to some first-time starters, #2, Royal Riddle, son of Practical Joke, and there really is no pedigree to report home on the bottom side, other than, Nyquist is always nice to have in the running, or in the bloodlines, I should say. This guy, watching his workout, albeit a while back on August 10th on First TV, he was inside of an unraced mate, and Joe Sharp, as he gets on many of his own horses and breezes a lot of them too, was on this guy, and he was kind of sitting patiently on the rail, and then once Joe kind of asked him, set him down a bit, he blew his unraced mate away. I mean, put several lengths between him. So I think that the 7 furlongs probably a good place to start. Gives me the impression that he's kind of that grinding type. He is a big, brawny horse. There's a lot of him, a lot of muscle mass. So with that being said, a lot of times these types do need to race into fitness a bit, but I like him. I think of the firsters, he's the one that I preferred most, is #6, Hurricane Kaz. Son of Name Changers, that foal to Storm Changer, who was a first-time out winner as a 2-year-old, won this New York Stallion Stakes as well, and all 3 of the other foals have been winners as well. And he's not bad looking, and he's pretty fit. I wish that it was a little bit more energy on the warm-up. He does come in wearing those front wraps, which isn't untypical for these connections, but just kind of very quiet, never really kind of extended himself in the warm-up, in the gallop over there. It's just something I would have liked to see. Now, he is that first-time starter that is taking the most attention, but like I said, at least on the looks of things, Acacia, I did prefer Joe Sharp's #2, Royal Riddle.
Maggie, thank you. 1-4 on the heavy favorite. We'll see if one of those first-time starters can show a little bit in here. And she brings up Royal Riddle. I mean, Joe Sharp, and what we saw from him up at Saratoga this summer was just very, very impressive.
And I say this, though, in a complimentary way. What Joe does is his horses show up. In other words, if they look good on paper, they run well.
Yeah.
They're not always going to win. I mean, everybody can have horses look good on paper. You're not good enough to win or whatever. But I don't think that Joe won with horses in Saratoga that didn't make sense.
Yeah.
He didn't win with big prices. He didn't, he wasn't winning with horses where you're going, wow, where did this race come from? He was coming to Saratoga with horses that were first or second choices off of dirt races for the most part at Churchill, and they were running their numbers. And, people could say, well, that's an easy thing to do. It's not. First of all, it's hard to keep. It's not like Joe has a barn full of $500,000, $1 million horses. It's hard to keep those horses continuously running well. It's hard to keep any horse continuously running well, as you well know. And I think with Joe, there's a feeling that they brought that form from Kentucky to Saratoga, and it's not always the easiest thing to do.
No, it's not. 8-1 shot with a first-time starter here, but the favorite 2-5 now in Fruitian with some trouble, as we talked about. This was a horse that he took money first time out. I think the horse that beat him is pretty nice, an Arctic Beast.
So is the second horse.
Second horse is nice as well. I think that was just such a tougher field than what it looks like he might be facing today.
Well, the start was also odd,
yeah.
And I don't know if we have a minute to show it, but he ducks in very badly after the start. But
very awkward.
to me, the #4 horse it was a weird herd type thing. The number 4 gave him a sort of a half an imaginary herd check. You know what I mean? And he reacted off that. I don't think that he was the one. I don't think he was ducking in if he had broken slowly and nobody was around him. I think it was a reaction to the number 4 outside him. I could be wrong, but watching it, I thought he reacted to the other horse, which makes me less concerned. And also the other thing is, you're talking about Todd Pletcher. He may get left again, but a lot of first-time starting 2-year-olds that get left first time, they break fine the second time, especially coming out of the best barns.
Another one with experience, the 4, the Obliterator, 5-1 right now on this horse. He did not do much running first time out, was the favorite in an off-the-turf race in the next start. Minor Inconvenience, who won that race, did come back to win a New York bred stake in a scheduled dirt race after that, to be fair, but he was far second best in there.
You know, the only thing he's obliterated so far are the wallets of people who have been betting on him, because he has just been terrible in his races. I mean, he was second by default in that race. Sorry.
You mentioned the 6 Hurricane Kaz, the full brother to New York bred stake winner Storm Charger. This barn can be quite dangerous bringing horses into New York. A New York bred coming here that's been training in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of a guess. You know what I mean? But they do win some races, so I think it's worth, like, you know, maybe throwing this one in if you're betting some doubles, or, you know, pick 3s and you want to just have like another horse in here.
1-4 on the 3, Fruit 10, second time out for Todd Pletcher, who was dominant with his 2-year-olds this summer in Saratoga. Race 1, Belmont at the Big A on this Saturday coming up. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Thirsted, not quite in yet. Now in. Hurricane Kaz, Jose Gomez. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Fruit 10 breaks very sharply in between horses right out to the front. Fruit 10 is the clear leader, is hustled along and is up by a clear length. Towards the outside, Purple Cap, that's going to be Thirsted, is now immediately kind of tapping on the brakes here, encouraged to keep that forward momentum. Fruit 10 is the leader, but now only by a neck. Thirsted has joined the leader towards the outside with Tightly at the Rail. That's top player. Santana Jr. just drafting in the top pair. Just to the outside of that one comes the Obliterator, who's a shared 4th. Far outside is Hurricane Kaz, and the trailer, Royal Riddle. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile here in the opener, and the favorite Fruit 10's got the lead. Hounded all the time by Thirsted towards the outside, is trying to cut into the margin. Those two together into the turn, and top player looks to get a nice journey, as At the Rail is in third, just watching the top 2 as Fruit 10 is holding that margin so far over Thirsted. Top player waiting for the cue is traveling nicely here at the rail. What's he going to have left as they get set to reach the top of the stretch? A quarter mile left to go, 46.43 for a half-mile time. Fruit 10 trying to put this one away. Top player switches towards the outside, also rallying on Royal Riddle from the back as they're trying to pounce on this big favorite who's still finding plenty so far. A final furlong to get. It's Fruit 10 who's fending him off. Top player with every chance towards the outside. Royal Riddle's going to switch to the outside as well. A 16th to go. Very game. Fruit 10 hard fought, and Fruit 10 will win it. Fruit 10 wins it over a photo there. Royal Riddle towards the inside of top player. And the Obliterator finished 4th in 1 minute 24.84 seconds.
Fruit 10, the favorite, gets the win. He had to work for it a little bit, but I think the aggressive ride from Kendrick Carmouche and the experience paying off in here.
I agree. I mean, top player did run a lot better, as Maggie suggested he would. Got a good trip, as they seem to always do, from Ricardo. He just couldn't finish the deal. Nice run by Royal Riddle coming up the inside for Christopher Elliott, but they were second and third best, the heavy favorite. I wouldn't say he won like a 1-4 shot should, but he did get the job done and broke his maiden for Todd Pletcher. A respectable performance.
Broke much sharper today, put on the front end, able to hold off all those foes late, as at 1-4, Fruit 10 getting the victory. As mentioned, as they were loading in, I mean, Todd Pletcher this summer in Saratoga, just absolutely dominant with 2-year-olds. Kendrick Carmouche was aboard. Tommy Joe for that impressive spin-away win. Of course, had Ted Noffey in the Hopeful, and several other really exciting ones.
I feel like if Ted Noffey, if the Hopeful had been the weekend before, let's say it had been the Travers weekend, people would have been talking about him like he's the
I know.
second coming, because his hopeful was one of the more dazzling performances of the
So
meet.
impressive.
But because it was the end of the meet, a lot of people sort of didn't notice how good it was.
A lot to look forward to from that one. But Fruit 10 getting the victory here. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the big stakes action coming up at Woodbine. We'll be talking about it on our show. It's a big day across the border. More on that after this. We're just getting started on America's Day at the races.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
We're back on America's Day at the races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 1 in the books. Fruit 10, the heavy favorite, getting the win at 1-4.
I have an idea that Maggie can feel free to pass along to Kendrick. I don't need any royalties from this. I think next summer in Saratoga, Kendrick should print shirts that say Louisiana in the house.
I'm actually a
Think it should
little
be
bit
Louisiana's
surprised that he
baby?
doesn't
Should there be
already.
a baby after it, but a Louisiana in the house, and sell them? I think they'd be a big hit. I think they would be.
I love it. Well, let's hear what Kendrick has to say as he's standing by with Maggie.
And it's so funny you say that, Andy, because somebody tweeted me asking me that do jockeys make jerseys because Kendrick is his favorite. Would you make a jersey saying Louisiana in the house?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Matter of fact, I was planning on getting shirts made out and some wristbands for next year in Saratoga because I have so much fans now. I mean, that would even turn up the crowd even more, you know?
I love it. That Old Smoke guy, he might offer you a deal.
I take it. You know, anything to help with the kids' high school tuition and college tuitions, I'm all for it. Oh, man.
Oh man, that is the 5th one. Thank you. I'm gonna go on a killing rampage of these lantern bugs when I get done with this interview. But Kendrick, talk a little bit about Fruit 10. you weren't on him first time out, but he was a horse that broke a bit slow. Today, you had no problems whatsoever. The experience, your warm-up, so adept out of the gate that you are.
Yeah, all of that said, Maggie, Todd just told me just to warm this horse up good and make sure I break him sharp, you know. And after that, he told me the horse should do his job from there. And he seems like a pretty decent horse. He got a good gallop going about him, you know. I think the distance is going to help him a little bit more as well, you know. So we look forward for that.
And he just kind of kept finding. He kind of took waves of challenges, and he kept grinding out to the wire.
Yeah, every time he felt the horse come up next to him, he just done enough just to get away from him, and that's my type of horse, you know. I don't want to do so much, but let's do little, and he can do more, you know. That's the way it works in our sport.
As you said, you ride the card. Anybody else you're looking forward to today?
I'm just trying to go with the first race, you know, just trying to keep backing them up, win. I got 12 of them today, so, you know, it's open season today, man. We back at the Big A, man. I mean, hey.
All your fans. I mean, speaking of, who needs Saratoga? You can market your jersey here.
Yeah. I mean, put the camera on the grandstand. It's gonna be a jumping joy day today.
They will be loud, and they will be cheering Kendrick on. Congrats on the first.
Thank you, baby. Louisiana, we're back in the circle, baby.
Back on the island, that is Queens, here at the Big A. Kendrick taking the first occasion.
He's so excited he's even jumping over the plants, and I'm sure the Aqueduct faithful are thrilled to see Kendrick back in the winner's circle.
Always happy to see Kendrick. I like the shirt idea. I think I just texted him, actually. I think do it in conjunction with charity. You know, I know Kendrick does the gumbo for TRF, but also PEJF. Maybe do it, and you know, you could do it in a good way to raise some money and have some fun. I think it would be very popular up there. I like that idea. I'll wear one in the air.
Now that would be something good. As we turn the page, get ready for race 2, 6 furlongs on the main track. Starter allowance here. A little bit more wide open race. You've got 3 horses at 5-2 right now. Currently highlighted as the favorite is the number 4, 3Bs for Kendrick Carmouche, a reclaim for Linda Rice.
You know, he's a kind of a funny horse in conjunction with the 6, Tiz Marcus, because 3Bs took advantage of a contested pace that kind of fell apart last time. Whereas Tiz Marcus actually was with a pace that fell apart and just got beaten by a horse that took advantage of it. For me, I prefer Tiz Marcus of those horses, and my ears are still ringing from the commotion in the box area at Saratoga when 3Bs won last time for the Notas. I had forgotten about the celebration when their horses are winning.
You will be reminded.
I was quickly reminded. Yes, I was.
3Bs with the win last time. We'll see if he can get another victory today back in the barn of Linda Rice. But as far as Woodbine is concerned, as we mentioned, massive day going on up in Canada. Woodbine Saturday Stakes. There are 5 of them, including grade 1s for the 2-year-olds in the summer, and Natalma Woodbine Mile, one of their marquee race events, and certainly some big things on the line as well.
The 2-year-old races this summer in Natalma, they feature a couple of the more impressive winners in Saratoga, Deep Learning, but also Teddy's Rocket against the boys in the summer. So looking for those races. The Woodbine Mile did not come up as tough as it has in recent years, and Notable Speech is not going to be 8-5. He's going to be 2 or 3-5, and he probably should be. We'll see what the South African horse One Stripe is able to do, and Win for the Money feels like the other horse to have run, but Notable Speech's race in the Jacques Marat, which really may be the biggest mile race in all of Europe over the course of the year last time. I know he didn't win. This is last year's Breeders' Cup. We really should show the Marat because it was such an impressive performance. But even this one, losing, I did. This is him losing the Breeders' Cup last year to More Than Looks. He hasn't won yet this year. I thought the July Cup was an odd spot for them to choose at 6 furlongs, but his last race in the Marois was scintillating. Even though he lost, he was much the best.
And even still in the July Cup, he didn't run that badly, and he was the favorite that day, which was impressive. Second behind Diego Velasquez last time out in Deauville, and it looks to become yet another Woodbine Mile winner, the 3rd for Charlie Appleby, Godolphin, and William Buick, who will be aboard. As far as Win for the Money is concerned, the number 8, no surprise, Mark Cassie. He's absolutely loaded up at Woodbine today. He's got 5 in the summer, sending out Win for the Money here, who we last saw finishing 3rd at a big price in the 4-star days.
Yeah, this is him winning this race last year. Now, keep in mind, when it was run last year, it was run on the regular turf course on the outside around 1 turn. they're working, I guess, on that course. So the races today are run on the inner turf course, and they're around 2 turns. So there is a big difference. And his draw on the outside, which wouldn't have been bad in a 1-turn race, and the same could be said for Teddy's Rocket, as well as some others. And Charlie Appleby's runners at Woodbine, as you see, Modern Games and Master of the Seas, and his 2-year-olds, they seem to run very well up there. I think you may be able to get a little 290 on Notable Speech today. Who's a very I think the South African horse for Grand Motion is sort of an interesting horse, and we don't really know who he is. Notable Speech is a world-class miler. He's going to beat these horses if he shows up.
Yeah, that's the 3-1 stripe. Hasn't run since March as well. Now making the first start for Grand Motion. But it's interesting, and as you said, Charlie Appleby has used this race, has used this day as a big Breeders' Cup prep for those horses to come back here.
Interestingly enough, though, the 2-year-olds have not come back in the Breeders' Cup
I
too
know.
often. It seems like he comes over for a one and done
Usually
with them.
the older horses.
Right, the older horses. I mean, I'm sure he's looking at the Breeders' Cup mile with Notable Speech.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who you're supposed to be afraid of, especially with the crazy route they took with Carl Spackler, which obviously blew up in their face.
Right, we'll see how that Woodbine mile does play out a little bit later on today. Looking forward to that. But as far as some of the other action does go, we're covering a lot of it. We've got action from Yonkers today in the MGM International Trot coming up, and a really exciting day going on over there. Here's the field, Grade 1. It's a 1.25 mile trot, something that you don't often see or we don't often cover, at least on this show. But luckily, we have Jessica Otten with us live at Yonkers. And Jessica, it's a really international race. It's called the International Trot for good reason. Why is this such an important day?
It is, well, first and foremost, it is a beautiful day to be covering the races. It's probably around 72 degrees. The sun is shining. There's a light breeze. So it's just a beautiful day to be at the races in general. But it is so important to harness racing because you're getting it from everywhere internationally. There's 7 different countries represented today by 10 different horses. And I think it makes it very interesting here in the U.S. You had mentioned to it, we don't usually see added distant races here in the U.S. A lot of these horses that are coming from elsewhere have raced at added distances as well. But now we're going to have to kind of shake it up a little bit. We've got American drivers here as well as the international drivers too. So I think that makes it interesting. There's also going to be 2 trailers. 8 will be on the gate, 2 will be trailing behind. That's the 9 and the 10. And I had a chance to catch up with a couple of the connections. Not usually ideal to have 2 trailers on a half-mile track, but that's another thing that is an added element to this race. You're going to have those 2 trailers. You're going to want to be positioned well in this race. You're not going to want to be too far out of it. With those international horses coming into Yonkers, this half-mile track, they're used to racing on the outside and those added distances, where maybe a couple of these American horses, and one being represented by Canada, a horse that we've seen plenty of times on the show, that's Lexus Cody. They're not always used to that added distance or racing on the outside. So it's going to make for an interesting thing. If you could maybe map up 1, 2, or 3 different ways the race is going to go, it's probably going to go that 4th way. But I'm really excited to be bringing all the action for the Yonkers International Trot live from MGM, and I'm excited to see how it's going to shape up as well.
Looking forward to it, Jess. Thank you. Looking forward to hearing your insight as well. And as she mentioned, the 1.25 miles, so the 9 and 10 here, particularly Periculum, who's one of the U.S. contenders in this race, starting from the 2nd tier. And you were just saying you've seen a lot of the previous runnings of this race. It's a really big deal.
Right. I mean, up until the mid to late 80s, I watched a lot of harness racing as a kid. I went to Sarah Harness in the 70s. Probably 3 nights a week through most of my childhood. And then I'd go to the Meadowlands a lot. And the Yonkers Trot, the International Trot, was a huge, huge race. And when they used to have that show, the OTB show with Spencer Ross and Stan Bergstein covering it, it was a great show on twice a week. And I saw quite a few International Trots over the year. And I feel like the Swedish invaders have done very, very well in them over the years.
Pretty cool. We look forward to seeing Swedish Invader today in Itos Kronos coming up in that International Trot. We'll get a chance to hear from Jess, and of course at that, as well as the International Pace and 2 Grade 1s up at Woodbine, all part of a stacked cross-country Pick 5 today.
We got to get Joker. We got to get the Joker to get a horse in that race. That would be great.
I know. Of course, Nikola Jokic, who's a huge fan of harness racing in particular. So we'll turn the page. Talk about Linda Rice. She's gearing up for another big meet, coming off of a strong showing, finishing 3rd in the trainer standings up at Saratoga, looking to keep that big momentum as we kick off the Belmont at the Big A meet.
$1,600,000. $1,600,000 bid today. $1,600,000 bid now. Bid now. $650. $1,650,000. $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Thursday on America's Day at the Races, join us for the Great American Harness Race, the 80th edition of the Little Brown Jug, live from Delaware Fairgrounds in Ohio. Thursday's action kicks off 1 Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
And they're off in the Grade 1 4-go. And it's going to be Woodbine who gets to the wire first. The 7 furlongs in 1:21 and 3. The leader is Woodbine. 6 furlongs in 1 minute 8 and 2:57.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore the stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. I haven't been to the Met in a while. I got to get back over there.
I was there, I think I was
great.
there in the fall. A friend of mine looking at pictures, the big picture of George Washington crossing the Delaware.
That's a classic.
Yes, I'd seen it before, but a friend of mine was in town and was making a movie about George Washington.
Race 2, 6 furlong sprint coming up as we'll get a chance to meet the field here, starting off with Rick Dutro's Social Hour, who dominated last time out at Monmouth.
If you like him at 4-1, you're probably not getting a bad price, but he is a one-number horse with that huge number last time, and the rest of his races just aren't good enough to compete. Who is he?
Sitting chilly. I guess the one thing you can say for him is he's lightly raced.
And you got to think he's going to go to the lead. Katie should send him to the lead. I just don't know if he's good enough, but he may have a tactical advantage.
Trust issues for Rob Atras.
I have some trust issues with him not winning at short prices in recent races, but he's obviously a contender and likely favored by post time.
Kendrick Armouche looks to sweep the early double with 3 Bs.
The question is, will he get as much pace as he got last time? I don't think so.
Shoot the Nickel, second off the layoff.
I tried this horse last time. He did stumble at the start, but I still didn't think he ran very well.
And your current favorite, Tiz Marcus, first off the claim for the Nota Bar.
I thought he ran very well last time, and if he can reproduce that effort off the claim or some of his other efforts, the only concern for me with him is he was in Chris Hartman's barn, which is a high percentage barn and tough to claim from, and even Norm Cassidy, who had 3 winners on opening day at Churchill and Flying P. Not easy groups to claim from.
As this is a horse, they gelded him before his last race when he dropped down in class in there, and I thought, yes, he ran very well, hit the front before getting run down by Riyadh Moon, who was a horse who looked on paper like he could be one that was going to be part of the pace, and he kind of sat back and made that big run, which really turned out well for him, not so well for Tiz Marcus.
No, I agree. Tiz Marcus ran very, very well on top of this pace, and I mean, he's the only one that came close to surviving that pace, and I thought it was a very good effort by him, and just makes him kind of the horse to beat if he can run back to it. And, you know, it's always a question mark off the claim, and it's not like he's that big a price.
2-1 right now. Ricardo Santana stays aboard. He rode this horse the last couple starts as well, knows him well. 2 starts back, just trying to ride him, just never really got into any stride. Horses warming up, though. Let's check in trackside with Maggie. Maggie, who is standing out in what on paper looks like pretty evenly matched group?
Yeah, that's true, Acacia. And kind of the same vibe when it comes to looking at them physically. Nobody was really a standout, and everybody coming in here, you know, wearing their best suit and tie, so to speak. But let's start, and we'll talk about 2 horses that had big performances off the backs of changes. And namely, the change for number 1, Social Hour, last time was getting Lasix for the first time. And wow. he, from the first jump from the gate, never looked like a loser. He always looked like he was going to win there at Monmouth for Rick Dutrow. I know it was a big step up when it comes to his numbers, but I'm going to bank on the fact that the Lasix did help him. I mean, he was rated 3 wide under a stranglehold by Sammy Morin, and it just blew the field away. I think he looks very good in here. If anything, he has kind of mentally matured quite a bit. He's a bit more settled. Obviously, Lasix can do that as well. So I like what I'm seeing from him. And he's going to be my selection in here. You know that he'll be tactical enough from that inside post position with Manny Franco aboard. Now on the outside, Tiz Marcus, as Acacia mentioned, got the ultimate equipment change last time out, and it led to a pretty good effort as he was kind of forced to make the early move midway around the turn. And I thought he was awfully game, considering that Riyad Moon had the more ideal setup. He's moving incredibly well out there. Now I don't see much of a change in him when it comes to physical looks or the way that he's acting with the gelding in mind, in that this is the second time he will run as a gelding. You know, I saw him as a younger horse at Oaklawn earlier this year, where he was always very robust, always very sharp. Maybe he's a little bit more settled than what he was out there in Arkansas, in his home state. So kind of odd that we have an Arkansas bred racing here in New York, but he is talented, and one that certainly caught my eye in all of those efforts that I got to see him in. Those were for Chris Hartman, as Andy was mentioning. But like I said, I don't see anything not to like about this guy. He was moving exceptionally well on the track, and I just thought between the 4 favorites, and everybody's kind of hovering at the same price of these 6 horses, I thought Social Hour, I think maybe onwards and upwards with him, Acacia, and I thought he just looked very good out on the track.
Good news about him, Maggie. Thank you, Social Hour. Let's see if he can repeat that last effort getting Lasix on. And Maggie said it, Andy. I mean, this horse just looked dominant every step of the way throughout the running of that race, and he was dropping in for 40,000. So he comes back here for this starter race, and yeah, the really big question is, can he repeat it?
Yeah, I mean, he's 3 to 5 in that race, and he did run a figure he's never run before. And if he runs back to that figure, he's probably going to win this race. But 1-number horses are, they are the bane of horse players, or people that buy into 1-number horses. And he's 3 to 1 in this race. If you draw a line through his last race, I'm not saying this race didn't happen, but if you draw a line through this race, he's not 3 to 1 in here. He's 10 to 1. So you have to ask yourself how comfortable you are with a barn that has not been running well in New York. I think they won 1 race in Saratoga, haven't gotten off to a couple days in, but they're not going that well. When every other race this horse has ever run, which, by the way, were all in New York, are not even competitive with this group. So who is he? Is he the horse based on 1 race, or is he a horse based on 9 races? I will side with the horse he is based on 9 races and bet against him at 3 to 1. I might lose, but you're betting 1-number horses is a disaster. It's like 10-word answers. Betting on one number horses will bury you.
The number 3, Trust Issues, now kind of taking over to your favorite, and he has been a short price in his recent efforts. He's coming in off of a 2nd place finish, in fact, back-to-back 2nd place finishes. Thing you could say for him, though, he's ultra consistent.
I agree. I was going to say exactly what I was going to say, Acacia. If you look at him, he is consistently the fastest horse in this race. He's consistently running figures around 80, the buyer figures, which would make him tough in this race. The problem is he hasn't been winning recently, and I have some issues with him. He lost at even money his last start, 2 to 1 before that, 5 to 2 before that, and prior to that he won a race, but he was 3 to 5. So he's failing to get it done at a short price, and those races are starting to pile up. But I have absolutely nothing against him. He was a little off the rail last time, which was a place to be. So I do think he's the horse to beat.
2 to 1 on him right now. The 4 3Bs, you talked about kind of the setup that this horse got last time out. So the question for him, does he get any sort of setup again? He did also run earlier in his career, showing a little bit more speed. It seems like now he's the type of horse that prefers to settle and make that late run.
I agree, but I think he can be a bit closer.
Yeah.
We'll see how aggressive. I mean, a lot of it around here especially depends on the rides. I don't have a big issue with him. My problem is he really improved last time. And you say to yourself, what happened for a horse that, his top figures were 71 and 73, that he suddenly ran an 80? Was it Orlando Note off the claim? Well, if you think it was that, then you have to be asking yourself, do I want to bet even off the reclaim by Linda Rice? But I say it's because he got the right race dynamics. I think he ran the bigger race because the race set up extremely well for him. It doesn't mean he can't win today, but I think his last race is a little bit of an illusion. And when you juxtapose it to the 6, who in my opinion, Tiz Marcus, he ran a lot better than it looks in his last start, right? He was on top of that pace that completely fell apart going 7 furlongs. And he's a cutback back to 6, which he's been effective before. He's got back races that are fast enough. And I prefer him in this race as the second choice.
Tiz Marcus making a lot of sense. Ricardo Santana going to be aboard once again. An early pick 4 kicking off here in this race 2. It's the number 3, though, as your favorite. Trust Issues with Christopher Elliott aboard for trainer Rob Atras. Loading in for the second Belmont at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Three Bs moving forward, 2 out. Shoot the Nickel. And Tiz Marcus. Tiz Marcus. Last to load to the outside. Tiz Marcus going in. All set. And they're off. Speed from the inside here. Trust Issues. It's Trust Issues who's right out towards the front with company at the rail. In Social Hour, who wants to be up with that early tempo, is going to muscle on through. And Social Hour takes it right to Trust Issues, and these two hook up early. Just off of them will be Tiz Marcus. Stalking from 3rd. Backing off of that heat is Sittin' Chili, who's in 4th. Center of the racetrack comes a Shoot the Nickel with the early trailer. 3 Bs, less than 4 furlongs to go, 22.39 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Social Hour and Trust Issues, both fully committed to the front end, and they are head and head. And the dream trip comes from Tiz Marcus and Ricardo Santana Jr. in pursuit from 3rd. The front 2 still duking it out here as they approach a quarter mile left to go. It's Social Hour down on the inside, and Trust Issues trying to shrug this rival off. Tiz Marcus is ranging up on the outside with that dream trip and is now in full pursuit after the top 2. Here comes Tiz Marcus catching them with every stride. Tiz Marcus is pushed on by Social Hour and Trust Issues. They still battle each other, but the winner is Tiz Marcus. Second there came to Trust Issues, Social Hour, and 3 Bs finished 4th in 1 minute 9.61 seconds.
Tiz Marcus with the win. You heard it even in Chris Griffin's call with the dream trip. He's certainly got just that.
When you bet horses like Tiz Market and the race sets up the way this one is, you can say to yourself, well, when I don't win, I didn't deserve to win because he couldn't have gotten a better trip. But that's getting the outside post, having tactical speed, and also when the rider, and I'm not knocking Manny Franco, I like the ride on Social Hour. He's got the rail, he's got to go, and I like the good aggressive riding here, but it also softened up a little bit the 3 in this race. I don't know what happened to Sitting Chili's speed. I didn't see him get left. He was nowhere to be seen. 2 horses you didn't necessarily expect to be dueling, and this horse was just in the garden spot outside him, but he won by so much, I don't think it mattered what trip he got here.
Agreed. He was just perched perfectly behind that pace stool, developing 6-3-1-4. Tiz Marcus getting the victory, making up for that tough beat last time out. Ricardo Santana Jr. in the saddle, 5-2 winner here. Tiz Marcus with the win, prices, reactions, and more when we come back. We'll also take a little bit more of a deep dive and learn a bit about trainer Jose D'Angelo coming up after this, living that American dream. Taking a look at Tiz Marcus, much the best in there. It's all about Jose D'Angelo when we come back. More on that story after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth
the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com or download the app today. Tiz Marcus heading into the winner's circle, as I'm sure sweet victory for him after a tough beat last time out.
And I tell you what, you really couldn't know at the racetrack who was noticed winning a race, because even up here in the glass enclosed third floor, we could hear them screaming. My
Yes, we
God.
could. Yes, we could. $7.60 winner, Tiz Marcus with the victory over the two horses that set the pace in Trust Issues and Social Hour. That's race 2 official. Race 3, going a mile on the main track, non-winners of 3 in life for $30,000. And first off the claim, Who's the King? Currently the favorite at even money. This horse at an 80 Beyer speed figure, dominant score last time out. Can he repeat it? But, I mean, he certainly has the back class.
I think by post time, both Who's the King and Frizzante the 7 will be very, very similar prices. The one is a slight favorite in doubles, but they're almost exactly the same in pick threes, which in some ways is more relevant. Who's the King has the speed. Frizzante may have the class, though.
More on that race 3 in a moment, but Who's the King, your current favorite, trained by Jose D'Angelo, who picked this one up in the claim box last time out. We've become accustomed to seeing trainer Jose D'Angelo on the biggest stages in racing. He's only been training here in the States for a few years, and truly you can see now that he is living that American dream.
Since I was a child, I always loved the horses. More than all the sports, more than everything. My father and my mother told me, like, when they go to pick up me, the teacher say, hey, can we talk with you guys? Your kid put all the chairs in order and sit all his friends, and he say, and they're off. In 2012, I was on the university. One friend owns some horses, and I say, Jose, can you train them? Say, of course I can, but you know, I'm studying right now, so I don't have plan to be a trainer. I had the conversation with my father. He support me. I can't finish my university because I started getting so many horses, and you know, I'm doing that I love. I came from a horseman family. My father was trainer in Venezuela. Now, thanks him, we make a good team here. We have a good operation that everybody work with love. When we win a race, it's not me, it's all my crew, all the guys, all the horses. When you run a race, the people see just the race, but the people don't see all the steps that you do, all the obstacles and the problems that the horse can have, because they are athletes that work hard every day. I claim a lot of horses, and we won so many good races with them. Jesus' thing. Everybody call him different, but you understand, he speaks English and Spanish. So I drive Jesus' team from Momot to here to Saratoga to run the Gin Dandy. You know, we ran all the big races, and always good. He had a bit hard. He always show up. I'm so proud and happy and blessed to train at him. Going to Royal Ascot was successful experience. You know, was so amazing. Was like a movie be there. You know, I thought we got the race, but was so close. We lost by half leg. Was tough bit. It's tough game, you know, like you lose more than races that you won. So I always try to stay positive and take the right decision for the horses and for me. The goal of every horseman and everybody is go and run the Derby, but more than the Derby, I would like to just try to win at the top level all the races that I can. Yes, I'm proud for sure. I feel good to stay winning races, but I still hungry. I want to go and win more.
And there's Jose D'Angelo's runner, Who's the King, coming up in this next race. Native of Venezuela. We really saw him kind of burst onto the scene a couple of years ago, Andy, with Jesus' team, who hit the board in some really big races, like the Preakness, the Breeders' Cup, finishing
the Pegasus, maybe
the Pegasus.
Even, right?
Yeah, he finished second or third in a lot of really big races, and they went around the country, around the world with him, and really enjoyed that experience.
Yeah, no, and Jose, I mean, you know, around the track you get to know people, and he's such a nice guy.
Very nice guy.
Guy I can root for in here, but we'll see.
Even money, Who's the King? More on that third race in a moment, but coming up, representing the USA in the International Trot over at Yonkers, Periculum will have to be in that second tier. Talk a little bit more about him and the field after this.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the races. A beautiful day for some international action. The MGM Yonkers International Trot coming up. Taking a look at the field, this will be race 6 on the program today. The 1.25 mile trot, grade 1 for $1 million. And we talked about that international flair. I mean, it is true. Just 2 from the U.S., the rest from around the world. One of them, Curriculum, who will have to start in that second tier. But always fun when you have horses coming from other countries and seeing the best of the best go head to head.
No, I mean, this is a great race. I said, I don't really follow harness the way I once did, but this is this race has a long storied history behind it, and I love that about these races. And you see, I love them coming in from other countries and stuff. I don't know if you've ever seen them. You ever watched the races in France where they ride the standardbreds? Yes. It looks. I was at Auteuil.
I don't know if I could ever do that.
I was hanging out by the bar at Auteuil watching them one day, and I went, "Have I been drinking too much? Because that looks a little funny."
Yeah. Well, if you've watched any of the harness shows on America's Day at the races, you might have seen Curriculum, really hard-knocking individual, second in this race last year. We got a chance earlier today to hear a little bit from his connections. Let's head over to Jessica Otten.
Thanks, guys. I have trainer Marcus Melander. He's going to send out 2 in this afternoon's Yonkers International Trot, Itos Kronos and Curriculum. Marcus, we'll start with Itos Kronos. Post 5 this afternoon for him. Back-to-back impressive wins, but something went amiss in that Maple Leaf Trot final. What happened there?
I mean, it was just a hard first over trip. You know, they went world record up there, and you know, he still raced. You know, went 50-2, and he did a good race. It was just a little bit too tough for him.
He was lightly raced last year. Now he's got, a handful or more under his belt this year. What do you think his biggest attribute is coming into a race like this where there's 2 tiers and a longer distance?
You know, the longer distances he's done before, so, I mean, he won't have any problem with that. So it's his first time on a half-mile track, which is on a lot of these horses, but I think he would handle it pretty good.
Curriculum has post 9 this afternoon. That's the first trailing spot in this field of 10. How do you feel about those 2 trailers?
I mean, it's a little bit of chancing in there, of course. I'm a little bit more happier we have the 9 than the 10 because I think the 2 horse can't leave that good. So I think Lexus Code is a better lever. So, we had a 10 hole last year. We need a little bit of luck from there, but he's good enough to win this race. But it's a lot of nice horses in here, and he's one of them.
I want to go back to a couple weeks ago to that Maple Leaf Trot final. Big last quarter. I thought he raced well. What were your impressions on that race?
Oh, very well. He raced super. I mean, he always shows up, right? So if he gets the right trip, he always closes good, and he's right there with him.
We do see him come from off the pace. Would that be a preferred trip for him today?
It is, but I mean, he can race on the front as well if he happened to be there. I don't think that from the 9 hole, but hopefully, it's some tempo in the race and he can, close as he usually do.
And how are both both horses coming into this afternoon's race?
It's good, when they come home from Canada. He has been training what we do during the weeks, and they had a good week coming into the race. So yeah, I'm excited.
Best of luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Jess, thank you. Marcus Melander, well represented by Itos Kronos and Curriculum in this race coming up. Looking forward to seeing who takes that big step in the MGM Yonkers International Trot still to come. Back over Belmont at the Big A, race 3 coming up. Again, a mile on the main track, non-winners of 3. We saw that feature on Jose D'Angelo, and he has your current 3-2, now 7-5 favorite, Who's the King. This horse was taking a big drop in class last time out. He was much the best in that race, and yes, he certainly does have some back class to go off of, but he is technically taking a step up and coming in off a 2-turn win.
Overall, Jose D'Angelo has incredible numbers off the claim with dirt routers. He's 14 for 36 over the last 5 years, 39% with a 2.11 ROI. The problem is his claims at NYRA have been nowhere near as good, where he's just 2 for 13 overall and 1 for 4 in routes. He claimed this horse from Safi Joseph, not easy to claim from. The horse won last time at 3-5. I think it's a little concerning. Now, listen, the other horse who's going to end up a very similar price, Frizzante, he's taken a significant drop, though he was claimed for $40,000, and he has his question marks too. Having said all that, the third choice leading contender has many question marks. So the reality is all 3 of the main contenders in here have more questions than answers.
They certainly do. 7-5. There's your favorite, Who's the King? And yeah, he won back in July. He was actually entered back in August, where he was a late scratch as well. So even some more questions to answer too. There's a look though at the number 7 for Zante, who, at least about this one, he is taking a drop in class versus your other favorite, who's stepping up.
He has been way over his head recently.
Running against some very tough foes. For more, let's head down and check in with Maggie.
Yeah, the Who's the King does concern me because of that late scratch where on August 10th entered in the same spot. He was a late vet scratch that day. He did not look good in the warm-up, so I do want to watch how he warms up here today, but their connections are not deterred as they come straight back in the same spot and still, you know, obviously bumping him up in class off the back of the win from the Safi Joseph barn, which kind of tough to claim off of, as those front wraps do stay on here again today. Now, I thought that in the paddock, he looked good. He was actually fairly laid back that day. He has been actually a little bit more lively here, as he was giving them some trouble to get the finishing touches on, i.e. the tongue tie and adjusting the bridle. He has calmed down since. He might look actually a little bit more tucked up, a little bit lighter overall. So we'll see. Like I said, I just really want to watch the way that this guy warms up to make my final judgment. But taking a look at horses just here in the paddock, a long shot that caught my eye, and he generally is well turned out, I should say, is number 4, First Trumpet for Ed DeLauro. Gets Javier Castellano aboard, gets back out to a mile. I do think that this is a better distance for him overall, doesn't get quite as rushed off his feet. And at times he has run races where he's somewhat competitive. Like I said, he just looks good here, Acacia. And sometimes with these types of races, it's all about who's doing best on the day.
Maggie, thank you. We'll see how it does play out. Everybody has some questions to answer in this race. We'll take a quick time out. We'll have race 3 when we come back. There's Romero Mirage getting ready to ride a long shot into 3 Baron of Sealand. More after this.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. Plenty of stakes action still to come. But first, we have the field for race 3. Your favorite still. Who's the king? Ricardo Santana looking for another one.
You know what Ricardo's going to do. He's going to come out firing. The source is the controlling speed on paper, and they have him to catch.
A lot of new claims in this race, including this one. Lou?
It's hard for a deep closer to win a race when A, he may not be good enough, B, he's at a tactical disadvantage in a race that could feature a very moderate pace.
Romero Mirage aboard Baron of Sealand.
He's off the claim, but his last race was not good with a perfect trip.
First Trumpet, 13-1.
Yeah, his best races at best give him a chance to get a minor piece.
Another new claim, Leading Contender.
Listen, he's got the best race of anybody, but you're talking about a horse that sort of fell apart for Chad Brown, claimed by these connects for 50,000, now running for 30. Hard to trust.
A little bit tough to take, yeah. Here is Mugatu, another new claim.
He's another one that's a deep closer, and he closed into a race where horses that were forward did well, but he's not going to get much pace, but he is at least in decent form.
And class dropper Frizzante has been running against some tough foes.
I prefer him in this race. He's got good races to get back to, and I don't think the drop down is really that big a deal. Linda claimed this horse for $40,000 basically a year ago, and she's made money with the horse. So now she's running him where he can win, and she's trying to get a purse and maybe get claimed, maybe not get claimed. So I don't think this is a negative drop down. I do worry a little about his recent form, but for the most part, he's run fast enough races. He's just been running against horses in a completely different galaxy than he's run
100%.
against today.
And you look through, and I think he was well spotted. You know, he won those cross the wire and then won, I should say, at least those allowance races over the winter. Great opportunity as we take a look at one of those wins where he crossed the wire. Frizzante did back in December. He's a horse that kind of took advantage of some of those races, and then staying at that level as the temperature got warmer and the competition got deeper, he just wasn't able to keep up. So this just kind of makes sense for him.
I would say also, and in general, when people make these comments to me, I just roll my eyes, so maybe I should roll my eyes at myself. Is it possible this horse runs better at Aqueduct than he runs at Saratoga?
Yeah.
Or is he just running against better horses, some of those races?
I think it could be a combination of both. Well, think about it, too. Up at Saratoga, you have, he was a mile and 3/16 last time out, or you go the 2 turns mile and an 1/8, or you have from the Wilson chute, the mile. Very few races now run out of that. Here at Aqueduct, it's a little bit of a different type of track. We're going the flat mile here, the 1 turn. It might be just a better kind of setup for him.
And, you know, last time out, I think it was a big inside speed track. Now, having said that, he was on the rail, but he didn't have speed, and the winner wise up wire the field and ran a huge race. Before that, all of his figures make him very contentious. He's going to be roughly the same price as the 1. The 1's advantage is the speed. I think the 7 is a better horse, and I think he's a slightly more likely winner, but it's close.
There is Leading Contender. Maggie, plenty of horses changing hands in this race. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Acacia, coming off of his last race, which was for Chad Brown, and I do think it was a little bit of Manny Franco kind of playing a little cat and mouse with the horse who was pressing him on the outside, but he did himself drift significantly into the stretch. So, he's getting a little excited out there. He's moving fine. He does return wearing those front wraps, though, off of a bit of time since he was picked up for the 50,000 and drops in for 20,000 less. So I wish he looked a little bit more fit, to be honest. This is a horse that generally is quite tucked up and defined, and he has a bit of a belly today, and he's not taking that much money, though, like I said, there isn't any special equipment as far as that drifting out. He is getting a pretty decent warm-up here from Ruben Silvera, but I can't trust him necessarily here, especially being taken away from Chad Brown, as we'll circle back to the one who is moving way better than what he was back on August 10th. So I think with his abundance of speed here, Ricardo Santana at the helm, I just can't really see past this guy, though. Like I said, we'll see how much pressure Leading Contender does apply to him. Whereas Frizzante, as you guys were saying, just doesn't have that much early speed and is kind of gone by the wayside. He was a horse that I remember as a 3-year-old really get revved up and on the muscle for his races, and it was reflected in oftentimes how he ran on the racetrack. He was a bit closer, a bit more tactical. Today, he was so quiet. Now, Kendrick did everything he could to wake him up out in the track, and physically he looks tremendous, especially against this field here. Am I going to be surprised when he wins? Absolutely not. I just think his lack of speed and his lack of sharpness prior to his starts has started to hurt him. Acacia?
See if he is maybe just his own worst enemy. Maggie, thank you, Frizzante. See what kind of trip he can get in here, taking that drop in class. Let's circle back quickly to the 5 Leading Contender, Andy. As Maggie touched on, a tough horse to to claim away from Chad Brown. He has had a history of a couple of races where he does drift a little bit. Is he one you'd be willing to take at 9-2?
No. He's my 3rd choice. I don't think he's a terrible price if you like him. I just don't particularly like him. I'm going to be very surprised if the 1 or 7 don't win. Like I said, I prefer the 7, but I really think that one of these 2 are extremely likely to win this race. I don't think I'm telling anybody anything they don't already know.
Pick 5 kicking off here as well. Race 3 coming up. We'll kick it off. Who's the King? And Frizzante. The short prices in this spot. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Baron of Sealand right towards the front. Who's the King is in the early fray. 4 of them across the racetrack in the early stages. As here comes towards the outside, that's going to be First Trumpet. Taken back will be Leading Contender. At the rail, it's Who's the King. In between horses, Baron of Sealand, and out wider there comes First Trumpet. Leading Contenders in 4th. A 3-way battle for the front, and they go at it. They are head and head in the front 3. 22.71 have gotten about 6 lengths clear, now 7 from. Tracking in 4th is still Leading Contender. Just behind them, Frizzante starts to cut into the margin. Then at the rail, there's Lou. The trailer, the back in the field, Mugatu, but a hot pace in front, and they all won't give it up. 3 of them across the racetrack still with less than a half mile to go now. Who's the King with that company towards the outside from First Trumpet? In between horses, Baron of Sealand. How long can these top 3 continue on? Leading Contender is starting the move. Under drive is Frizzante from the back. Lou is trying to make up ground in the green cap, and also Mugatu. They've still got ground to make up on a 45.48 half-mile time. And the front 3 start to come back to the field. Who's the King? Santana Jr., they've got the lead. A quarter mile left to go. A host of pursuers in behind that hot pace. Lou is at the rail in the green cap, and Frizzante starts to commence a rally. Who's the King is about to be swarmed towards the inside here from Lou. Got that ground-saving trip with a furlong left to go. Frizzante out in the center of the racetrack. It's a big long shot in Lou. Frizzante, though, edging clear. Lou, Frizzante late on the scene. Mugatu, anyone's race, but it might be the long shot. Give it to Lou. Lou wins it over Frizzante. Mugatu then came Leading Contender in 1 minute 37.62 seconds. Lou at 27-1.
An upset here in race 3. Lou with that deep closing running style. It's always how he's been. This is the most ideal sort of setup for Lou with 3 horses flying on the front end, Andy.
And I think this is a harbinger of some things to come. Ricardo Santana has changed things around here by being aggressive and winning boatloads of races. He's changed the dynamics of racing around here where people are settled too often restraining their horses and not being forward. And I think some of the riders, Javier Castellano and Romero Mirage, both said, I'm not letting you just get away with murder on the front end, and I respect that. So you got a quick contested pace here. No excuse for Frizzante whatsoever, or should have won this race for fun. I know Lou came up the rail on a very good ride by Jose Gomez, but Kendrick rode Frizzante perfectly, just couldn't get it done. And congrats to Jose Gomez and Dave Donk, too. I love to see Dave win the race off the claim, and he got the pace he needed, and he ran his race, and he just paid a huge price. So we had short price in the first 2, but if you threw in Lou in your pick 5, you're sitting pretty.
And look, one thing about Lou, he's always been a horse with a little bit of ability, as he was claimed. Lou was claimed?
No, 1, 6, and 7
1, 6, and 7 were claimed. So Lou not claimed in here. Lou's always been a horse with a little bit of ability. He just always leaves himself with so much to do. We look back to those days with Flavien Prat aboard, and he was 2-1, 3-1, taking money. Today he was a big price, I think, because you kind of gave up on him the way that he runs. He actually got some pace to run at today.
I agree. He's also a 3-year-old. Now he's running some races for 3 and ups, but he's run a lot of races against 3-year-olds as well. But he got the right trip and right setup, and a nice win for him, Dave Donk and Jose Gomez.
High five for Jose Gomez. Well done, Jose, coming up the rail and getting that pace. Lou at 27-1 pulls the upset in race number 3. Prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides, and Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun runners on top of the world.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, located in the most racing-rich region of the country. This sale offers a diverse catalog of yearlings from some of America's most lucrative state-bred programs, with leading national and regional sires represented. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Crazy Mason, Nisi Marie, Our Shot, and Post Time, a strong source of stakes-winning talent. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Tuesday, September 30th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Lou pulling the upset, 27-1. Jose Gomez with the one and only Dave Donk, who's standing by with Maggie.
We're talking football down here. No, come on, your Jets have been pretty good.
It wasn't bad. I mean, listen, tough loss, but offense was better than we thought it would be. Defense not as good. Yeah, bad turnover, but that's football. But like I said, it would have been tough to be a Ravens fan the other night.
I know. Thanks a lot. Speaking of tough losses, but not the case for Lou today, as he got the setup. You know, you never know when that's going to happen around here, but good thing Lou is a consistent little guy that when he gets that pace to close into, he'll deliver.
Yeah, listen, on paper, I didn't see that pace scenario. So my concern was there wouldn't really be that much, and just, you know, maybe grind it out and get a check. But yeah, he's a simple little horse. So yeah, definitely a miler. And Jose did a great job with him. You know, he really persevered with him, stayed on the fence. I think it matters. Yeah.
And Jose Gomez, a guy that you've had a long kind of relationship with, have supported him since he got going. He works a lot of horses for you. I feel like it's always so rewarding when you team up with a win.
Yeah, listen, these kind of guys have a tough time. We talk about it in Saratoga. You know, it's a really deep colony. You know, they're hard-working guys. They're legit. They're going to give you 110%. I mean, this horse is 27-1. If I put a really good rider on them, they might wonder why they're on them. We do this. We know that. So, yeah, just, you know, he trusts me. I trust him.
Excellent. Well, it's worked. It paid off dividends today. And congratulations. Man, these lantern bugs are a pain in the butt.
Someday we won't be here.
So I'm going to take it upon myself to go kill some more lantern bugs, Acacia. So don't worry, we're keeping the paddock safe down here.
Well done, Maggie. It is a never-ending crusade down in the Aqueduct paddock. But great to see Dave Donga with a winner with Lou. Jose Gomez did a terrific job with the type of horse that he had to work with, Andy. 57.38. He was a big price, and he actually got the pace today over your favorite Frizzante. But first, we're happy to welcome in Paul Verderosas. We have some harness racing coming up, and Paul, we certainly will rely on you. But Andy and I have been talking about it a little bit. Really, really excited for some of that international flair we have today.
Yeah, looking forward to this race, too. You can make a case for about 8 out of the 10 horses in this field going for $1 million. So bringing together some great horses that have been running here locally that we've seen on our shows and some international flavor that you get to see for the first time. So when we put it all together for $1 million, you know there's going to be some action, especially on a half-mile track.
Especially when you have a big purse like that. Grade 1 now as well. The international trot still to come. Again, race 6 over at Yonkers. As far as the field is concerned, we talked about a couple of the horses representing America. Paul, for you, are there any kind of new faces coming in from around the world that you're really excited to see?
The number 3, Geocache, for sure. When you look at this horse crushed a track record by a couple of seconds and taking heat all the way in that start as well. And the horse that he's run and beaten and run second to, Don Fanucci, was a previous Elite Lob winner, which is one of the premier trot races across the globe. So for me, his adaptivity, his speed, it's all going to play well on this track. Last time out, he had a tough trip from a bad post. He draws much better today. Should be able to be forward in here with kind of a murky pace scenario because we don't know what Lexus Cody's going to do on the rail, if he's going to behave or not.
And as far as Lexus Cody is concerned, representing Canada, he is in terrific form. Let's go to Jessica Otten for more.
Thanks, guys. I have a Hall of Faming driver, Yannick Gingras, who's going to represent and sit behind Canada's fastest trotter. That's Lexus Cody from the rail. Let's go back to that Maple Leaf Trot win. Yannick, how happy were you with the way he performed?
Oh, I was really happy. You know, he's been right on the cusp there of proving he can go with the best ones. You know, he was pretty impressive. I thought he knew elimination, but he was even better in the final. I was just happy with the horse, too. You know, I think he deserved it.
You've had a lot of confidence in this guy in the open and preferred sort of ranks. Has, this always been something he showed you? Now he's competing and beating the best of the best.
Absolutely. I always thought he had the ability to do it. You know, the mental part of his game was maybe a little bit lacking, but he's like I've said all week, but he's matured a lot in the last 4 or 5 months, not just the last couple of weeks, the last 4 or 5 months. He's let me handle him in different ways that he wouldn't in the past. I think all systems are go for him now.
It looks like he's much more manageable than maybe he has been in the last year. What do you think his best attribute is coming into today?
His lungs. You know, he can go all day long. The 1.25 miles is going to be to his liking. There's no doubt about that. He's never tired. He's obviously got tremendous ability and he's a big, strong horse. But I'd say the way he can just put big quarters after big quarters after big quarters is his biggest attribute.
You got the rail to work with. You've got 2 trailing horses behind you. What would be the ideal map out of a race for you?
You know, ideally, it'd be right down the chooch, you know what I mean? But it's probably not going to happen today. Ronnie was really, really happy warming him up. I didn't watch him, but he said he went through the turn as fast as a horse could go. But that was never a worry for me. Like I don't think the turn is a problem at all for him. He goes faster in the turn than he goes in the straightaways. You know, so that's not a problem. But probably ideal trip from this post, maybe either first up, into decent fraction or follow something else, maybe double deceiver or something like that. Like try to get a good trip out of it. I'm not going to try to be too fancy at the start unless he feels tremendous. Then we'll go to plan B and go right down the road.
How exciting is it to be a part of this race?
Oh, it really is. This is where it all started for me. So going back to 2001 when I moved to the U.S., this is where I came. So it's a long time. And it's a great race. You get to see people that you haven't seen in a while. I'm friend with a lot of the other drivers or the trainers that I've met over the years in Europe. It was nice catching up with most of them this week. The whole thing is amazing. I think just that's why I love participating in all these these foreign countries and meet new people, different racing style and all that stuff. To me, that's exciting. And then when you get to catch up with them on your home turf, that's even better.
Best of luck today.
Thank you so much.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Jessica, thank you. Yannick Gingras, the certainly well-known name, the driver of the one, Lexus Cody. As we have 2-year-olds coming up on the turf next, Belmont at the Big A, 6 furlongs. And taking a look at the field right now, first-time turfer, the number 8, Abrigado, also 2-1 in the morning line, taking some attention. We'll talk a little bit more about his chances, see what he can do getting onto the grass for the first time, and live action still to come from Yonkers International Trot Day. Plenty of excitement after this. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
You're watching America's Day at the races, as this one, a little bit even more than America. We've got tons of international action today. But first, coming up, race 5 over at Yonkers Raceway, we have the ARIA Invitational Pace, a grade 2 event. Do note 9 and 10 start from the second tier here. And Paul, what are your thoughts on this race? Right now, we see the one Mossdale Ben at 7-5.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of money on the rail. I'll get to him in just 1 second. I actually like Coach's Corner in here. I'm hoping he's going to rebound right now at 7-1. I think when you look at him on his face and you kind of say, oh, he hasn't won in a while, you look at his race 2 starts back and he just got used up in that spot. You know, he was chasing a mile that went in 1:46. I mean, they were blazing in that spot. And I think it affected him in the final the next week because he was up on the pace early and kind of got shuffled out of there as well. He's now had a little bit of time off, and I think the best thing going for him is he's only finished worse than second 3 times in 31 Yonkers starts. So he knows how to get around this half mile, and he's a price I think you want to gravitate to in this spot. I'm going to use him on top. But when you take a look at the horse on the rails, we talked about Mossdale Ben, who's taking lion's share of the money in this spot. They kind of raced him with kid gloves in his last 2 starts. They really didn't ask him to do much in this spot. And I'm thinking today with the money on the line and now having the rail position, they're going to be sending from in here, and they're going to be all systems go on him in this spot.
Top pick for Paul the 3 Coach's Corner, a millionaire, a horse that's banked nearly $2 million, is the 6 Captain Albano, who some viewers might be familiar with. He's 9-5 right now. We know who Captain Albano is. He's incredibly consistent. What is the thought about him coming in to this race to try to pick up another big one?
I mean, he's been racing in superior form, Acacia. I mean, he set the track record in the cane pace 2 starts back, and then last time out, he ran huge. They ran 147 in that spot in the Ewart.
Isn't he a hunchback, Captain Albano, with Lou just winning the race?
Yes,
here? So
yes.
Should have the double.
There you go.
Should have a double Lou into Captain Albano.
We need to have a wager for that.
Wrestling something, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. No, that's great. Perfect.
As long as I did with Anthony.
I like it.
No.
As we bring Jess in, Jess, Captain Albano, as Paul was mentioning, he's been in tremendous form lately. What are your thoughts on him being able to get back to the winner's circle again today?
Oh, I definitely think he's got a game shot to get back to the winner's circle. Just off of that neck loss in the Jim Ewart over at Scioto Downs, he's really turned the corner. You know, he is a 4-year-old and has been racing in against older horses after that graduate series earlier on in the season. And I had a chance to catch up with Todd after that invitational win at Poconos, and he said he's just really finding himself again. He was like his old self when he was ending his 3-year-old season, and he couldn't have ended that 3-year-old season any sharper than he did. And I think he's going to have a good shot in here to win it today. And he's the favorite right now at 8-5 on the board. He is plenty versatile. That was a big trip last time out in the Ewart. Post 10, that's a trailing position. Somehow he got his way out at the quarter pole, not getting in too much of that traffic. Park past the quarter pole before made his move to the front. And Irvin Hanover, 47 2-mile is pretty impressive to me over that track. Facing some nice horses as well. He's going to start from the middle of the gate in here, 2 trailers, which is something that can be a little difficult on a half-mile track. We'll see how Todd shapes that up in here. But like I said, I think he's got the versatility to get the job done. I just really believe that he'll be forwardly placed off of the gate. I also think the 2 Racing Rebel has got a good shot in here as well. A horse that's shipping in from Ohio, second in the Ohio Older Sire Stakes champ, a winner in the Senate, and this guy's been plenty of speed. You see a couple of parked efforts as well. We'll see how he shapes up in here. 6-2, 3-10 for me in race number 5. Desperate Man does start from post 10. That's the second tiering position. He was a winner in this race last year, and if the race shapes up and he has a good target, I think he can get the job done. We'll send it to John, the track announcer, for the call.
They're behind the gate. And they're off. Slow beginning for Duncan, also not off particularly fast. Chase H. Hanover or Soho Firestone. Racing Rebel and Coach's Corner both got away well. And getting away third, and behind them was Captain Albano, sliding into fourth. Mossdale Ben. Desperate Man hung out to dry early in fifth. He's desperate for a spot on the pylons, but he might not get it. Jamaican Rock also poked and pressing. He's in sixth as they head past the stands for the first time. And Coach's Cornerman Jason Bartlett grabbed control. They lead the way over Racing Rebel third, and poked as Captain Albano. Desperate Man did find his way over to the inside. He's fourth. Mossdale Ben is fifth. Jamaican Rock poked for his life in sixth. Verdun is seventh. 2 lengths back, eighth to Duncan. Chase H. Hanover is ninth. Soho Firestone is the last of the Aria Dectet. The opening quarter went in 27-3. It's Captain Albano now in front by a length and a half at 4-5. Coach's Corner now pocketed up in second with Racing Rebel third, and Desperate Man now making an early move. He's off the pylons and advancing out of fourth. Back in fifth is Jamaican Rock. A long afternoon for him. Mossdale Ben buried down to the pylon sixth, followed by Verdun now taking sixth. Mossdale Ben back to seventh. Duncan is eighth. Soho Firestone trying to advance from ninth, and Chase H. Hanover now 10th. The half in 56-2. It is Captain Albano now in front with Desperate Man up to his throat latch on the outside, and he's pouring on the pressure with just over a half mile to go. Coach's Corner now covered up in third. Jamaican Rock hanging tough second over fourth. Then Racing Rebel shuffled back to fifth. Verdun is sixth. 3/4 125 flat. Less than a half mile to go in the Aria Invitational pace. And it's Captain Albano. He leads by a length and trying to see it through. Desperate Man on the outside is in second. Can't get by this leader yet. He's now been out for almost a half mile. Coach's Corner is covered up in third. He needs a place to go. Jamaican Rock, if he still has pace in a good second over spot. Now Scott Devon tips him 3 wide. Racing Rebel is fifth. Verdun follows Jamaican Rock's move. Mossdale Ben is completely buried. The mile in 154 flat. Around the final turn, it is Captain Albano trying to hold on. Jamaican Rock is bearing going down second. Soho Firestone has gone off stride throughout the top of the stretch, and it is Captain Albano with the lead. Jamaican Rock is in second. Then it's Coach's Corner. Captain Albano almost there. Captain Albano and Coach's Corner. Captain Albano and Aria Invitational champion. Then Coach's Corner second. Jamaican Rock was third. Duncan was fourth in 2:21.1.
The classy Captain Albano with the win. I think we got to give Andy Serling a little credit for this one with the hunch play.
How do you miss this? With Lou winning here and him winning?
Yeah,
this double would have been like half the value. You know what I mean? It would have been like half the parlay.
For sure.
If they made it.
Yeah, because I think he went off, he was favorite, I think, in the end. So sure.
Aggression from Captain Albano, though, Paul. I mean, he was incredibly game and traveling well throughout.
Yeah, once he cleared the top away from Coach's Corner, that was about it for him. And Coach's Corner had a great trip in the pocket, just could not get to Captain Albano. Too much class in that spot.
Back over Belmont at the Big A, 2-year-old sprinting on the turf coming up next. Fun race here as it's even money on a horse that's trying the turf for the first time and does not have an abundance of turf pedigree.
Yeah, the 8 of Abrigado is a very dubious heavy favorite, to say the least.
We'll meet the rest of the field. They're starting things off with a first-time starter, Kaz Brio.
Is a half to a horse that won the turf, and he's a Cairo Prince, but it's really not a big pedigree. It's kind of a bad horse that won the turf.
The 2 Expressway, another firster.
The only sibling here has run twice on the turf for Sherry DeVoe, limited starters from the Dam.
Seems the pedigree longer should be better for that one. Here's the 3 Be Raging On, 2 turf sprints.
Does have the best turf race of anybody in the race and shouldn't be completely ignored. A crazy price of 15 to 1.
Big price. All right. Here's the 4, Phnom Penh.
Which I just learned is now the capital of Cambodia.
It's a great name, with the
Dam
Dam being
very
Cambodia.
clever
So
I love that.
Off on that one.
Big pedigree on that one
Barnett
as well.
has not been winning.
Big pedigree, though. The 5 Rafa Jr. went by. Here's another firster. The 6 Let's Be Frank at a big price.
Yeah, out of Proudly Katie Davis Award for Mike Meeker.
Taking a lot of attention, first-time starter, no pressure.
Well, this horse's second Dam was a very good European Group 1 performer, and I like this horse. An aberrationally low pick 3 versus the double.
Second Dam Special Duty champion, 2-year-old filly in Europe. There is Abrigado, first time on the turf.
Yeah, not much turf pedigree to go on. I mean, press the pace against a really good horse, obviously, in Ted Naffi. We'll see what happens here, but I'm not.
Let's talk about this horse after the post parade, because there's a lot
Another
to say.
one for Bill Mott, number 9, Fourth Dimension.
Yeah, it's not really a turf pedigree, though. It's more of a dirt pedigree. I mean, I know that not this times can do anything, but still.
There is turf in the family, though. The Dam's the sister to Mayday Ready and Nemarelia. The 10 Force to wrap things up.
Yeah, second Dam, Tisme Tiju has some turf sprint pedigree, and this horse showed some speed in the debut before backing out in the mud.
Is that the Raining Flowers family, too? The Mayday Ready family? Yeah.
Yeah. That's the field? No, it's not.
No,
You're
it's
not.
I'm
That's
thinking
right.
they're competitors.
Mayday Ready is a Joe Lee filly.
Yeah, they're
good.
competitors. Now I got it.
As race 4, that's the field for these 2-year-olds on the track. Let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with your favorite. That's number 8, Abrigado, whom I know does not have that much turf pedigree, but weirdly I wrote in that first race in my notes, may like turf. I also thought, though, that he may like a bit more ground, despite being a son of Yalpan. He did work 20-3 at the OBS March sale, and I thought definitely moved more like a turf horse. He is quite sharp for his second start, so I guess I'm okay with the 6 furlongs here on the turf. But I thought there were some other interesting players here. Number 2, Expressway. This will actually be his second go-around, as he was a late scratch back on August 17th after he freaked out in the gate, pulled the bridle off, the whole 9 yards. And, you know, I was watching him in the paddock here while he was well behaved too up at Saratoga in the prelims. He had this brief spaz. He just seems like a horse that when he decides to do something, it's dramatic. And he kind of did something in the paddock, and it was brief, but it was dramatic. So as we see Junior Alvarado giving him a big warm-up here, it's a good-looking type. If anything, he looks fitter than what he did for that first start nearly a month ago. This is a good spot for him to start. He may want to go a bit further than this, but I do think he is all turf horse. Number 5 is Rafa Jr., a son of Caracaro, who's very good with his turf sprinters. And this one worked decently for the 62,000 because he doesn't have much pedigree, but really well-muscled type. I like the 6 furlongs here on the turf course. He looks about 90% fit, is taking some nibbles there on the board for Rick Dutrow Jr. here. Kind of one I want to watch and see, but is well meant for this spot. Fitness is my biggest question. Number 6 is Let's Be Frank, who early on was taking quite a bit of money, got a really big warm-up from Katie Davis. Isn't the biggest type, but definitely has a big stride. He probably wants to go longer on the turf, but I'm going to land here, Acacia, on number 7, No Pressure, who continues to take money. This guy, turf sprint bred, turf sprint built, total turf sprinter body, incredibly fit, incredibly strong and well muscled. I think that this horse, with the money he's taking, will be very live in this spot for Phil Antonacci.
3-1 right now, Maggie, on No Pressure. But as far as the 8 Abrigado, Andy, this horse is a little bit of turf and synthetic. What can he do onto the grass?
I think they tried turf because the horse didn't do any running last time on the dirt, despite being in a pretty good field. And he worked 20 3/5 at the 2-year-old sale. So I think that Brad Cox is hoping that turf will turn him around. Brad Cox is not buying horses for $875,000 for Spendthrift to run them in turf sprints as 2-year-olds. This is a give-up move on a horse that is massively overbet.
Paul, you land on the 7 as well?
Yeah, just from a pedigree standpoint as well. When you look at the dam side and, you know, just the grade 1s and grade 2s that the family has won. And
well,
even
the dam did not produce any particularly good horses. It's the second dam that's very strong.
Yeah, the second dam. Yeah, the second dam. And even when you look at the dam sire, though, won the Jaipur, if you really go back and look. So it's just, you know, but I mean,
he
again,
was a Juddmonte horse.
Yeah.
This one, he actually went through the Goff sale as a yearling at $70,000, though Lindy Farms, the breeder as well. There are some big pedigrees in here with the 4 as well. First-time starters, really the 7, the one that's taking most of the attention. Loading in, 2-year-old sprinting on the turf for race 4. Chris Griffin has the call.
And they're off. Abrigado right out to the front. Force towards the outside. Will be up front early too. And here's B Raging On. B Raging On is up by a neck. Force is keen. Tough to handle. Center of the course wants to go. And they're the top 2. Just off of them, Abrigado. Manny Franco takes off the pace. Is now a shared 3rd and 4th with that the Rail Expressway. Pink Silks, it's going to be Let's Be Frank. And towards the outside, No Pressures on the Move is taken 5th. Well strung out. Pin on Pen. It's towards the back end of the field now and going to be followed by Rafa Jr., 4th Dimension, and Casbrio. Far back is the trailer, 22.53 for that opening quarter mile. They're chasing B Raging On. Ruben Silvera and B Raging On. They are up by 3, trying to keep up. Right there is Force, who's now dropped back to 3rd. Just got passed by Expressway, who's on the move. The rest got to pick it up. No Pressure. Just had to check and steady sharply. They reach the top of the lane. B Raging On sprints for home, has controlled the tempo, but here comes Expressway. Expressway, the yellow cap, a final furlong. Very game is B Raging On, but Expressway catching with every stride. No Pressure is making up ground late. Tips towards the outside, has got to make up some ground. Expressway almost there. No Pressure lunging. Expressway holds on over No Pressure, who was a tough trip second. Also running on was Let's Be Frank from out of nowhere to grab 3rd in 1 minute 9.66 seconds.
Expressway, a bit more professional today. Son of Hardspun getting the victory here. It's funny, Andy, on the bottom side, the dam is the sister to Traipsing, who wanted to go like 1.5 miles. You'd think maybe longer, but with the Hardspun, you see this one able to sprint effectively.
It's just hard to read Bill Mott with these horses, right? It seems like there's a certain amount of randomness. But this horse definitely got a good trip, and as usual, a good ride. And got it done. Probably the 7, No Pressure, a little green first time out, lugging in the stretch, cost himself the win, ran well. The 6 closed late as the race sort of fell apart in the late stages. And we talked about with Abrigado, he ran absolutely nowhere. He was a terrible even money shot in this race.
Didn't do much running in there. We thought the number 3, Raging On, was going to have a little bit of something to say in here. He was a big price at 16-1. Showed speed and ran behind a Next Out Stakes winner. He was a big price. He settled for 4th, Paul, but did show speed and kind of make this race a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, certainly an overlay in this spot, regardless of where he ended up finishing at 16-1. And he ran, and he was improved in this spot too, showing speed. And Ruben Silvera is just ridden well, whether he was on the West Coast or here. So you knew when he broke, he was going to be in front in this field.
Let's go to Maggie.
What about the 6, guys? Let's be frank, as it did not show that much early speed and came flying. I know the race kind of bunching up maybe with the top 3 here, but Katie Davis splitting horses and that guy really galloping out well. And he was one that I was talking to Dermot Magner, assistant for Mike Maker in here. He said, oh, what's the board look like? I said, oh, you're a bit... Just kidding, you're 9-1. And when he asked me, this horse was taking money, drifted all the way up to 23-1 in the end. But I think this is a horse that could benefit, obviously, from this start, but definitely getting a bit more ground. But Expressway behaved himself in the gate today, Acacia, and was able to get the job done. But I definitely think the 6 and 7 are ones that ran very well here at first time.
9-1 on Expressway, a second time to the track. He gets the victory today in his first actual race, homebred for Stone Farm. Certainly a lovely pedigree on this one, and it showed a little bit more professionalism, at least in the running of the race.
Yeah, as far as, let's be frank, I will say Mike Maker actually has decent numbers stretching out maidens in the turf, so maybe he will, but he has all the looks of a horse that's going to be overbet in his next race, stretching out, closed in a sprint situation, but he did run well. I don't disagree at the end. No pressure, probably should have won the race, but that's the way it goes, especially with first-time starters.
Trivia for you, and let's be frank, what Grade 1 winner is the dam the sister to?
Those Koreans, Papa, the only horse I can think of.
It's not a Korean horse.
I don't know.
Serengeti Empress.
Really?
Really?
This
Yeah.
horse is
The sibling went through the sale, so I was able to look at the pedigree on
wait,
the sibling.
wasn't Serengeti
This is
Empress
what I was
an
doing on my
alternation
flight.
also full sister?
To the dam, yeah.
Yeah, the full, because she was an alternation.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about it with Tom actually over the summer.
To the dam.
Yeah,
This
nice.
is what I was doing on my flight this morning, keeping myself
could've been worse.
interested. As well, 2-year-olds to watch, first-time starters running 1, 2, 3, 2, 7, 6, 3, 9-1 winner on the 2 Expressway. But as far as Ricardo Santana, we've talked about him quite a bit on this card already. He certainly has made a splash here in New York, has a win on the card, and looking for more on him after this.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
375, 400, and 400. $400,000 in the back.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Lovely day here in New York City as we are Belmont at the Big A and Expressway. Well, usually can't go that fast on the expressways, but Junior Alvarado was able to do so on the 4-legged version. Junior, you were aboard back on August 17th when this guy just had a kind of a meltdown in the gate. Talk a little bit about what happened that day and how much better he was second time around here at Aqueduct.
You know, this horse was training here at Belmont. You know, they chip in there. I know Liana likes him a lot. He says he's a well-behaved horse, you know, And, but I just think what happened last time, he's a horse, he can overreact a little bit to things around him. Exactly. Kind of, it scared him more than he should. But I think that day, he was very nice in the gate. The horse next to us kind of kicked the back of the gate, make that loud noise, and I think he tried to break through the gate. And when he couldn't, with the guy in the gate was trying to pull him back very quick, and he was already kind of in a panic motion there, and then he went right up, his back leg gave up, so he ended up falling, and he just, I wouldn't, I knew it wasn't something bad that he wanted to do. He just things that sometimes happen when you're dealing with horses.
Because you could see it in the paddock here. He was so quiet, and then suddenly something, and he was just like, oh my God! Yeah. And it was brief, but it was big.
Yeah, that's who he is. He all of a sudden, he can be seeing things, and all of a sudden he see him way too big close to him, and he overreacts. But, Liana, she's been training him here, like I said before, and she did like him a lot. He said he has never missed a beat, and he was training very well. So, I'm glad he showed up today.
You'll be on a true second-time starter a little later on in race number 7, a horse that I really, really like. Has a beautiful pedigree, obviously. Noble Dynasty finishing a good second to Teddy's Rocket, who obviously will be north of the border in a grade 1 today. Talk a little bit about what you hope from him, because he was one that I thought ran very well, was maybe a little bit kind of green going into the gate. So what are we looking for today?
I think he should be more, like easy to handle today, with all that, first time out, sometimes they start seeing things, like I said, they've never seen in the morning. And, he should be forward placed too again. We don't have the best draw. We're on the outside, but he got some tactical speed that hopefully, by the time we get to the turn, I get to be close to the pace and maybe save some ground. But, I mean, if he run the same race or maybe just a little better, he should be fine.
He's such a promising colt, so best of luck with him. Congratulations here.
Thanks, Maggie.
Junior Alvarado with the great insight, and he's going to help me out and pick up my AirPod. Gentlemen, thank you very much for that. I hope he wins as many races as he can today, guys.
He truly is a gentleman. Maggie, thank you. Sending out, going to be aboard Noble Dynasty, the favorite with an outside post in that 7th race, long on the turf for the 2-year-olds later. And he spoke about assistant trainer Leanna Williford, who's been with Bill Mott, 25 years?
Oh, yeah. Every bit of 25 years. She was a successful trainer on her own in Iowa, actually, before going to work for Bill. And I'll tell you, they made the difference in her training, because this horse was so much more professional in the 2nd place finisher. And you could even say that about the 6, who was a little bit green as well.
Big price. They are in the race 4, race 5, back on the main track here, a mile, $17,500, non-winners of 2. 3-1 tepid favorite now on the number 7, Via de la Spiga, as this one goes turf to dirt, drop in class, plenty of changes for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I think we'll see these things change, though, as it looks like True Connection, the 8, is going to be favored over the 3, Got a Guy, when we get closer to post. I like Mr. Wolfendale. Tom Morley's horse, always be smart off the claim.
We'll take a quick time out, talk a little bit more about race 5 when we come back, and more international trot coverage coming up over at Yonkers. Is that the trophy? That's pretty impressive. We'll talk a little bit more about who will be gunning for that after this. A lot more to come at America's Day at the Races.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Jiggy Jog. Jiggy Jog is clear by 4 late. Periculum is chasing from second, but Jiggy Jog is strong up front. Jiggy Jog and Viance for Sparier, Yonkers International Trot. Jiggy Jog, oh Dexter done.
In the 2024 Yonkers International Trot, Jiggy Jog, she was absolutely sensational. Such a fun horse to follow.
Yeah, she was in prime form then, too. And it's a shame that she only ran one more time after that, too, the Dayton Derby, and then they just backed off of her and ended up retiring her. But she was a draw. Anytime that she ran, whether it was in the Meadowlands, Yonkers, wherever they shipped her, Swanstead Barn had a good one in her. And a couple of horses today looking to get revenge off that loss to her in this spot.
In harness racing, the girls run against the boys all the time, right?
Yeah.
There's really not a lot of distinction between
No,
the
not
races.
at all. Yeah, if they can
Kind of
run,
interesting.
they're in spots, especially in races like you see the Hamiltonian Maturity and other races like that for sure. There's no discrimination for age at all.
They have the quality in some of those big spots. You'll see them. That was Jiggy Jog in the 2024 rendition. See who will take this year's, as of course it is the International Trot Grade 1. Paul, quickly, we did see this recently in harness racing for these graded races and these big opportunities. A big change there.
Yeah, it's basically almost along the same lines as what you would see on the thoroughbred side. They started just grading races, and a lot of it was based on the purse or the prestige of the race as well. And you know, it's almost the same account as it was. It just now has graded status attached to it for some of those races, to be quite honest.
Well, here's the feel for the International Yonkers Yonkers International Trot Grade 1. And Paul, you like a little bit of a price in here.
He's the favorite, unfortunately, from a 12-to-1 morning line.
Oh,
They slammed him down to 2-to-1, so maybe my money moved things. I'm not that.
12-to-1 morning line on Geocache.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this horse, he's got a couple of things going for him. He's got adaptability. He's got speed that should play well on the half mile. He's run on smaller tracks before. You take a look at his races, 2-back, he crushed that track record, and he took heat all the way, so we know he can fight, and we know that he's able to take some pressure on the front end. The horse that ran second to him multiple times is a horse that's won the Elite Lop prior, and last time out, he was saddled with a really bad post, and he was in the second tier, and he had to come from way back, which he's not accustomed to doing, but boy, he came a long way to get up for second in that spot as well. So for me, I'm going to take a shot in here that he is going to be forward in a race where I don't fully trust the horse on the rail in Lexus Cody. I was just hoping I was going to get a better price on this 3, but apparently a lot of people see the race maybe the same way I do.
Geocache.
Yeah.
Representing Germany, representing Canada is the one Lexus Cody who you alluded to, set the Canadian record in the Maple Leaf Trot last out.
That was a great race, and we've watched him kind of blossom now this year and turn into a really, really fast, really, really good horse. But what are you going to get here from him today? Because he has one really big win here at Yonkers, and the other 4 times he's broke stride. So we're going to have to see what we get from him today and how he's behaving going to the gate.
Got any more hunch bets real quick?
No.
No? None in here?
No wrestling stuff in this race. Place wrong.
As far as Lexus Cody, Jess, I know you got a chance to catch up with his driver. What do you make of his chances here?
I really like his chances in here, Keisha. I'm actually going to use him on top. He's got the rail to work with. We heard nothing but good things from Yannick earlier on. And what I really loved about that interview is how he alluded to that he's really matured over the last 4 or 5 months. Not even the last year, but just recently the last 4 to 5 months. And I've had a chance to catch up with Yannick and even Ronnie over the last couple of years about this guy. They've been so confident in him and his speed and his ability. It was a matter of that maturity. And it looks like he's really matured into himself. You heard Paul allude to this too. You know, he's got 5 starts over the Yonkers half mile oval, and 4 of those he went off stride. But he warmed up really good. I had a chance to watch him, and Yannick's not really too concerned about the longer distance or the added turns, I guess you could say, in this case, because he's used to those bigger tracks. He is coming off that Canadian track and stakes record of 149-1 up at Woodbine Mohawk Park. But the thing I love the most about him is this guy's lungs, the way he covers the ground and his ability to carry his speed for so far. He is versatile, but I think his best attribute is to be forwardly placed off of the wings and from the rail. He's definitely going to have a shot to do that. So I think that this is going to be a good shot. I'm just going to glance over. He is taking some money on the tote board. He is now 3-1 for the Hall of Fame duo of Yannick Gingras and Ron Burke. Ronnie's also going to send out another one in Southwood Coors. He's going to be a bit of a longer shot in here. He's 46-1 on the board. Nation's leading driver right now, and Jason Bartlett. He's going to pick this drive back up. He's drove him a couple of times, and he has parked every step of the way last time out in that Charlie Hill and against Hill Exotic to actually finish third behind Lexus Cody in that Maple Leaf Trot. So a little bit of value there to be found underneath. I'm going to use a couple of different horses. Double Deceiver. Interesting story on this guy. He actually started his career in the U.S. at 2 and 3. Then he was sold overseas. Lots of good things and articles to be found this year, or this week, excuse me, on a lot of these horses. He's been beaten all the best horses in Europe and Sweden this year. It took him a year for him to adapt to the Swedish races, but now he's here, and he thinks that he has definitely been adapting well to those kind of races. So coming back to the U.S. on an added distance and shorter track, he doesn't think that he'll have any problem doing that. And of course, I'm speaking of Daniel Ridden. He is the trainer. He's won 2 straight graded races in Europe as well. He's a horse who has plenty of versatility. He's coming off of some sharp efforts. Back-to-back wins. Look like one was parked every step. Both parked every step. So he should be in a good spot in here. He's going to start from post 6. Right now he's 3-1 on the board as well. He's going to get Ojarn Kihlstrom back in the bike. He's been driving him overseas. Post 6 to me might be a little bit tricky just because of those 2 trailing positions, the 9 and the 10, but looks like he can pretty much sit on the outside and just kind of wait for the dust to settle before if he wants to make his move to the front, or kind of just wait for that cover. The 9 and 10, like I had mentioned, both start from the back tier as well. Periculum, we heard from Marcus Melander earlier on in the show, and he's pretty confident in him. He always seems to show up. He's pretty lightly raced this year, hasn't missed the board, hasn't been worse than second in those 6 starts, 3 of those being wins. He kind of just got a little bit lost there in the Maple Leaf Trot behind some dull cover. Actually, one of those was his stablemate, but I thought he trotted home pretty nicely. 26 and 4 last quarter. He trotted in 49 and 3, like I mentioned, tying a world record performance. Post 9, maybe not ideal, but we'll see how it shapes out for him. In the 10, Honecker, this horse has won plenty of nice races overseas as well. Post 10 is going to be a little different. Won the 2023 Elite Lap, equaling a race record performance, and he is retiring at the end of the season, so we'll see if he can add the Yonkers International Trot to his resume. Back to you guys for final thoughts.
Just thank you. The Yonkers International Trot coming up. They're lining up. Here's track announcer Rich Matei for the call. You're watching it live here on Fox Sports.
Geocache, 5-2 on 1, Lexus Cody. Also getting play at 3-1 is Double Deceiver. The trotters are set to go. They're off in the $1 million MGM Yonkers International Trot. Lexus Cody from the inside. Geocache shows speed as well. Powwow 3 wide. Atos Kronos is 4 wide. Double Deceiver 5 wide. Periculum picks up a couple spots down towards the pegs and now moves into third. As the field starts to sort themselves out, Yannick Gingras and Lexus Cody have come away with the lead. Geocache 2 lengths off the lead in second. Atos Kronos parked out early here. Atos Kronos is in third. Periculum in fourth. 3 wide, Double Deceiver. Honeck in between horses. He's ranked. And then it's Powwow. Southwind Coors, Gamin Yaba, and the mare Diva Ek is the early trailer. Opening quarter, 28 and 1/5 seconds. Lexus Cody leads them up the back stretch. Double Deceiver in second now. Geocache right in behind the lead is in third. Periculum down towards the inside, paired up with Atos Kronos, who's second over. Honeck's third over. Powwow shuffled now back to 7th. And then it is back to Gamin Yaba, Southwind Coors, and Diva Ek. Half, 57 and 2/5 seconds. It's Lexus Cody from Canada who leads the way by 3/4 of a length. Double Deceiver to the outside. Geocache patiently handled right in behind the leaders. And then it's Atos Kronos. Periculum will need racing room. Honeck third over. And then it is back to Southwind Coors. Powwow paired up with him. Diva Ek, she's to the outside of Gamin Yaba, who now trails 3/4, 127 and 1. Yannick Gingras and Lexus Cody by a length as Double Deceivers still on the outside. Geocache 2 lengths off the lead. Atos Kronos second over. Periculum will need racing room. And then it's Powwow. Southwind Coors went off stride. Honeck is there. Then Gamin Yaba and Diva EK Lexus Cody is still the target. They went the mile in 1:56 flat as they round the far turn. Double Deceiver a length behind. Edos Kronos on the far outside. Geocache will need racing room. Periculum's caught in traffic and Pow out in the middle of the track. They still have to catch Lexus Cody. Geocache begging for racing room. Is he going to get it? No, he's not. Lexus Cody needs to hang on. Diva Eck on the outside. Lexus Cody over Diva Eck, who was flying late, and Pow Wow in 2:24 and 4.
Lexus Cody holding on, but a valiant late rally from Diva Eck on the far, far outside. But Paul, after setting the pace, Lexus Cody was impressive once again.
Yeah, he wanted that lead early on, and just Geocache and him were going at it going into that first turn, and he was able to establish the front, locked me in the box, which kept me from getting any racing room late, and the 8 just came flying. I mean, he's all the way on the far outside, like second to last of the horses that stood flat in that race. But make no mistake about it, Lexus Cody's definitely turned a corner now, getting $1 million race here.
The horse at the pocket who finished 4th, the 3, I agree, he was unlucky. Just never had a chance to run.
Never had a shot. That was back-to-back races. I kind of got locked in. But this guy had his mind on business today because you just didn't know what you were going to get from him on a smaller track. But once he established the front, he was able to settle down. And I also think getting that second quarter in 29 helped him out immensely as well. And he was just able to hold off the closers late as they fanned out behind him.
7-year-old Lexus Cody, he had banked over $970,000. This $1 million race certainly will put him well past that millionaire status. Got to the front, Yannick Gingras in the bike, and he was game late as well. Big late rally from that number 8, Diva Eck. He was on the far outside. He came flying late.
Yeah, the race kind of fell apart late behind.
Excuse me, that's the
excuse me, yeah. You know, a mare in the race, the only mare in the field, actually was able to close up and get up for second. And you know, this kind of sets up Lexus Cody well now for the Breeders' Crown in 5 weeks' time, because he's going to be tough now going in the form that he's been in. So, I mean, looking at him now, as long as he behaves himself and then getting back out on a 7/8 mile track, he's going to be tough, especially since where he ran his big race in the Maple Leaf, that's where the Breeders' Crown's going to be, at Woodbine Mohawk.
Celebrations from Yannick Gingras as he is standing by with Jess.
That's the way you looked out.
Thanks, guys. Winning driver, Hall of Famer Yannick Gingras, Lexus Cody get the job done in the Yonkers International Trot. We talked beforehand. You know, you said he can carry his speed pretty well. Is that how you saw the race shaping up?
No, really, it's not. You know, I really thought they would be able to clear me at the start. We weren't even going that fast, but he was feeling good in the first turn. I could obviously see they were 5 wide outside of me. I just, you know what, like, he felt good. He was trotting. I was like, you know, I didn't think that, like I told you, I didn't think the distance would be a problem. So I was like, even if they were parked outside me, I didn't care.
Double Deceiver was 3 wide there for the first, you know, quarter, almost half of a mile. Didn't look like he was quite done around the far turn. What were your thoughts turning for home?
I mean, you always got to worry about a red-on horse. You know, they're so strong. Yes, I was definitely worried, especially that. You got the line, guys? Especially that I don't even think my horse is on his A game today. I really don't. Otherwise, I think he'd have won by 10 if he was as good as he was in Canada. But it's a lot on these horses shipping back and forth. But yeah, in the last turn, I was almost on empty, and I knew he was still there, and obviously I knew the backfield would come in too, so there was an anxious moment for sure, yes.
Ronnie and his crew have done a tremendous job with them. I know Jojo really loves this horse. How about a shout out for him?
Definitely a shot for Jojo. He really, really loves this horse. If you really pay attention, I'm going to try to pull his pants here in a minute. You know, it's a joke between him and I all the time, but he does a great job. He loves this horse. You know, he works really, really, really hard, and all wins for him.
Nice job. Go enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
There you have it. Yannick Gingras, Hall of Fame driver, Hall of Fame trainer, and Ron Burke get the job done representing Canada with Lexus Cody, with the fastest trotter, bred from Canada as well. They're going to take the Yonkers International Trot in 2:24 and 4. Back to you guys.
Very game, Jess. Thank you, Lexus Cody, with the win, and some bold statements from Yannick there following the race.
Yeah. I mean, he ran well. I don't think he was going to win by 10. I think we can all agree on that.
I don't think that too many horses win races by 10 in harness racing.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. So,
but he set the pace here, and like you said, Paul could set him up for some big ones down the line. Back over Belmont at the Big A, race 5 coming up next. Non-winners of 2. Again, we're going a mile on the main track. Tepid favorite now, all the way to the outside in the 8, True Connection. And Andy, it seems like on the board having a bit of a tough time kind of zeroing in on one horse.
Yeah, I mean, True Connection's taking the late money, is dipped down. I think it's 3-1 or 5-2 right now. It does feel like has a bit of a tactical edge, probably stalking the 5. But you got to take a horse that's been claimed away from Brad Cox, which I think concerns me a little, though I think he's the worst to beat. I like the 2, Always Be Smart, who was sort of eliminated at the break last time, didn't seem to handle the slop. And I'm going to hope that he can get back to some of his better races, but he's not a horse that has a lot of speed, so that could hinder him. But neither does the favorite, Got a Guy. And Got a Guy is in good form coming off the claim, but I don't know if I'd want to bet him at 3-1, and I'd rather take the 5 at a bigger price with a similar running style. The 2, I'm sorry, with a similar running style.
Yeah, the 2, Always Be Smart, kind of got squeezed back last time, then threw his head up, didn't look comfortable on that track. See what kind of trip he gets today. Horses on the track, though, let's check in with Maggie.
And we have 2 horses that are taking some money, I'm sure, with connections in mind, that are switching from turf to dirt. In fact, number 4 in here, Doomed, has never been on the dirt before, but there's pedigree to say that he should be able to handle it, especially at this level. And Brad Cox will do such with this Son of Volatile. There isn't much pedigree on the bottom side to just even report home on. And he is a horse that does have that bigger hoof, but he is quite upright through his pastern, and he's got a more like a straighter hind end to him. So I'm okay with this surface change. Warmed up beautifully on the racetrack. He always has been a bigger, good-looking sort. So I don't mind the switch. And obviously 9-2 is a decent enough price now, 4-1 for these types of connections. Number 7, Via della Spiga, I didn't necessarily love back in the paddock, and he is one that has run his faster races on the turf, but he did break his maiden, albeit in a glacial race, first time out at Mahoning Valley on the main track, and did run much better as far as speed figures in that claiming 20 at Churchill. Like I said, I didn't like him in the paddock, but he's one that completely 180'd me once he got on the track. Hendrick warmed him up beautifully. I mean, this is a guy that's moving well, really kind of hyped up his energy a lot more, so definitely a more favorable impression. But I do like number 5, Brave Bear, as he'll come off a bit of a break here for Rudy Rodriguez. He got really, really light when they gelded him, I think last time, and he's just put on some of that conditioning. He's stronger behind, and furthermore, Acacia, you know he has speed, which I think should be dangerous here.
He's a nice price, too, at 7-1. Maggie, thank you. Brave Bear going in. Doomed now the tepid favorite. Andy, your pick is the 2?
Yeah, but I think a key here is how much speed Brave Bear shows with Ruben Silvera. I think he'll go if True Connection is able to control. I just don't trust True Connection, especially off the claim.
You like the 2 as well?
Yeah, I think so. I want to give him another shot at the level based off the last start, and he's not really a wet track horse.
Race 5, Belmont at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
All set. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Bernie. Goes Boom. The leader is Broderick, and Broderick towards the outside just got passed by Brave Bear in between horses, who now puts a neck in front. Joining them will be True Connection out wider. Well, it's up to 2 as they get set to come out of the chute. It's going to be Brave Bear and True Connection to press on. Pace Duel on the front end, just slipping in behind them is Doomed. It's a well-tracking third, is towards the inside of Via della Spiga. Is ranging up right in behind those leaders. That's the leading quartet. Dropping back was Broderick, who broke on top, is now back in the 6th position. Just got passed by Got a Guy in the orange cap. Center of the racetrack comes Always Be Smart, and the trailer, Bernie, Goes Boom. Measured opening quarter for 23.33. Brave Bear, still a half length in front. It's Brave Bear and True Connection. These two approach. A half mile left to go. They are still right in front of the chasing duo with At the Rail Doomed, and out wider comes Via della Spiga. On the move, here comes Got a Guy. Lane Luzzy looking for a seam, is trying to muscle on out of there, was at the rail, is down towards the inside here. Broderick out wider. It's a wide journey for Always Be Smart. Then Bernie Goes Boom continues to trail. Brave Bear still doing it nicely. True Connection is all in, is trying to cut into the margin. Here comes Doomed, is now taking that path, and Doomed has got the leader in sights. It's Brave Bear who tries to kick on and does. Brave Bear still has more. Doomed is trying to catch that leader. Got a Guy, got that seam, and here comes Got a Guy with a late rally. But Brave Bear is still there. It's Brave Bear who's still up by 3, almost widening now, with 16th left to go. Brave Bear, Doomed, Got a Guy. Give it to Brave Bear. Brave Bear wins it over Doomed. Then came Got a Guy and Broderick in 1 minute 36 and 4.
Brave Bear was brave indeed, getting the win here, stretching out Maggie's top pick, and a horse that certainly took a step forward. First time for Rudy Rodriguez.
I agree. This is a much better race than he's run in any of his recent races. A big improvement for this horse. In fact, I'd say it's the best race he ever ran by a mile.
Yeah, I mean, when you looked at him, my biggest problem was just he was slow on paper, but I guess the mile helped him in being forward in this race. Probably also helped him, and he just got brave on the front end and just was able to wire the fields in here against a group that was suspect behind him, to say the least, with some of them.
Yeah, my two can't run at all. I mean, he was dead last year, didn't do any running. Maybe he picked up. No, I think he picked a couple horses up maybe at the end, but no running really behind this horse.
Looks like it was 5-4-3, Doomed, who went off at 3-1, took a lot of attention, was able to handle the main track, and Got a Guy. The only one that really made up some real ground in there, Got a Guy, flattening a little bit, has to settle for third. But no doubt about the winner, Brave Bear, certainly much the best in race 5, stretching out. Ruben Silvera in the saddle gets the job done at 7-1, 5-4-3-6 in race 5. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the feature today, the Floral Park, still to come as turf sprinting Love Appeals will look for her 4th career stakes score. She won the incredible Revenge at Monmouth last time out and looks to do it again here in New York today.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin, to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Why do we do this? We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So your 3rd generation business can become a 4th and 5th and 6th. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years, with thousands of fans cheering for horses and jockeys yet to come. That's why we come to work every day. Why we travel the world to bring home buyers. Invest in every race. Obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Pandagate has now taken the lead and quickly opens up here. Pandagate with a quick burst really handled this field, won by 7 or 8 lengths at the end.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
We're back on America's Day at the races as we just saw Brave Bear win race 5, Belmont at the Big A. And he did so pretty impressively as well. Ruben Silvera with an aggressive ride. And Andy, you were just saying, you know, Ruben's aggression is something that has made him be able to fit into the jockey colony here in New York.
And Ruben made a very wise decision going to California and riding at Del Mar, where he rode well this summer, and coming back here. He just wasn't going to get the opportunities in Saratoga, and he could get them at Del Mar. He's riding well, and I like aggressive riders, and I think a lot of these riders are going to have to realize that if they're not riding aggressively out there, Ricardo Santana is going to embarrass them.
Yep.
Because he is an aggressive rider that doesn't play by that, oh, there's a bunch of speeds in here, I'm going to rate. When he rides speed horses, he goes, and I think we've had a lot of riders that are just a little bit too passive out there, and I think that they're going to realize that if they're not aggressive along with Ricardo, he's going to dominate them and make them look bad. So I think we're going to get some more aggressive riding, and Ruben is an aggressive rider.
1682 for Brave Bear over Doomed and Got a Guy as we get ready for race 6 coming up. More 2-year-olds in races 6 and 7. This one sprinting on the main track for the 2-year-old maidens here, and it's Schoolyard Superman, who is currently the favorite for Chad Brown. Set a practical joke.
Yeah. I like the name. I don't know where it comes from. It is a good name. And I haven't, these owners hit the bid racing, and or people have actually worked on the American Stock Exchange when I was down there as well. They usually use John Terranova. I've seen him as different trainers. I think this is the first time I've seen him with a horse for Chad Brown.
And Chris Griffin was asking me, we think that the 4 probably is pronounced the way they would in Kentucky for Sales Road, right?
Yeah, when I first went to Keeneland, John Gasper, who works with Shortleaf now, is a great guy, took me around. He picked me up and took me around, and he said, this is for Sales Road. I said, Versailles.
Yeah.
And he said, you're in Kentucky now. It's for sales.
In Kentucky, it's for sales.
Every place else, it is not.
So, yes, it is for Sales Road.
That's race 6.
It's like Fort and Forte, right?
Correct. Houston and Houston, depending on what side of New York you're on.
Greenwich or Greenwich, depending on what state you're in.
Exactly. What was
State
the
of
other one we had?
confusion.
Galway and Galway.
Galway and Galway.
Yeah.
I still can't remember which is which.
Yeah.
I have been to both.
Yes, there you go. You have that going for you. Well, over at Yonkers, we saw a lot of excitement as far as that international trot was concerned, Paul. What are your thoughts on, you mentioned the Breeders' Crown coming up, some of the horses coming out of there and how they might fit in that race?
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Lexus Cody obviously run back now after that start, because now he's blossomed between the Canadian race and then now running here at Yonkers and winning this race, getting back up to Canada in a spot where he's run well and set records up there. It's going to be tough if he's able to hold his form. And a horse like Periculum, who didn't have the greatest of luck in this race, always does come with this race, and probably on a 7/8 mile track will have a fairer shake at being able to get into a flow.
I have one question before we get to Jess. Do you have your chair chained and locked to the fence at the Little Brown Jug for Thursday? Because that's what people do, right? They chain their chairs
they
to the
do
fence.
That, like,
we covered that last
months
week.
in advance. I'm going to be chained.
I love covering the
chained
jug.
to
It
this
was so
desk.
fun.
It does look like a very fun day.
It was
we should
really
go.
fun.
It always is. I'll be
know.
chained to this desk.
Jessica will probably be there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Jessica, let's bring her in. Jess, I mean, we were just talking about the Little Brown Jug coming up next week. Really excited about that. And of course, what we saw today. What were your thoughts on the action this afternoon?
Well, I was actually very impressed with Lexus Cody. You know, I talked to Yannick, obviously in that interview, but a little bit off camera, and he said, if I, could shape up any way that I want this race to go, I would really like to control it. And he didn't think that that was capable of happening. He thought they would maybe try and out and sprint him a little bit there, but they were 5 wide into that first turn, and he ended up getting the lead, holding the lead, and holding off fending fighters at the end of it. So kudos to Lexus Cody, his groom Jojo, as you mentioned. He's been with this guy from the get-go, and he loves this horse so much, so very happy for him as well. And credit to Ron Burke and his crew and just how sharp they have this horse right now, kind of continuing to peak and head into the right directions. He's got a couple of races, on the horizon. As didn't want to get run over by the water truck there, but very excited for those connections. And I'm excited to see how he's going to shape up next. I don't know if he'll head to the Dayton Derby next or down to Lexington before the Breeders' Crown, but there's a couple of different spots where he will head before that Breeders' Crown. But he's kind of the now horse, so I'm excited to see how he'll shape up heading into that. And as far as the Jug, I'm extremely excited. Less than a week away, of course. It's Thursday coming up. I don't have my chair chained on the fence quite yet. I'll do that Monday when I get there, but really looking forward to it. And of course, the likely favorite heading into that race will be Luprin. That's another Ron Burke trainee. We did not get to see him in the Meadowlands space. We did get to see him win that North America Cup final. He is still undefeated in his 3-year-old season after having a couple of months away from the races after a little bit of a procedure there midway through the summer, but he's sharp. He looks great. He's ready to go. And I'd be amiss if I didn't mention I'm rooting for the Michigan boy, Ronnie Wren. What a ride of a lifetime Luprin is taking him on. But we'll be covering the action all day long on Thursday. I'm so excited. If you still got a chance to take a couple of days off from work, make sure you head to Delaware, Ohio.
It looks like so much fun. Jess, we can't wait for the coverage. As you saw, you can see it here on Fox Sports. Looks like just a tremendously enjoyable afternoon of racing. And you see kind of that really fun family enthusiastic atmosphere.
Yeah, it's a very fair-like day, right? A lot of people that are going year after year and having fun. I enjoy when we covered it last year.
Yeah, they shut the whole town down, so everybody
Pretty
comes
cool.
out, and you're right on top of the action, which is what's great about being at a half-mile track like that is that you could just literally set up right in the turn. Horses are right in front of you right there, and that's great. Can't ask for more.
Little Brown Jug coming up next week. But for now, that's time for us to say goodbye. Time flies when you're having fun.
It was fun.
It was fun.
Always.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be fun leaving.
I'm coming back. I'll be reporting later.
We're not.
As Paul, thank you for the harness insights. As always, we'd be lost without you. We will have, of course, that big coverage coming up from Woodbine, north of the border. Charlie Appleby looking for his 3rd Woodbine mile, and he has a big chance to get it. More on that with Greg Wolf and the team after this.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 NYRA Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995. Good to be with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Continuing Saturday action from Belmont at the Big A. Incredible lineup north of the border at Woodbine. And the sun shining down on us here in South Ozone Park, New York, as we get set for the start of the Pick Six coming up just 14 minutes away. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin taking over for Acacia and Andy, as we get set to kick off this Pick Six with 2-year-olds going 6.5 furlongs. Good to see you on a beautiful Saturday afternoon.
It is nice out, isn't it? It's a little warm during the day, but still cool at night, or cooler at night, which I appreciate.
Getting into fall.
Yeah, it's nice.
Which means we're getting close to the Breeders' Cup and a lot of big races, certainly at Woodbine this afternoon, that could play a big part on championship weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think that some performances we might see at Woodbine today could lead to horses being favored in some races in the Breeders' Cup, whether it be the juvenile turf, the juvenile fillies turf, or even the mile.
Yeah, the Summer, Natalmo, the Woodbine Mile, all coming up. Let's take a look at the Floral Park, our feature here this afternoon. And the Miguel Clement barn will send out 3. We'll have Appeals, Don't Look Back at All, the 2 major contenders of that trio, 7-2, 5-2, Morning Lion. Let's take a look at Don't Look Back at All, who proved last time out. Might have thought, well, maybe the better days of this 5-year-old mare are behind her. Just second to probably the best, or one of the best in the division last start.
No, absolutely. When you
bad break.
Yeah, when you get beat by a Future Is Now, there's definitely nothing to be embarrassed about there. Yeah, I mean, look, he's got a strong hand. Miguel does in this spot, and it starts with this one. But I like horses that have a little bit more tactical speed in races like this, or at least will be better prices if they're going to come from off of it.
I like this effort, but we'll see. Yeah, obviously, Luna Luska on the rails. If we look at its finish from Don't Look Back at All, as the controlling speed in here. Do you think she's good enough against this group? This should be a big class test for her.
It is. She's going to be going a little bit further, right? I mean, obviously, at Upstate, we go 5.5, and her last race was at Indiana where she went 5, but we're going 6 today. But sometimes that speed, you can kind of really run other horses off their feet, open up, take advantage of it. So of the speed horses, Luna Luska is the one for me.
Meanwhile, talked about this incredible card at Woodbine, which will have Breeders' Cup implications. The Mile, Group 1, $1 million purse. And the favorite from last year's Breeders' Cup Mile returns to try and, I guess, some unfinished business and get back to that Breeders' Cup Mile. Charlie Appleby has dominated this race when he has showed up at this race, and with most of the Group 1s in Canada. Notable speech last time out, just an incredible effort at a straightaway going a mile.
I mean, I loved Notable Speech last year in the Breeders' Cup Mile, and it took an outstanding performance from More Than Looks to beat him. You know, he's been, I don't want to say he's been off form. He hasn't been his previous self this year, but that last race was one of the most visually impressive things I've ever seen. I think he's back, and I think we can expect the best from him.
William Buick will be back aboard as regular pilot. Meanwhile, Win for the Money surprised in this race last year for Marcassi at better than 13-1. He won't be a surprise if he wins it this year.
Yeah, he was surprised last year, but the funny thing is he hasn't won since then. He's had, 6 efforts since then, 5 efforts since then, and hasn't been able to figure it out. I think this was the day that you wanted Win for the Money. I mean, this is one of those situations where it happens occasionally. If Notable Speech shows up and runs Notable Speech's race, it doesn't really matter what any of the rest of them do. Notable Speech will win this race.
8-5 morning line. Do you think we're going to see much shorter than that?
Yeah.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
That seems, yeah. Yes. Significantly shorter.
Yeah.
I would think even potentially more in the area of 4 to 5.
Yeah. Look at the list. Pretty good group of Woodbine Mile winners to go on and win the Breeders' Cup Mile, and he's in that lineup of having that sort of talent. Obviously, he's a favorite last year and just got outkicked to lose by less than a length. So that is a win, and you're in for that race. That'll be race 9, 5:39 Eastern start time. Have those 2-year-old races coming up as well. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, though, race 6 to start off the Pick 6 here at Belmont of the Big A. 6.5 furlongs for these 2-year-olds, many of which making their debut. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
9 minutes to post down here, and we'll check in with with the horse that is taking the most play early on here in number 2, Schoolyard Superman, a son of Practical Joke, who is also trained by Chad Brown. And on the bottom side, is half to a decent dirt sprinter, but the dam, she is half to Crazy Mason, who of course has been participating, winning, and running well in many graded stakes. So looking at this guy in his preparations, he has been working well up at Saratoga. If you look at his work 3 back, he was inside of Time to Win, who ran a decent second first time out off of that very breeze. He was slightly second best, but then he comes back with another 48 and 4, and he was hard on the bridle and full of run throughout back on August 30th. Watching those on First TV, he's a big, mature-looking guy with a lot of substance to him. He looks about as fit as he possibly could. I think a race is obviously going to benefit him, but he's acting like he's been here, done this before. I think he's very formidable in this spot. Now, John Terranova, he'll send out number 1, Gordy, in here. They paid $150,000 for this son of Motown after he worked 10 and 1, and he looked to have some gears. You had to be asked a little bit for him, but I like the fact that he was asked, he lowered himself, found another stride. Asked again, lowered himself again, and found another stride. So I appreciate that. He's a bigger horse, and I still feel like he needs to grow into himself a bit more here, Greg, and he is wearing blinkers first time out, but he was one that I thought, based upon that workout, and 2, his quick workouts on the Belmont training track, that he could be a dangerous sort in this spot.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here's our post parade. We start with Gordy, John Terranova, 92.
Yeah, you get Eric Hansel on the rail. Tough place to start for a first-time starter.
5-2 favorite, first-time starter for Chad Brown, Schoolyard Superman.
Yeah, this horse is taking some money. This is a race that I thought so many of them look so similar. I wanted to make sure I saw the board to help follow the money.
Day 1 starter lost the debut at 20-1.
Yeah, it was 20-1 that day, but that makes me feel like they probably didn't think they were going to run that well, but does have experience. We've seen how valuable that can be in these types of races.
Versailles Road went by for Pletcher.
Yeah, another one. You get Kendrick Carmouche, always helpful getting out of the gate with a first-time starter.
Chad Brown, first-timer, Dream Machine.
Interesting to see Ricardo riding for Chad.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that's something to do with the success he had at Saratoga.
Credit history, Bill Mott debuts.
Yeah, you got Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott, the ones that brought you and will continue, hopefully, to bring you sovereignty.
And Rick Dutrow Jr., second-time starter, debuted at Delaware into the Light the 8.
Yeah, a bunch in this family can run. You get an Into Mischief here. This is an interesting one who's being a little bit ignored on the board.
Take a look at what's ahead. Presented by Claiborne Farm. Fast and firm, beautiful weather. Here in New York, Tapeta and firm on the turf out at Woodbine. This race 6, again, kicks off the pick 6, Floral Park. Part of that sequence in Woodbine Summer. Natoma, Woodbine Mile, all win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup. Juvenile Fillies turf, Juvenile turf, Juvenile Fillies turf, and Woodbine Mile, win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile, where always depends what Europeans are going to show up. Deterministic, I would think. That's the race they're pointing to with him. It'll be fun to see as these final preps play out over the next few weeks. Get signed up, started, play it all with NYRA Bets. Match 200 code to use at sign up. Go to NYRABets.com. Get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at one of 2 horses who do have experience, and that is number 3, Day 1 starter. Now, in his debut, as you guys were mentioning, he was a big price, and I thought it was a good education, the running of that race, because he actually broke fairly well, and Joel Rosario kind of kept him behind the early pace setters. He may have looked to be rushed off his feet just a bit, but still, he stayed on quite nicely, evenly throughout the running of that race, which was wired by Emphasis, but some closing from well behind, including the beaten favorite that day in Stradale. Day 1 starter, however, looking at him in the paddock, just looked very weak. Weak top line, weak hind end, and he has benefited greatly from that first start. Much of Shug McGahee's horses do so. You know, it's a development process, and he's definitely taken a step forward from first to second start physically, but also, well, he was very laid back, not really clued in that debut. So much sharper today, from the time in the paddock to the time out on the racetrack as well. So you can't trade experience. It's invaluable in these 2-year-old races. As we'll move on to some first-time starters. Number 4, Versailles Road for Todd Pletcher. You know, looking at the bottom side of the pedigree, while the dam, she did win her first start as a 2-year-old. She won on all 3 surfaces, but she was a stakes winner on the synthetic. There's been more turf, and honestly, this guy is a bit more of a turf hoof, but I'm sure Todd Pletcher knows that, so maybe it's a positive that he debuts here on the dirt. Bit of a smaller, handier type. Just a bit common acting, honestly, from the paddock to the racetrack. You know, Kendrick had to really get after him. He wanted to buck and duck and dive when he first took him away from the pony. I don't know. Look, Todd did so well with his 2-year-olds up in Saratoga. I'm wondering if that does continue down here. He's one that at a short-ish type of price I was willing to look past. Is Trad Brown sending out another one in here, not taking as much money as number 5, Dream Machine, son of Mackenzie. And the second dam, she was a graded stakes winner sprinting on the dirt, and that's what this guy looks like. He is a bit of a smaller, kind of built downhill, very kind of typey looking, rounded type of horse, round shoulder, round hip, round kind of crusty neck to him. I like him. I know he's not the more fancied of the 2 from Chad, but I think he will run well here. He has shown professionalism, and sometimes these horses that are training down here at Belmont with his assistant Dan Stupp just don't get as much attention, but Dream Machine made a favorable impression today. As number 6, Credit History for Belmont. They paid $275,000 for this guy. He worked a slowish 10-3, but he was a little bit green. He was asked with the riding crop and veered out when asked with that left-handed crop, and then he straightened again. He wasn't really asked a bit, so he did look fairly quick. I don't know. I feel like he'll probably need a start to get things going here overall, Greg. But again, we saw Bill win an earlier race, albeit on the turf, with a first-time starter.
Maggie, thank you. Here we go. Pick 6 starts here coming up after we had a pick 6 carryover on day 1 of the meet, and then a very formful carryover day on Friday with the love being spread around and many hitting.
Yeah, I mean it's you know, it's always nice to have a pick 6 carryover. You know, it helps with, you know, takeout obviously can be a challenge. It makes it harder to win at this game. So when you have a pick 6 carryover, it's an opportunity to kind of reduce that to a certain extent.
What do you think in terms of this sequence today, outside of this race?
I think this is a really hard start. You know, there's no one that really stood out too much from a standpoint in terms of like workout reports. It's going to be a tough one.
And we have a horse coming off the board here into the light. The 8, one with experience, will be scratched for Rick Dutrow Jr. So there were only 2 in the race with experience. Now one of them gone. That leaves day 1 starter, the 3, as the only runner with a race under his belt. So note that change. If you've already put a pick 6 ticket in, you'll get a moment to make a quick change here.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I'll land on the 3, day 1 starter. I think even this summer at Saratoga, you realize that, you know, the next fastest horses in the world, we hear about them all the time, and experience just goes so far. And this summer, I think more than ever, you know, it just kind of, I started just to continue to play with this idea that if horses take money first time, or don't take money, excuse me, first time out, it's either because they don't have any talent, they haven't shown anything in the morning, or it's just kind of known that they're not ready yet. They're not fit. They're not ready yet. So when you look at a horse like Day 1 Starter, who was 20-1 first time out, but he's come back and he's got a B+ work on the workout report, there's obviously a little bit of talent there. So the reason he was probably 20-1 is he wasn't ready yet. Well, he's likely going to be a little bit more ready now because he's got to start under his belt, and he's working well. So for me, it's a wide open race, but I'll go with the 3, Day 1 Starter.
Nothing like, yes, for a 2-year-old having a start under your belt to completely change the outlook of things. So many times that debut is just a complete toss-out.
Oh, yeah, for
Just a
sure.
learning experience.
Especially for someone like Shug too. Like, I don't think Shug's waking up every morning figuring out how he's going to get one to win first out. I think he's trying to figure out how to develop horses into having longer careers.
Having said that, it is a first-time starter. Next door, who is favored? This one on your screen right here. Schoolyard Superman. Manny Franco for Chad Brown. Son of Practical Joke. 9-5 favorite as we get set to start this pick 6. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Versailles Road. Dream Machine and Credit History. Credit History to the outside. Almost in. Now in. All set. And they're off. Credit History broke very well from the far outside, is up by a half length. Joined to the inside here by Dream Machine, wants to muscle on through day one starter, and at the rail, that's going to be Schoolyard Superman. The one taken back is Gordy, second to last, and the trailer, Versailles Road. A battle for the front, and now day one starter. Javier Castellano, they emerge, and they're up by a full length. To the outside, red cap is Credit History as a challenging second, and towards the inside, there comes the gray. That's going to be Schoolyard Superman. Losing some ground was Dream Machine, is now back to fifth, as here's the momentum from Gordy towards the outside, 22.34. For that opening quarter mile, the trailer shoved along is Versailles Road, who starts to warm to the task. The leader is day one starter. Here comes company. Credit History to the outside, and a quick move here. Schoolyard Superman wanted to go through, could not get through at the rail, had to check, and the leader is still day one starter. Trying to try again. Oh, Schoolyard Superman, and he checks and goes down. Schoolyard Superman did unseat the rider, went down. Horse is up. Rider is also up. We've got a furlong left to go. It's day one starter to the inside, chased by Credit History. Late run here from Gordy. That's going to be the top three. It's going to be day one starter here in race number 6. Day one starter over. Credit History. There's Gordy and Versailles Road. Again, the loose horse hopefully gets collared here by the outriders. Rider walk to the ambulance. Running time, 1 minute 16.72.
Day one starter gets the winner, crosses the wire first. We'll wait and see if the stewards take a look at this. Not sure how much he came in and caused what happened with Schoolyard Superman and Manny Franco. We did hear Chris Griffin, great news, say both horse and rider did get up. So we'll get more on that for you in a moment. But yeah, not sure how much this unofficial winner caused this incident, if at all. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, guys, I just saw that the Outriders caught up with day one starter. Oh, it's a horrible experience for a first-time starter to have to go through that, and his saddle literally back at his flank by literally his groin as Manny Franco just hopped out. He is so tough. I've never seen a rider more resilient than Manny Franco. Just literally hopped out of the ambulance. They're going to take him down to be examined by first aid. But guys, he's out. He's talking to everyone. Very scary situation here, and a rightful inquiry into the winner.
Oh, thank you, Maggie. Great news to see Manny Franco walking under his own power and getting into that ambulance. Of course, he'll get checked over, but that's the best news to come out of this right now. We'll wait and take a look here, and the inquiry sign now has been posted.
It has been. Yeah, I'd imagine they'll take a look at it and see if there was anything at the top of the stretch that might have caused that.
All right, we'll take a look when we come back from a short timeout. Unofficially here, 3614 inquiry sign posted. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2.
$1,000,000 $1,600,000 $6,600,000. $1,600,000 bid today. $1,600,000 bid now. Bid now. $650. $1,650,000. $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today. $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Thursday on America's Day at the Races, join us for the Great American Harness Race, the 80th edition of the Little Brown Jug, live from Delaware Fairgrounds in Ohio. Thursday's action kicks off 1 Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and inquiry still in process here for this maiden special weight for 2-year-olds. And we'll get back to that in a moment. Win and you're in the first of 3 north of the border at Woodbine. Group 1 Summer Stakes, $500,000 purse. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. This race at a mile 2-turn mile. And Wild Desert, not just Charlie Appleby loaded in the mile with a horse to beat, but this race here with the big favorite.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a couple on the card today that could be dangerous. And of the 2-year-olds, he's got 2 in. I like Wild Desert. It's a little tricky. I like Wild Desert the most, but of the American horses, I like Teddy's Rocket the most. So it's hard for me. I think that one of those 2 is a very likely winner of this race, and I think the Natalma, it could be a little bit more tricky. But Wild Desert, he won on debut, and in his 2 races after that overseas were both winning type performances, just unable to do so. I think for the longest time, those European trainers used to kind of bring their B teams over here to compete. Charlie Appleby kind of changed that a little bit. He started bringing some of the A-teamers over here, and I feel like Wild Desert might be one of those. He was bet. He lost to a stablemate last time, but he was the one who was taking all the money.
Significant trouble in that race, too, and still ran through it and ran huge, albeit in defeat. But he, is the 9-5 favorite, the 10 here on the board, Wild Desert for Charlie Appleby. But you have the secret adversary as well, who was a listed stakes winner, who we'll get to in a moment, the 4. Here's Argos, Riley Mott, 2 sprints stretching out.
Yeah, you'll have to see how this horse can handle the stretch out. Ran in the Soaring Free, which was a little bit slower than the female version of that race, the Catch a Glimpse.
Rude Procedure, Mark Cassie, long shot went by. Here's time frame for Cassie as well.
Yeah, time frame. Took some money last time, ran well enough. Another one that has to handle a little added distance.
Here's the secret adversary, winner of Tipperary and a stake.
Yeah, look, I thought this one was interesting. One of the European types that came over. Timeform US has his figures in competition with these.
Big number turf debut for 2-out Hero.
I like this one. I thought this horse ran extremely well, and I'd like to think that there shouldn't be a problem stretching out.
Here's Bill of Ice. Sahin Savachi won at a mile and a 16th, but a slow time.
Yeah, didn't get a fast time, got a slow figure. It's always hard to know what to make of horses like this.
Casson, Mark Cassie, Patrick Husbands rides.
Casson, trained by Mark Cassie. That's not confusing.
Kevin Attard, Marcus J, dominant winner on synthetic in the debut.
Yeah, this horse took a lot of money first time out, which makes me wonder how good the group is that he beat.
Wild Desert, so here's the favorite for Charlie Appleby.
Yeah, he just has a bunch of class for a trainer who wins a lot of races when he comes over here in either Grade 1 or Group 1 company.
And Teddy's Rocket, debut winner Saratoga from Miguel Clemani, was favored in that mile race.
I thought he was the most impressive 2-year-old turf horse that we saw throughout the meet. And I was really excited to see where he was going to show up. It just so happens it's here. I think he's very live. I just hope he didn't run into a monster in the 10 Wild Desert.
Meanwhile, back here in this first leg of the pick six, inquiry sign, it is still up, so Stewart's still taking a look in sort of a tricky position in terms of the track where the cameras are situated to see if there was anything with the 3 causing this.
Yeah, it is a tricky spot to have a clear angle on what's happening here. But obviously, they're going to look to see, excuse me, I'm assuming if Manny kind of put himself into a jackpot or if Javier put Manny into the jackpot, and to see if anyone was to blame for what happened, the incident that happened at the top of the stretch.
So we will keep you posted. Let's take one more look at it. So keep your eyes on the 3 in front here, and then that 2, the gray on the rail. Of course, the eventually goes down with Manny Franco.
It's just very, very hard to tell whether or not Javier took some of his ground. I can tell you it doesn't look like, if I had to be forced to make a decision, I would say it didn't look like he took his ground away from him right there. But like you said, the camera angles make it very hard to tell.
Let's go down to Maggie for more.
Well, I did have the opportunity to catch up with Chad Brown's assistant here, Dan Stupp, and with regards to the condition of Schoolyard Superman. And he said while he did receive a ride back to his stall on the backside here, that initial inspection looks as though he is okay. And like I said, Manny Franco, he'll be checked out by first aid, but upon initial inspection with him too, he looked to be fine. Now, with this, decision, with this inquiry taking as long as it is, that usually does result in a disqualification. I'm not saying that it will, but generally speaking, when it's taking this long to try to figure out where to put this horse, which rightfully would be last, and that would make number 6 in here, Credit History, your unofficial winner. So if I get any more word, and if we hear Chris Griffin soon, I'll let everyone know. Greg?
And Chris Griffin about to make an announcement. It looks like the inquiry sign has come down. And yeah, there is no change, just announced. So that result will stand. Day 1 starter, your winner.
Yeah, and Day 1 starter, he had that experience. He popped away from there. Didn't show much speed on debut, but he did this time around. He found the front. It's a thing to consider that these first-time starters could have all the talent in the world, but there's something about having that experience, and Day 1 starter had it.
And you want to get these wins now and be able to get into a prep to be able to try and get to the Breeders' Cup, and now Day 1 starter has that ability.
Yeah, has it. If they want to be, they'll try to find a spot. I'd imagine if you have depending on what the figure comes back, or they could just take their time and point for a race a little bit later, like the Remsen or something like that. You don't have to rush to try to get into the Breeders' Cup at this point of the summer. And I would imagine someone like Shug will do what's best for the horse rather than what's what race they can try to get into.
This race here, I know you said Teddy's Rocket. We're back at Woodbine for the Group 1 summer. The 10 Wild Desert, Charlie Appleby, the 12 Teddy's Rocket. They're posts 9 and 10 with scratches. that a concern at all for you here at a 2-turn mile?
It's not
Fairly
ideal.
long run.
It's not ideal. It reminds me
turn.
of Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf winner Hit It a Bomb, who was in the 14 hole, and everyone the price just kind of creeped up but he ended up working out a perfect trip from out there. Golden Pal broke from the 14. You have a better chance of getting a poor trip when you're out there, but horses like this, they're going to come from off of it. You know, there's no problem. They could tuck right in. The problem I'll say here is that the price is too close now with Teddy's Rocket and the 10. I think the 10 could potentially be a really nice horse. And if I'm getting 2-1 on him or 4-1 on Teddy, I'd probably just take the 10. But in terms of the pick 5, give me both of them.
Here we go. Group 1 summer starts a guaranteed pick 5. That includes the Woodbine Mile. Robert Geller with the call. 2-1 favorite. Wild Deserts for Charlie Appleby with William Buick.
Every race in this pick 5 sequence is going to go a mile and a quarter, and I'm anxious to see what horses in this race can get the distance. And you know, that sometimes is half the battle when you're handicapping these races, is can they get the distance. My only question about a horse like Delayed Hanover, who's at, by the way, 3-5 right now, second start off the layoff. Well, this horse outclasses everyone. You know, is the layoff going to prove to be too much?
He doesn't have to win.
Marcus J goes right on by that group to go to the lead, and Cassin's handy. It is Marcus J, 2-out hero from Argos. Over near the inside early, Rude Procedure. Out wide at Time Frame and Cassin by a couple of lengths. And then came Teddy's Rocket. Fighting the rider there is the Secret Adversary to the turn. Wild Desert wide on the track, second last. And last in the early stages, Bill of Ice. Marcus J controls the pace out in front. 3 parts to Cassin into the backstretch. A length and a half, 2-out hero third settling. And a length behind them, Rude Procedure. On the inside lying fifth, Argos, joined by Time Frame. A length to the Secret Adversary, still racing a bit rank. On the outside, Teddy's Rocket. The favourites back at the tail, Wild Desert. And on the inside is Bill of Ice. About 8 lengths covers the field, a half mile to run. And Marcus J through a first quarter in 23-1 leads the way from Cassin. Right behind them, 2-out hero in a very snug spot. Rude Procedures lying in fourth, a length and a half to Time Frame. Argos on the inside. Behind them is Teddy's Rocket trying to muster a challenge. The Secret Adversary is well behind. So too Wild Desert spots them 10 lengths and starting a run now for William Buick. And as they turn, Bill of Ice is last. Coming on the outside, Cassin, and behind is 2-out hero after Marcus J. And down the center goes Rude Procedure, Marcus J and Cassin, and in the clear, 2-out hero. And down the outside, Wild Desert's coming from a mile back. Out in front is Cassin, and now coming is 2-out hero, and Wild Desert is out there on the extreme outside with Argos. Argos, Wild Desert, and 2-out hero. It's Argos in front, and Argos has just won from Wild Desert and 2-out hero, and back and forth Teddy's Rocket.
Argos, Riley Mott, Flavian Pratt just outlasting Wild Desert, who did put in that run. He was wide, though.
Oh, he was. He came running. I mean, Wild Desert just had so much ground to make up. He was going like 5 wide into the first turn. The 4, the Secret Adversary started to come out a little bit, carried the 12 and the 10 out. They ended up working out okay trips, but man, they had to make up a lot of ground. The 1 ended up working out a nice trip from the inside with Flavian Pratt, and another Group 1 win for Riley Mott.
Yeah, who had that breakthrough win, world beater, Saratoga Derby Invitational. Nice to be in position from the outset, though, to save all this ground. And you brought it up, so we should have mentioned this, too. But, yeah, the main turf course under construction, so all these races on the grass being run on the inner turf.
Yep. So, you know, tighter turns, a little bit of a different animal. The mile at Woodbine typically run in a one-turn fashion, and I'm sure that the 10, the 12, and the 4 would have preferred that one-turn configuration this year. All the ground that they lost.
110, 5-12, 6-1. On Argos, Riley Mott, 2 sprints stretching out to a mile, and a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf with that winning performance. As we get back to Belmont at the Big A, Inquiry and Day 1 starter survives it, and this maiden score upheld. Shug McGahee, Wilson Family Stables, Javier Castellano with a win.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice start to the pick 6. And look, this horse had the experience, and that experience went a long way.
Credit history, Gordy, 2nd and 3rd. Then we'll move on to the late pick 5. Stretching out and on the lawn, at a mile and a 16th for 2-year-olds. Maiden special weight coming up, where we have odds on Boss Henry, Chad Brown, and a rider change here. Lane Lezzy will be aboard, this runner for Spendthrift Farm. Blinkers on, start number 2, beat by final score in that debut. He came back and won a stake.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money for Boss Henry. I thought Noble Dynasty was going to be tough. We just saw Teddy's Rocket run at Woodbine. Noble Dynasty ran 2nd to Teddy's Rocket last time. He's drawn in the 12. British Invasion was beaten by Capital Partner. I thought those horses would take money. Feels like someone took a big shot there.
It's early.
To Boss Henry.
Yeah, we got time. 16 minutes away. We'll see if these odds kind of even out a little bit as we get set for the late pick 5. Again, 2-year-olds, mile and a 16th on the lawn when we come back to kick off this late pick 5.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Jackie's Warrior, Elite Power on the far outside. Jackie's Warrior settles for 3rd today. At the 16th hole, Godite is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again.
Motivating at 870, come down to 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the races. Wow, we've been very lucky this summer. It's a glorious day here in South Ozone Park, Queens, and we have another 2-year-old maiden special weight, this time going long on the turf. And we see some second-time starters garnering the attention. Now, I don't get the 4 to 5 on Boss Henry, so I'm going to start with the horse that is 3 to 1 and I think should be favored. I'm a big fan of number 12, Noble Dynasty, for Bill Mott. I know Teddy's Rocket finishing 4th in the race that we just saw up at Woodbine, showing some greenness. I think he was almost his own worst enemy, slash the post position, but still a talented runner nonetheless. And Noble Dynasty, I thought ran very well in defeat. If anything, he's moved move forward here today from a fitness perspective. I love the fact that he's really laid back here and just taking it all in stride. This is a horse that comes from the Royal Delta family, so there's this wonderful, beautiful pedigree. He's a son of Kingman. I'm a big fan, if you can't tell. But as Junior Alvarado said to me earlier in an interview, they are going to have to work out a trip from that far outside post position. But I think he is the one to beat, as opposed to Boss Henry, who didn't really, take that much money. He ran fine first time out. He was acting up a little bit in the gate, so do pay attention to that, as he will have to stand for quite a while yet again coming out of that 2-hole. And he was at the back, therefore, after braking a bit slowly and just seemed green. He was 4 wide while commencing a rally around the second turn, and I thought he ran on well whilst very green. So adding the blinkers does make a good deal of sense, but I know Gunrunner is a son of Candy Ride, but boy, I have not seen many that like the turf. And for me, Boss Henry doesn't really look like a turf horse. I know he ran well on it and he moved fine over it, but in the face of Royal Dynasty, who is a confirmed turf horse, I'll take him all day long, as they just put a pair of shortcut cheater blinkers on him. Now, there's some first-time starters from the Todd Pletcher barn. Number 3, Gio's to Blame here for the coach, Rick Pitino, owning this one, as he's a son of Blame, and wow, does he really have a Blame head. I remember Blame looking very Arabian, very accentuated eyes and type.
Apologies, some technical difficulties here. We'll see if we can get Maggie back momentarily. She was talking about Gio's to Blame, first-time starter, the 3 on our screen here for Todd Pletcher, who was so good with his 2-year-olds at Saratoga, particularly his turf 2-year-olds. Had a great summer.
Yeah, the tricky thing about this one's a half to Krupe, who was obviously better on the dirt. Blame obviously was better on the dirt, and his offspring have most of the ones that have been runners, to me at least, have been dirt types. But when a Hall of Famer like Todd decides to try the grass, at least got to take it into consideration to a certain extent.
15-1 for the debut. Meanwhile, this is the runner that Maggie preferred over Boss Henry. This Bill Mott, second-time starter. Junior Alvarado back aboard Noble Dynasty. The debut, August 7th, Saratoga, and was narrowly defeated by Teddy's Rocket, who, again, we just saw run in the Group 1 summer. Yeah, this is one of those strength of schedule things for me, right? I mean, Teddy's Rocket, who just ran well enough in the summer, the Group 1 summer. In Noble Dynasty, first time out, was bet in that race and ran well and came running at Teddy's Rocket, as a matter of fact. Some might argue was going better than him late. So he definitely makes a lot of sense. He's got that experience, and experience goes a really long way when you're dealing with these young horses that have still not won their races. Start number 2, outside post, not quite a very long run to that first turn. So we'll see if Junior Alvarado can work some magic to get position. Back to Woodbine. And there's your winner, Argo. There was an inquiry, I believe it was just involving your third place finisher, though. But I believe the result stands and no change. Yeah, so Argos $15.70 for the win. Riley Mott and Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, it was a story of different trips. And to be fair, 2-out Hero actually got a pretty good trip. He stayed ground basically all the way around there. Wild Desert just had a lot of work to do. Argos didn't have nearly as much.
Here we go with the start of a mandatory jackpot pick 6, mile and a 16th. Ontario Matron, Group 3, 3-year-olds and up. And Wild Pansy, Kevin Attard, has not raced since November of 24. Canadian debut coming up. European runner, but who was 2 for 3 on synthetic.
I thought this race was impossible. I thought the rest of the races in the sequence that we'll see here were at least approachable in terms of in terms of trying to identify who could win. I hate the all button. Man, this felt like an all button type of race.
Very tough one to begin it. Very interesting that one coming off such a long time away, though, opens up as the favorite as we get back to Race 7 here in the late pick 5. 8 minutes to post. Our post parade coming up shortly. But another interesting race. I mean, you look at this board right now. We still have time. Things could change. But British Invasion at 5-1. The 7 for Miguel Clement seems like a very right price.
Yeah, another one. I think that the other horse, I'd mentioned that I thought Teddy's Rocket was probably the most impressive 2-year-old. I think the other argument would be that the other most impressive 2-year-old was Capital Partner, that you'll see in those Klarovich silks on the outside here. British Invasion, just like Noble Dynasty, ran second in their maiden race that was actually pretty good. So I've got no problem with British Invasion either. British Invasion right here makes the front and then just gets run down by a flying late Capital Partner. But, when you have these horses that run second in productive races, races where the winners were good, you can imagine that they're going to take another step forward with experience, and maybe when they don't run into a Teddy's Rocket or a Capital Partner, it can go a long way for them.
Riders up. Post parade coming up momentarily. What about someone like the 4 in here for Tom Proctor and the ability to improve second time out?
100%. I singled this horse. I circled this horse as a horse that I thought was very interesting, a horse that could improve, a horse that turf sprinted first time out for connections that, will take their time, allow a horse to develop and have a career in Glen Hill Farm. And, this is a horse that ran well enough, I thought, against Intricate Spirit. The Grand Dam won a grade 1 going 10 furlongs on the grass. This just feels like this horse is going to appreciate going longer.
Here comes our post parade, and we talk about the 2 in here. Here's Boss Henry, still the 7-5 favorite with Lane Luzzy.
Yeah, the horse can win. He's just entirely overbet.
Huge opportunity for that young rider for Chad Brown. The 3, Gio's to blame for Rick Pitino Racing. Todd Pletcher trains.
Yeah, first-time starter for Todd, getting on the grass for the first time. I don't see any works up at Saratoga on the grass. Horse has been working on the dirt exclusively.
One we were just talking about, those famous colors at Glen Hill Farm for Tom Proctor and Mount Sopris.
I think this horse is going to take a step forward, and 16-1 is a nice price.
Bill Mott, first-timer, the 5, Woodster.
Yeah, this one not taking any money. Not often you see Bill Mott at 63-1.
Todd Pletcher, first-time starter, Donna Do You Wanna.
Another one. You don't see Todd Pletcher with horses too often at 40-1.
And that price slowly coming down on British Invasion, second-timer Miguel Clement.
Just looks so productive coming out of that race with Capital Partner. 9-2 makes total sense to me.
Honey's to blame, Ken McPeak.
Yeah, this horse took some money last time. Ran fine. It is one that you could probably use underneath.
Quiet Power went by. Shug McGahee, second-timer, blinkers on. Golden Rule has Katie Davis.
Yeah, this one got a really slow race figure last time, but the pace was very slow. Sometimes hard to have a fast figure.
Noble Dynasty we saw go by. Bill Mott, and then George Weaver, also eligible, first-time starter, draws in.
Yeah, draws in, draws to the outside. We know what George has done with 2-year-olds over the last few years. Most of the damage has been done sprinting, but you can get one ready to sprint, and you can get them ready to go long.
39-1. Looks like the public had a little bit forgot that one has been able to get in. Here's a look at Quiet Power, who we did not get to see. And this horse took a little bit of money first time out, long on the turf for Shug McGahee.
Yeah, did take some money and did run just, ran fine enough. The problem, I think, and puts the blinkers on too, which I think is interesting. That could add a little bit more finish to this horse. But the problem with a lot of these horses is if British Invasion or Noble Dynasty run their previous races, either one of them runs their previous races or takes a little bit of a step forward, man, it feels like they're going to be pretty tough to beat.
Let's go to Maggie.
I could not agree more. I am still scratching my head. And look, there's still time to go here till post time. That Boss Henry is the favorite. I get it too. Chad Brown, more inside post, but not for me, as we'll check out number 4, Mount Sopris here for Tom Proctor. And this is a horse that really caught my eye first time out, but he was a little bit green, and we saw that this barn was not that effective with their first time starters. Well, today, so much more mature, so much more professional, and I love the stretch out. And again, he was one that immediately caught my eye walking into the paddock. I wrote, man, he's just a very good looking horse, has a lovely way about him, lovely early mover. I think he will appreciate getting more ground because overall that first race going the 5.5, he just kind of ran evenly. And I always think that's an indicator of a horse that is able to go further because they can click off those even fractions. But again, he should also be forward in here with the stretch out. Moving on to number 7, British Invasion, another one that was a bit immature acting as he was rearing up, walking out to the track, a little overwhelmed by the happenings at Saratoga today. Much more quiet Aqueduct, much more reserved, looks fantastic. If anything, I'm all 12-7 here with a little 4 underneath. But number 9, Quiet Power, I thought it was telling that Shug McGahee immediately goes to the blinkers with this horse, who I thought ran the entire race last time out just in an incredibly green fashion. And I spoke with Kendrick Carmouche in the paddock too. He said, Mag, who do you like here? I said, I can't not like the 12. And he said, I really like my horse, and I was really shocked to see that Shug, went to the blinkers at second asking. I was like, fair enough, because this guy was so spotty in his running. Now, I didn't cover his race, so I don't know how he acted or how he looked first time out. He was well behaved back in the paddock. He's a little bit of a playboy with the lead pony there, but he does look very fit, well defined, and I think there's definitely a move forward with that equipment going on for him, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. I like the way this one has looked here. 8-1 on Quiet Power. Second time out again, took money for Shug in that debut, August 23rd. Blinkers go on. Maybe get this horse involved a little bit earlier on in things. Kendrick Carmouche back aboard.
Yeah, and sometimes it doesn't even have to be like he doesn't really even have to get much more involved. He just has to finish his race a little bit more. But he feels like one that's going to take a step forward. He took money first time out, which is always a good sign that he's got a little bit of ability. Worked on the turf 2 races back. Kendrick sticks. He got to know the horse. I mean, there's a lot to like there. The one thing I'll say about this race is based on the way that Boss Henry ran last time, he could certainly win. He was closing into a slow pace. There's a lot to be said about that performance, but in terms of his turn of foot, just a little bit short. To me, if I was playing the pick 5 here, I would want to make sure I have the 2, the 4, the 7, 9, and 12. This is a wide open race. And to me, this is also the type of race that it feels like the winner of this is going to go on to be a stakes type horse in a spot like this. This is a very, very, very good looking maiden special weight.
Yeah, we could see some real talented runners who go on to potentially still show up on Halloween at Del Mar at the Breeders' Cup. And it is the 12 who's become the favorite here. So 2-1, Noble Dynasty, Format with Junior Alvarado. Favorite from that number 12, but really post 11 with the scratch of the 10. But Junior will have some work to do to try and get over and get some position.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have to work out a trip, but the horse does have a little bit of tactical speed, based on the last race. So you'd like to hope that he's got enough to be able to kind of get his position moving forward and then try to inch his way over into saving some ground.
There's Boss Henry moving in. Lane Luzzy, big chance here riding for Chad Brown's barn on a Spendthrift Farm Runner. 7-2, second time starter. Blinkers go on. Set for the start of this late pick 5 for these 2-year-olds on the lawn. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Golden Rule. Noble Dynasty. Donna, do you wanna? Gulfy to the outside. Still waiting on Noble Dynasty. Hesitated briefly. Now goes in. Donna, do you wanna? Gulfy. Gulfy goes in. All set. And they're off. Sharp beginning for Woodster, who's in between horses, asks for speed. There's British Invasion to track off that pace hitter from the outside. Here comes some of these outer markers there. It's going to be Golden Rule. Noble Dynasty wants to join that early mix, but it's going to be Golden Rule now to take command. Golden Rule is in the 2-path, is not wanting to give up the rail. That's Woodster, and they're the front 2 now. Crossing over is Golden Rule, who's a clear leader. Back to second is Woodster. They're followed towards the outside here by Noble Dynasty, who's a close-up third. Just behind them, it's a tight hole for British Invasion in fourth, traveling comfortably, just loping along as they work to the backstretch. Just behind them, there's Honey's to Blame, who's towards the outside here, traveling in tandem with Mount Sopris. Then comes the gray, that's Quiet Power. Towards the back end of the field is Donna. Do You Wanna is getting the hurry up. Golfy is traveling there with Boss Henry. Geo's to Blame, second to last, and the trailer, Spherical. 48.31 for a half-mile time. They're chasing along Shotton Golden Rule. Golden Rule with Noble Dynasty right there. Perfect stalking position from second and at the rail. Patiently ridden is Woodster, who's lost some ground. British Invasion has traveled well, is there in fourth, just waiting for a cue. Following them, Honey's to Blame. Starts to range up, is now taken fifth. All in, Mount Sopris, not making up ground yet in sixth. From the far outside, there's Boss Henry trying to rally around Quiet Power, who's on the move. They reach the top of the lane. Golden Rule is now confronted by Noble Dynasty with those big bounding strides, and immediately British Invasion, and British Invasion to the outside of a very game Noble Dynasty. Noble Dynasty with a neck in front. British Invasion is trying to run on by, but can't get by yet. Noble Dynasty very game. Quiet Power launching on the grandstand side. Noble Dynasty, Quiet Power, photo between Noble Dynasty and Quiet Power. They ended up in the win photo, then came further back Honey's to Blame. Also running on there was Donna Do You Wanna.
Quiet Power closing fast, the gray on the outside, but did Noble Dynasty hang on under Junior Alvarado? One more look.
It's very close. I'm going to guess 12 for the sake of guessing, but it's very close. You have a guess?
I'm usually wrong, so I'm not even going to venture. That was incredibly tight. Big efforts from both. And it was, by the way, the 12 who went off at 8-5 as your favorite in here. Yeah, we need to slow it down, take another look, but I don't even know if that would help me. But nevertheless, I mean, even if you lose a race like this and you're Sugar McGahee or whoever, Bill Mott, either way, you got to go into a stake from this, right?
I would think so.
One more look. Where's the wire? Oof. And it is the 12 unofficially posted as your winner by a whisker here. 12-9-8-7. 8-5 over 7-1 over 43-1.
They both ran really well. The 12 and the 9 and the 8 was that Kenny McPeak that took some money last time that I thought ran okay.
Out of the gate. Such improvement first to second start here. Look, we talked about Noble Dynasty, faced a really good one in the debut. Quiet Power obviously got a ton from that debut effort, and then these two comes down to the 12 and the 9 right at the wire.
Yeah, I mean, the 12 did a lot of the dirty work, right? Having to hold off British Invasion. I almost want to say British Idiom every time that horse run. British Invasion. And it just kept on, turned that one away, and then had the late running 9, Quiet Power, in those famous Phipps Stable Silks.
Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, and the son of Kingman graduates barely here in start number 2 in a thriller at the wire as the 8-5 favorite. 12, 9, 8, 7, Team Sovereignty. Mott and Junior might have another one on Halloween at Del Mar. Stay with us.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time.
Coolmore America, home of champions.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
And 70, I'd had to get down 270, $270,000.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and as close as could be, Junior Alvarado and Bill Motto graduate here with Noble Dynasty in start number 2, just outlasting Quiet Power.
Yeah, just outlasting Quiet Power. You'll see Noble Dynasty has to deal with, you'll see the West Point Silks of British Invasion to the outside there, the 12 and the 7, and then you'll see the Gray Horse, the 9. And those Phipps colors come running at the 12. It was almost the 9. It was inches away from catching the 12, but in my opinion, the 12 did all the dirty work. The 9 ran extremely well, though.
Yeah, that horse can reach. But it's the 8-5 favorite who comes up with the win here. Again at 8-5. And got to pull up the calendar as we take a look at the photo finish here, but early October, these big win-in-your-in races here in New York.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you would think that if, it's one of those situations where you saw it with Good Magic a few years ago, more than a few years ago. But so you're telling me that if the 9 would have won that race an inch further than they would run in a stake, but he runs second, they won't run him in a stake? Yeah. I'd like to think that he'd show up in a stake next.
I would hope so. Race 8, mile and a 16th on the grass. Allowance optional claiming field, 3-year-olds and up. And American Grant, for some reason, taking a ton of money right now at 5-2.
I was interested in the 11 a little bit. I think it's a huge price right now. Dear Chairman trying the turf for the first time.
Miguel Clement, Junior Alvarado will be in the irons. We'll get back to this race in a moment. Let's go back to Woodbine. Group 3, Ontario Matron, $150,000 purse. We talked about it briefly. This race, incredibly difficult to handicap unless Caitlin, her greatness, comes up with one of her good ones. The last 2 times she's been on synthetic, those seem like races that would win here, although one of them, Literate, beat her, which I have to deal with again. Here's Danson and Dixie off a short layoff.
Yeah, the race 2 back I thought was okay. I wouldn't be mad at 23-1 with that one.
Here's Talk to You Later, 42-1.
This was probably the least likely of all the horses that I thought could win this race. They all but won, Wolfie.
Oh no, don't do it. Avenue Neal making the synthetic debut.
Yes, there's this assumption that turf horses will love synthetic. It doesn't always work, but Avenue Neal does have some talent.
Wild Pansy, Kevin Attard, 2 for 3 on synthetic and a long time off, though.
A long time off, but real strong, consistent work tab. You like to see that.
Switching continents and opened as the favorite, by the way. Here's 4 Flying, Graham Motion.
That race 2 back, again, against Caitlin, her greatness, definitely puts this one in the mix.
Here's Literate, just beat Caitlin, her greatness, 2 back, comes out of a Group 1 on the turf.
Yeah, I mean, you got to like her off of that. I mean, she didn't run great in that 10-furlong turf race against She Feels Pretty, but who can blame her?
I was not understanding the money for Johanny. Are you?
No. I mean, I guess came running late at Del Mar last time, but the pace was kind of honest. I thought got to set up a little bit too.
5 Towns went by Graham. Motion, here's Caitlin of Greatness.
Yeah, Caitlin of Greatness, she didn't run well in the EP Taylor either, but they had to give that one a shot. She just got consistent, nice numbers around these distances and around this surface and even on turf.
Hurricane Clear, the 11. Huge Price, who had a huge race that came off the grass and was on synthetic 2 back.
She ran really well 2 back. The problem is that not too many horses have run great out of that, so I wonder if it's as good as it looks.
And then Fashionably Fab, 9-1, stablemate to Caitlin of Greatness.
Yeah, has some back numbers, does need to run a little bit faster, but like I said, in a race that's so wide open, this one definitely has a shot.
She won this race last year, 10 for 20 lifetime, and sort of cycling back into good form, and she's a price at 9-1, so we'll see. But it is Caitlin of Greatness who is the one to beat, the 10 here for Kevin Attard, Flavian Pratt. And her last, even though she got beat by Litter at 2 back, her last 2 synthetic races, figures-wise, she looks pretty imposing, doesn't she?
Oh, absolutely. If she can run some of those numbers, she's going to be right there in the mix. It's one of those situations where she looks like the horse to beat. And she probably is the horse to beat. But when you look at these horses on these synthetic races, to me, it creates very similar to like a turf race. The best horse doesn't always win. There's an opportunity for some randomness. Trip plays a huge part of it. So are you interested in her at a short price? Now, I tell you one thing. If you're alive in the pick 5 or you're starting a new multi-race wager here, hitting the all button in a race like this and letting the 10 win, you're upside down from that point forward.
Did you ever play it both ways?
The single and the all button?
Yeah.
Yeah, like multiple tickets. So I'm of the belief that there's at least always 1 or 2 horses I can throw out of an all button, especially like this big of a race. I thought it was the 1 and the 2. Were those the 2 horses that I just didn't need? I think if you hit the all button too many times, you end up paying for those combinations in the long run.
9-5. Public seems to think this is not quite as wide open as we think. Certainly, if Caitlin of Greatness though shows up with one of her big races the last 2 times she's run on synthetic, she probably will win. But keep in mind, she ran one of those races a couple back, and Litter at the 6 beat her.
Yeah, the problem is for me with her is that with Caitlin of Greatness is that there's horses that have beat her in here. There's horses that have run close seconds to her in here. There's horses that have figures that are in the same realm as hers, and that I just don't. That's the part for me that I don't quite understand why she's such a prohibitive favorite. But someone's got to be the favorite in here, and she definitely deserves to be that one.
3 minutes to post in this Ontario Matron. Again, a mandatory jackpot pick 6 that includes the big one. The Group 1 Woodbine Mile with a purse of $1 million. Where notable speech last year's favorite in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Trying to make his way back to that race with some unfinished business for Charlie Appleby. William Buick will ride and coming off. I hadn't won this year, so we're looking at last year's Breeders' Cup Mile, but his last race was sort of off the charts. Incredible in a runner-up finish, how great he ran.
Yeah, I mean, I thought right about here, I was like, oh, he's going to win. And he actually wasn't even able to get by Johannes, and then More Than Looks ran him down, but he had a long year last year, a very productive year last year. This year has been a little bit slower to kind of get him to a boil. He's just kind of been sitting at a simmer. But, man, the way that he ran last time visually was one of the most impressive late kicks I've seen. It looks like he's back. And to me, from that draw on the course he's going to run on, I believe he's going to save ground on the inside, and he's going to have a full tank of gas at the top of the stretch. And even if he gets stuck in behind horses like he did in his last race, his turn of foot is devastating.
Charlie Appleby said, look, we weren't sure if he still kind of had the temperament to want to do it, and that showed him 100% he does. But he still said things sort of need to go his way a little bit for him to win the race.
Yeah.
But when you have an incredible turn of foot, you can overcome a lot of issues.
Of course. That goes a long way, having an incredible turn of foot. And I also think what helps him quite a bit is who he's going to be facing. These horses are not the same caliber of animal that I think he's used to facing overseas.
That, again, coming up In race 9, 5:39 Eastern, Group 1 Woodbine Mile, one of the premier mile turf races in our sport. And a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile. This race here, again, starts this pick 6. And the 9 on our screen right now, I thought 5 Town's a little interesting in here. 2 starts on synthetic, has not lost on the surface, but has primarily been a turf horse.
Yeah, but he's one of those horses that he's primarily been a turf horse, but he has run well she has run well on the synthetic, so that goes a long way.
Graham Motion, John Velasquez. By the way, Johnny V will be on one stripe for Graham Motion. South African runner. Velasquez, a 5-time winner of the Woodbine Mile.
Yeah, and that's the interesting one, right? I mean, I think not knowing how good that horse is coming from South Africa, not understanding, that form is not easily as transferable. A lot of times in Europe or in France, we'll see horses that run over here, and there's some common horses to compare to have an idea on that quality. So we're not really sure how good One Stripe is. Her time form U.S. figures put him, right in the mix.
Loading up, Ontario Matron, 7-5 favorite. Caitlin, Her Greatness for Kevin Attard. Flavian Pratt, we just saw win in a win and you're in that Group 1 Summer Stakes. See if he can go back-to-back. Robert Geller, the call.
And the next to go forward is 5 Towns, as well as Wild Pansy. They're coming in well. Caitlin, Her Greatness is set. Into gate 5 for Flying. They're almost right. Hurricane Claire goes in, the last along. Fashionably Fab. Stand by for the start of the Ontario Matron. They're set, locked up. Off and racing, and back to last is Wild Pansy as they break. A very good start in the centre, 5 Towns for Flying, but from the outside, both Hurricane Claire and Fashionably Fab have got to the front, and racing handy in the early part, a bit wide. Caitlin, Her Greatness on the pace, a length in behind them. Literate between runners. Talk to you later up on the inside. Wild Pansy's going up 3 wide, and off the track, Johanny. A break in the field, second last, Avenue Niel, and last of all is Dancing and Dixie. Showing the way, Hurricane Claire and Eswan Flores leads into the backstretch in the Ontario Matron, 1.5 in front. Fashionably Fab second, third for Flying, and Caitlin, Her Greatness, nudging up on the outside. A length behind them is John Velasquez with 5 Towns well placed around the outside. Wild Pansy fighting the rider a little bit now, trying to cuddle up in the center of Johanny, and on the inside, Talk to you later. A length and a half away, Literate. Dancing in Dixie second last, and the trailer Avenue Niel for Joel Rosario, about 9 lengths covers them, and Hurricane Claire untroubled shows the way by a length and a half inside the half mile from Fashionably Fab. Caitlin, Her Greatness moving up on the inside for Flying from 5 Towns. Johanny moving up on the outside of Wild Pansy as they go after the leader a little bit more. Talk to you later, well back with Literate, Dancing and Dixie, and last Avenue Niel. As they go inside the 5/16, Hurricane Claire, Fashionably Fab, joined by Caitlin, Her Greatness, and she's rolled up on the outside to go to the front, and it is Caitlin, Her Greatness, the leader. Coming up the inside for Flying, Hurricane Claire still battling on in second. Caitlin, Her Greatness racing away, and Caitlin, Her Greatness putting 3 lengths on the field. Hurricane Claire in second, and its interest only in the minors because she is going to win with a vengeance. And Caitlin, Her Greatness, goes on to show her greatness by 4 lengths. Hurricane Claire second, for Flying third, and then 5 Towns and Fashionably Fab, and back on the rails, Avenue Niel, and the time is 1:42.92.
Caitlin, Her Greatness, just too good for this group, and that was a dominant performance on synthetic now. 3 wins, 2 runners-up, and 2 runner-ups in 6 starts.
It's so funny. It's one of the. It feels inevitable for me when I look to mess around with the all button, or feel like it's a wide open race. You get horses like this that just win for fun. I mean, she was dominant. She ranged up, ran away from them. No one was closing ground on her late. The old they could go around again thing. She would have still been where she was.
No question. She was incredibly dominant here. 10-11-5. And this Ontario Matron as we get back to Belmont at the Big A. 9 minutes to post here in this 8th. Let's go to Maggie.
We'll start with a horse who is trying the turf for the first time. That's number 9 in here, 11, Dear Chairman. We'll get to the 9 in a moment. But Dear Chairman is a horse that, was a private purchase from Juan Carlos Guerrero. And when he came and made his first start for Linda Rice, I said, Linda, I see you've been working this horse on the turf. What's up with that? And she said, honestly, I think he will like it. I've liked what I've seen from him. He does have a big old turf hoof on him. I concur. And then she said, but this is the spot that's come up and I kind of got to run him. Then they promptly take him away from her and give him to Miguel Clement, and he's on the turf. So I do think he's interesting here in this spot, as there isn't much pedigree immediately, I should say, as Spun to Run isn't that big of an influence. But if you go back a generation on the bottom side, the dam is half to multiple stakes winning New York bred Dot Matrix on the turf. In the second dam, she was a turf winner herself. So I do think that this guy will appreciate the switch to the turf, and I wonder how much speed he does show stretching back out in distance today, as he is one that liked to be forwardly placed when on the main track. Number 9 is Saratoga Flash. He'll come back in and face New York breds for, well, for the first time in a long time. He doesn't get to do it that often. For Safi Joseph Jr. is off a bit of a layoff. Look, Safi's horses, every single one of them, for the most part, 95% of them all look sensational. They all carry amazing condition. Their coats look fabulous. That's what I'm seeing from him. Though he is a little bit hot, which sometimes I do reference because it often means that they need a start. But he is a horse that is tactical, and I do think that he classes up quite nicely with them here, though offered, again, for a claiming tag off the back of a layoff. As a horse that just really caught my eye is number 4, Rabaya, for Jimmy Bond. And he's one that can be forwardly placed in here, coming out of that common race back on August 10th, but he was having to do it off a layoff. And he is a big, big horse. So those types, I don't care how much you train them. I just always feel as though they benefit so much, more so, than those smaller, handier types of runners. So he looks incredibly fit here. His coat is tremendous. Everything about him physically looks wonderful. And furthermore, he's a horse that's just mentally matured greatly now as a 4-year-old. Has had a belated start, Greg, to this turf campaign as a 4-year-old, but I think he will improve from that first start back.
Now we'll see here. Katie Davis for the James Bond Barn. Rabaha 8-1 for the second back off the bench. Stay with us.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vacoma, the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, post-parade for the 8th. Here's Clear Conscience, Marcassi, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, draws the inside, and has enough tactical speed to be able to work out a trip from there.
3-1 favorite right now, 51-1. Jose Gomez on Frank's Art.
Yeah, okay, 58-1, 51-1. That checks out.
The Paddock Pastor coming off a win at Saratoga.
Just doesn't have any early speed. He's going to need a big setup here with some big pace to close into.
Yeah, probably going to be last early. There's Rabaha, second back off the bench.
Yeah, hadn't run in quite some time since the last start, right? All the way back to October of 2024 before the last start. Should take a step forward.
The speedy Mo Trump, 2 back was a winner gate to wire.
And 2 back was the time.
Coinage, 34-1 with Kendrick.
Yeah, another one who got a nice trip last time. How can he get much better this time?
Ricardo Santana Jr. on American Grant.
Yeah, this horse doesn't always break great. Going to have to spot this field. Not a great start.
Seaver, big price for Bruce Brown.
Yeah, stretch out type, drawn a little bit towards the outside. I like my stretch outs to be a little bit more down on the inside.
Lane Luzzy, rider change, Saratoga Flash.
Yeah, this one I thought was a little bit interesting. Showed some tactical speed last time at Gulfstream. Was entered 3 times already this summer. A couple times at Kentucky Downs and at Saratoga. Didn't get in.
Slap of the face. He's talented. He just does not win a lot.
No, and I liked him a little bit too.
A lot of runner-ups.
Yeah, I just don't trust him at a short price.
Your chairman went by Miguel Clement. Cable Ready has Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, Cable Ready, drawn outside, was wide all the way around there. Last time at Saratoga, going the 9 furlongs from this outside draw, projects to be wide all the way around there again.
This was dominant by Caitlin, her greatness in this Ontario matron. Kevin Attard, Windstar Farm, and Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, Flavian with back-to-back wins up there north of the border. I like Toronto. Have you been to Woodbine before?
I love Woodbine, one of my favorite tracks. Everyone's so great there as well.
Yep.
$3.70 for the win. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf in this Group 1 Natulma. $500,000 purse, 2-year-old fillies, 2-turn mile. And deep learning, Chad Brown won the debut impressively at Saratoga, but now draws the outside post. Pratt looks for 3 in a row. Back to Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I am actually going to land on slap in the face here. I know he doesn't win. And he, at multiple times in his career, I have been against him. But today, you know, it does feel like there are a few horses that might go here. And while he's not one that is devoid of speed by any means, I think he'll be sitting right behind those early pace setters. You know, you have Mo Trump in here. I can see, I don't know, Seaver might go stretching out. Saratoga Flash isn't slow. You have Dear Chairman. I feel like he has kind of only one option. So I think Slap in the Face could be the one to make that first move on those leaders. And furthermore, as he's kind of third off a bit of that layoff there, I just think he looks better than ever. As, of course, he's gone to favoritism now. And I just don't love picking favorites in a race where I think there's many ways you can go, but he looks fabulous here for Tony Dutrow, who really is having a wonderful year, and his horses reflect that. They are brought over looking sensational. So we'll see if Slap in the Face can break through here and take down the award. Guys?
Post time coming up. 5-2 on a talented runner, but a runner that 6 of his 13 starts, he's been a runner-up.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to trust a horse that continues to do that. And one other thing I'll say about it is I'll forgive horses when they're big prices and they're running second. But when they're shorter prices and running second, third, fourth, and fifth, it starts to become problematic.
Meanwhile, you were a little intrigued with the 11 here.
Yeah, I mean, even before Maggie had pointed out the turf works prior that Linda thought give this horse a try on the grass, didn't actually run on the grass. And then Miguel gets the horse, works on the grass, and then decides to run on the grass. That's a couple of sharp people seeing and thinking potentially the same thing. I'll give this horse a shot.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's race 8, Belmont at the Big A.
Goes back forward. Slap in the face with Coinage. Dear Chairman, cable ready to the outside. Race 8, late pick 4. Cable ready is in, all set. And they're off. Good speed to the inside from Rabaha is up there in the early mix. Frank's Art gonna hug the rail, and also moving forward there's Mo Trump, and that's the gray. It's gonna be the gray, Mo Trump and Rabaha. They're 1-2. Just settling off of them, American Grant is now passed back to 4th. Dear Chairman's gonna claim that 3rd position. That's the leading 4 as they work towards that turn. Gonna be mid-pack in between horses now. Moving forward towards the outside, that's going to be Clear Conscience, and Clear Conscience has moved in behind Cable Ready. At the rail, that's Frank's Art. They're going to be mid-pack now. Further back in the field comes Coinage, is going to the green cap. Towards the back end, slap in the face, Seaver, and the trailer, the Paddock Pastor. They sort themselves out. Rabaha is in front. Mo Trump stalking towards the outside, patiently ridden. Dear Chairman in 3rd. Right there in 4th comes Saratoga Flash, is to the outside of American Grant, who's there in 5th. Cable Ready's on the move, is now taken 6th. Then in 7th is going to be Frank's Art. Right there in 8th, that's Clear Conscience. And behind them, there comes the run from Coinage, is going to be towards the back end of the field. Seaver, slap in the face, and the trailer still the Paddock Pastor. 46.47 for that half-mile time. Rabaha is a neck in front. Mo Trump in full pursuit. Dear Chairman, down at the rail, saving ground, nowhere to go yet. Outside of that rival, here comes Saratoga Flash. That's still the leading 4. Clear Conscience starts to rally wide. American Grant down towards the inside. Cable Ready. They reach the top of the lane. And here comes Mo Trump towards the outside, the gray. Ready to challenge Rabaha and a host of pursuers. Dear Chairman trying to split rivals. Nowhere to go yet. American Grant gets a nice run down towards the inside. Saratoga Flash is right there. Cable Ready with run. Nowhere to go. Clear Conscience grandstand side. Any one of them, and slap in the face. Green cap is launching in between horses. Here comes a run from Slap in the face. Slap in the face over Clear Conscience. Then came Cable Ready. Another photo in behind them that looked like Dear Chairman. 1 minute 41.43 seconds.
Man who took a tumble earlier in the card, you cannot keep him down. Manny Franco right back to work and slap in the face. This horse rolling and finding an opening midway through the stretch for the win.
Yeah, he finally decided, you know what, I'm tired of this second thing, and an aptly named horse slap in the face with his rider about an hour ago took a slap in the face on the ground when he fell from a horse earlier in the race. So, man, how tough is Manny to show up back in this spot, get back on a horse, and boot that horse to victory here. The 11 ran well. I was excited for a second and a half. I knew I was going to get run over by someone, even if he did kind of shake loose, but looks like turf actually did work okay for this one.
What a finish, though, from this 5-year-old who we followed this horse for a long time in New York. Just has had so many races where he just didn't get it done. It looked like was the best horse in the race. The ability's always been there. Just the ability to finish really hasn't. Today it was on full display.
It sure was, and you know, you wonder what the difference was. You know, it's hard to find a real indication of what made the difference. I guess the pace was pretty quick, so that probably helped. 110 in 3/4 will help a horse closing like that. So that's probably it's probably a circumstance that helped slap in the face get the job done. But look, I mean, he showed a lot of courage too for a horse that you would think was lacking courage for his ability, his lack of ability to pass horses throughout his career. I mean, he went running right in between those horses with Manny Franco.
10-1, 12-11. 5-2 favorite. Much the best here with that powerful stretch run under Manny Franco for Anthony Dutrow. And Niall Brennan with his 5-year-old son of Oscar Performance wins for just the 3rd time. 14 career starts after those 6 runner-ups. But a no doubt about performance here in this 8th. To win it 5-2, it's slap in the face, dominant here in race 8.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, located in the most racing-rich region of the country. This sale offers a diverse catalog of yearlings from some of America's most lucrative state-bred programs, with leading national and regional sires represented. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Crazy Mason, Nisi Marie, Our Shot, and Post Time, a strong source of stakes-winning talent. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Tuesday, September 30th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Now being $6,600,000, $1,600,000 out of it today, $1,600,000 out of it now, now $650,000, $1,650,000, $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 out of it today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Weekends are for winners at NYRA Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with NYRA Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. As performance of the day goes to Manny Franco for sure. A slap in the face, relentless rally. Manny, it felt like throughout several of his races this year, trying to find which running style suits him best. I think getting a bit of a pace out in front of him with a target definitely proved to be best today.
Yeah, I'm agree with you. With the pace today in front of him helped me a lot, because he broke okay, but then they kind of run away from me. After that, I didn't rush him. You take my time with him, and I get along pretty good with him. So when I asked him in the 5:16 to the quarter pole, he was there for me. So I just wanna, get the hole and never stop him, and that's what I did, and we get it done.
I was gonna say getting the hole too, because he had to split a wall of horses to get up.
Yeah, definitely. I saw Javier. He was far outside in the stretch. He was running, and I got a little bit of gap in between him and I think it was the 9th horse, and I just went because my horse was running, so I don't want to stop him.
Manny, it just shows how tough you are. Obviously, back in today's 6th race, having that tumble off of Schoolyard Superman, you did. You bounced right back up. It just goes to show how tough you guys are.
Yeah.
Especially you.
Thank God. I want to say thank God first for take care of me, and it's sometimes that's what happens in this sport. When you reach your line over there. So I tried to do my best. I was in the wrong spot, the wrong moment, I guess. But I'm just glad to be back and get a winning.
I think it's fitting, the filly that you're riding in the Floral Park. Don't look back at all. As you guys had a nice 2nd place finish behind the division leader, Future Is Now. Talk a little bit about riding her. She's a big, good-looking girl.
Yeah, she is. I'm really excited about her today. She ran good for me last time in Saratoga. Hopefully, she bounced back here and run the same or even better. Yeah. She have a lot of ability, like you say. I finished 2nd of Future Is Now. This is a really nice filly too. So I'm happy to get back on her today, see what happens.
I think the 6 furlongs helps her out too. Manny, congratulations here. So good to see you in the winner's circle.
Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate that.
Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. We say all the time what a tremendous athlete he is. Manny Franco, he's one of the most athletic, if not the most, in that jockey's room here in New York. And to bounce back like that, a great resolve, and good for Manny. Slap in the face, $7.46 for the win.
No, he was outstanding, and able to be able to overcome something like that. It's scary. It's scary when these guys go down, and guys and gals go down, and we're always grateful when they can walk away from these situations.
Let's move on to race 9. 8-5 on class assist right now as we go 1 mile and 1/8. 2 turns here in this entry-level allowance for open company. Kendrick Carmouche on the one to beat for Todd Pletcher, coming off a maiden win at Saratoga in mid-July.
Yeah, I mean, Classicist, I thought was impressive that day, but I thought, kind of got everything his way. With a pace that wasn't all that quick. I thought some other ones in here made a little bit more sense. The 6, Tuscan Gold, obviously. I'm going to land on the 5, Valentinian, though.
What'd you like?
Just a horse that I thought ran well last time. There was the horse that wired that field in there, and this one was trying to run him down. Kind of had a tricky trip, was down on the inside for a little bit, then ended up being on the outside, losing ground, going a little bit further. I think the stamina will come into play as well for Valentinian, who went further last time.
All right, more on this field momentarily. We're 17 minutes to post. Back to Woodbine. Group 1 Natalma for 2-year-old fillies. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. And dance to the music. Charlie Appleby defeated with his 2-year-old colt back in the Summer Stakes. See what happens here with Dance to the Music, who is undefeated right now, 2 for 2, but now will go beyond 7 furlongs for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, look, so here's the tricky part about it is that in that last race, the winners, the last 2-year-old race, the summer, the winner was Argos, who ran in the Soaring Free, which is a 6.5 turf race that was slower than what the fillies ran in. So Corsia Veloce ran in the 6.5. They went faster in that race. So my point of what I'm trying to tell you is that the local 2-year-olds appear to be better than the local fillies seem to be better than the colts.
And
does that matter? I don't know.
Corsia Veloce, the one in here undefeated, has the rail. Josie Carroll, 10-1 right now. Take that for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Sweet Fusion and Dinah were behind her that day.
Yeah, it's and I thought they both ran well.
Dinah scratched, by the way.
The problem is that, the same that I'll tell you about that I said about the last race. If Dance to the Music or Deep Learning show up, just like I felt about the Charlie Appleby runner previously, Wild Desert and Teddy's Rocket, if they show up, they're going to be tough to beat. But these horses, it's tough sometimes to get good trips. So the alternative for me was the 6 Hot Mash, who I thought was a little bit interesting, who showed a bunch of speed at Ellis Park and is stretching out. It's a not this time. The pace was fast. When a stretch out sprinter gets to the bottom of their stamina by running fast early, that also goes a long way for me.
Tough to tell who's going to take that step forward, stretching out as well. Certainly, I love to see the 2 sprints stretching out, going longer. Corsia Veloce is doing that. She's unbeaten. She has that stakes win, as you said, that went faster than the boys did in that local stake. Who else in here kind of grabs your attention outside of, the Charlie Appleby Invader?
I think Charlie Appleby Invader is going to be tough. An undefeated one. To me, Deep Learning, I think, is interesting as well.
All right. Well, maybe Hot Mash, too. We can talk about the 2. Just went by Pina Colada for Marcassi. Here's Sweet Fusion at 28-1.
Yeah, exits that Catch a Glimpse that we had talked about being a very productive race.
Dixie Law won the debut at 6 furlongs as a favorite, but slowish time.
Yeah, has a lot of improving to do to beat this group.
Dance to the Music, Charlie Appleby and Godolphin.
Yeah, an undefeated runner. This horse is a full to Space Blues.
Ooh. Who was incredibly talented. Hot Mash, John Service, really fast race at Ellis in the debut.
Yeah, it's all about if this horse will handle the distance. There's some siblings that suggest it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Star Attraction, his mom was a star, Starship Jubilee.
Yeah, just a little bit too slow for me. It was a little bit of the concern.
Kevin Attard felt it was mainly that yielding turf course that kind of affected that slow time. He thinks a lot better than maybe what that race showed. Here's La Colosse, Kevin Attard as well.
Well, there's that yielding turf course again. This horse exits that same day.
Deep Learning, Chad Brown, Klarovich, Flavian Pratt looking for 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, another, these horses that have an unbelievable turn of foot. Deep Learning is definitely one of those that has that turn of foot as well.
Let's look at the 10 in that debut for Chad Brown at Saratoga back on August 8th.
Yeah, it's a horse that goes off at about 5-2, and he ends up just his turn of foot at the end of this race, very similar to what we saw from Capital Partner a little bit earlier in that replay in the same silks. I mean, just right here, he looks like he's in deep water. And then he switches lead, switches back to his correct lead. switches over to his wrong lead again. I mean, the horse was just, it felt like to me was trying so hard to run faster that was getting a little bit goofy there a little bit.
But again, just things you could sort out that first to second start?
Oh, certainly. I think it comes with experience. I think it comes with Flavian Pratt learning a little bit more. I think it comes from Chad learning a little bit more. I think that a lot of people, learn a lot from these first races, and they can make a lot of adjustments that can help moving forward.
Here's the Appleby Godolphin runner. Dance to the music, 2 for 2, a Group 3 win as well in that second start. And even though it's not gone a mile, no one really has, for the most part, outside of, I believe one has in this field. Yeah, Deep Learning. At least it's gone 7 furlongs.
Yes, but
so gradual steps.
But the pedigree, right, suggests that there shouldn't be any issues there, right? Space Blues, a Breeders' Cup Mile winner, and an impressive Breeders' Cup mile winner, excuse me.
So this one, pedigree to be what she's done to this point so far. She has lived up to expectations to this point. And 6-5 on the board right now to try and keep that perfect record intact en route to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf.
Absolutely, and you'd like to think that she's shown enough talent, right? She's undefeated. There's a million ways for horses to get beat. She has avoided them all. She's going to need to probably work out a better trip than her stablemate did in the summer. And this is a productive race as well, the Natalma. Just so you understand what we're looking at here, you've got horses like She Feels Pretty who won this race, who is arguably one of the best female turf horses in the world and definitely in the country. Pizza Bianca, when she won, she ran second in this race. So a very productive race is this Natalma.
The breakthrough win in the Breeders' Cup for the late Christophe Clement.
Yep.
It's great to see him get that victory. But yeah, no question. We've seen a lot of very talented runners come out of this race in the past. This one here, are you surprised knowing that Catch a Glimpse was faster than what the boys ran? Surprised to see 9-1 on another filly who comes in undefeated?
Well, the problem is that I think that maybe the top of the market is probably more highly regarded than what we saw in the summer. So I think that when you have an undefeated horse like Dance to the Music, you've got a fast horse like the 6 Hot Mash, and you have the Chad Brown runner with a crazy turn of foot and the 10 Deep Learning. I think sometimes some of these horses in this exiting that Catch a Glimpse could be getting a little bit ignored.
Well, here she is, Corsia Veloce. Josie Carroll trains. Nearly double-digit odds here, putting her perfect record on the line, stretching out beyond 6.5 furlongs for the first time to this mile 2-turn distance. But it's Dance to the Music, the 5, right there. Godolphin, Shirley Appleby, William Buick, 6-5 favorite. Perfect record, including a Group 3 win at Newmarket, the one to beat. Let's go to Robert Geller.
Rosario. Patrick Husbands with Sweet Fusion moving in. They're coming in nicely. Star Attraction and Dixie Law take up positions next. Star Attraction has gone in. Dixie Law and La Coulas, the last to join. Deep Learning for Flavian Pratt. Outside gate. They're set to run, all in. Locked up. Off they race, and a bit slow was Dance to the Music, last out the gate, and Deep Learning second last as they break in the Natalma, and racing out with the lead is Hot Mash from La Coulas. Handy on the inside, Sweet Fusion, and tucked away on the rails, Corsia Veloce. Over in the center as they settle into stride, Dixie Law, and out wider on the track is Star Attraction. Trying to settle down Pina Colada. Deep Learning is second last as they take the first turn, and at the back is Dance to the Music, who spots the leader 7 lengths. And cuddled along in front, it is Joel Rosario and Hot Mash. A length and a half, La Coulas and Sweet Fusion having a nice trail. Dixie Law going closer. And in the center now, Corsia Veloce is nudging between runners as they descend on the leader. A couple to Star Attraction mid-pack. A length and a half behind them, Pina Colada. Deep Learning is next to last, and a length away last, Dance to the Music. Quickening in front, And La Culasse has raced to the lead and dashed away by 3 lengths. Hot Mash is second. Dixie Law up on the outside, and on the rails remains Corsia Veloce. 2.5 to Sweet Fusion and Star Attraction. Behind them, Pina Colada. Deep Learning yet to make a move. Second last, starting to edge up a little bit, and still at the back. Dance to the Music. About 7 lengths covers the field. And La Culasse from Hot Mash. Up on the outside, Dixie Law. Over on the rails, Corsia Veloce. Star Attraction running on. Dance to the Music running past Deep Learning as they corner, and they're still well behind as they come down the stretch. And it's on the inside, La Culasse in the Natal Stakes, and now Corsia Veloce plunging through in the centre, and Hot Mash, and in the centre Corsia Veloce, on the inside La Culasse, on the outer Hot Mash, Corsia Veloce is going to win the Natal Stakes very impressively, remains undefeated. From Hot Mash, La Culasse, and out wider Dance to the Music and Deep Learning. The time 1:37.42.
Corsia Veloce, you talked about the race she was coming out of. It was faster than the male version at Woodbine, and now she is perfect 3 for 3, winning at a mile for the first try.
Yeah, I mean, look, having an undefeated filly just win a Group 1 has got to be something that can get the connections excited. I will say this, when you look at the 6 Hot Mash, the way that race was run, Hot Mash made the front, then the 9 took that middle move into the race that I thought made it much harder on Hot Mash. Hot Mash ran extremely well considering those circumstances.
Very tough trip, too, for Dance to the Music, who broke very slow and then got squeezed back to last as well along the backstretch as we get back to Belmont at the Big A. Race 9 approaching the 5-minute mark to post. Still 7-5 favorite. Class assist, Todd Pletcher, Kendra Carmouche back with us. Welcome back, Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, thank you for that. And yes, Class Assist and taking a lot of the attention with that big win last time out. But I wanted to reserve judgment until being able to see him out on track. So taking a look at a couple of others, starting off with the 6 Tuscan Gold, a horse that added blinkers last time out, and one that as a 3-year-old seemed to be incredibly promising, running in races like the Louisiana Derby and then in the Preakness, finishing 4th in there. And then it just seemed like he never really took a step forward as a 4-year-old, and you do like to see that 3 to 4 jump. We talk often about the jump from 2 to 3. I think sometimes you can see an even more significant jump from 3 to 4. So we have a slight delay in here. The one Michaelicious kind of freezing and reluctant to go out in the paddock. That's not uncommon for him. He can be a bit obstinate sometimes. But back to the 6 Tuscan Gold. I thought last time out he was off slow. I didn't think in the chart it said he kind of lost his footing. I didn't think it was really that. I think he just kind of plopped out of the gate yet again, and that's been his Achilles heel, even with the blinkers. Just a Cheater Cup. Very good looking, athletic, attractive horse, but I don't think that we have yet seen him take that big step forward, and maybe now 3rd off the layoff will be his chance to do exactly that. The number 5, Valentinian, he went 1 mile and 3/16 last time out, as this was a horse that was the favorite that day. He was coming off of a 2nd over at Monmouth, 2 back. He kind of moved up 3 wide in there to keep in contact with that field and to be part of it, but a horse that he just is not necessarily built like one who really wants that far. And furthermore, given his recent races, he hasn't shown that he has that kind of dominant demeanor. He's so laid back here in the paddock. And I think given how quiet and chill he is prior to his races, that's why we do see him running longer in large part. Looks much the same as he did last time out. I think for both of these horses, they have yet to show, again, that real step forward up to the top level, as they are still struggling with the number 1, Michaelicious. Now 2 ponies trying to get him out to bring up the rear as they head out for the post parade, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. There's a look at Javier Castellano, Michaelicious. 8 to 1 from that inside post for Carlos Martin.
Yeah.
Been beat by a couple in here. He'll face again. Start with the 3, though. Cut the cord.
Yeah, Cut the Cord switches to the Cantermossi barn and has run well for different trainers. I like horses that can take their performances to different barns.
Yeah, comes off a win claimed out of that race. The 5, Valentinian, who you like?
Yeah, I'm going to land here on Valentinian, a son of Rachel's Valentino. Obviously, Rachel's Valentina's mother was Rachel Alexandra.
Tuscan Gold Chad Brown, Manny Franco.
Once upon a time, ran in the Preakness, this horse. It was 4-1, and the one that sees the gray one does need to take a step forward.
Third in Louisiana Derby as that prep lead in. The 7, Sturdy George Weaver.
Yeah, another one who ran pretty well last time, losing a bunch of ground. Will need to take another step forward, though.
Class Assist, 4-5.
Just feels like last time was the time with this guy. I thought he ran well last time, got loose. I don't think he'll get as good of a trip this time around.
And the 1 having some issues back in the paddock, as finally looks like he'll get into gear and come up that ramp. Well, 4-5, that one right there. Class Assist, Kendrick Carmouche taking over for Arad Ortiz Jr. for Pletcher. And that outside post, we'll be back. You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Horses finishing up their warm-ups for this 9th race. And I mentioned back in the paddock, I wanted to reserve judgment on the 8 Class Assist because this is a horse that 2 starts back in September when he ran in that loaded maiden race with Praetor Sovereignty, of course, now Derby and Belmont winner. And he finished 3rd in there. He never really seemed to be moving comfortably that day, kind of carrying his tail awkwardly, not traveling well. And then that was followed by a layoff. When he came back to win last time, he moved beautifully in the warm-up and in the running of the race as well, though he did maybe drift a touch early as well. But he did scratch back on August 10th. It's a steward scratch early, didn't run in that race, so kind of missing his spot. But coming back here, Kendrick Carmouche gave him a big warm-up, kind of stops and starts, revving him up a little bit, and it looks like he is doing well. He's one that I think maybe can be a little bit tricky, kind of keeping on the racetrack, but doing well as your favorite. Wanted to circle back to the 1, Michaelicious. Great job by all the crew who came in. It took 2 ponies and an assistant starter to jog him out, backing him up, finally able to get him out on the track, and he seemed fine while warming up. Like I said, Greg, he's done this before, but this was the most significant that I've seen Michaelicious being very obstinate to get out of the paddock today.
He was a handful. We saw it on screen last out for the post parade as well. We just saw him load into the gate. Appeared to go in okay. And as the rest of the field gets set to load here, JK, class assist 4-5. Now 3-5 coming off that maiden win.
Yeah, the horse could win. He's just entirely too short of a price. I find the 5, and it's not even a sentimental thought, being Rachel Alexander's the grandmother. I just think that this horse is starting to improve a little bit, and I think he has a style that's going to appreciate this.
I mean, you could say the same for class assist, though, right?
Yeah, but the price is different. The price on class assist is the problem.
Odds on from that outside post. First try against winners. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Class assist. The favorite, Kendrick Carmouche. They go in. All set. And they're off. Cut the cord right to the front. Class assist is asked for speed from the outside draw, and class assist and cut the cord. It'll be 1-2, well out in the center of the racetrack, and now comfortable on the lead. Class assist and Kendrick Carmouche. They'll take him into that turn. Right towards the outside, here comes Tuscan Gold. Applies pressure 3 wide, that's sturdy. Taken back now, cut the cord. Broke on top, is back to 4th. Just behind them, that's Valentinian, who's a well-tracking 5th. Second to last will be Waitlist and the trailer, Michaelicious. They work to the backstretch and they're chasing the favorite. Class assist went 24.61 for the opening quarter mile. Here's Tuscan Gold. Wants to move in closer within a neck of the leader. Sturdy is 3 wide. Within range is just stalking the top 2 pace setters. Valentinian continues to hold that position to the outside of Cut the Cord. That's the leading 5. It's about 4.5, almost 5. Back to Waitlist, who's patiently ridden, is content with that spot towards the back end of the field with Michaelicious still the trailer. 48.44 for a half-mile time. Class assist and Tuscan Gold. They're 1-2, and they work into the turn together, and they start the sprint for home. Now Ask for More is sturdy. 3 wide. In between horses, Valentinian. All in at the rail. That's Cut the Cord. No move yet. Waitlist is starting to slowly make up ground, and Michaelicious continues to trail. Class assist. 1 minute 12.38 for 3/4 of a mile. Tuscan Gold continues to give game chase. Sturdy is still 3 wide. Valentinian is switches to the outside. Waitlist is warming to the task. Michaelicious, a lot of ground to make up. Class Assist has been hounded all the way by Tuscan Gold with the resilient rally towards the outside. Here comes Tuscan Gold. Class Assist drifting a touch. Tuscan Gold trying to push on by. Valentinian is now on the scene late. Here comes Tuscan Gold. Brushes shoulders with a very game Class Assist inside the final 16th. Class Assist stall hard. Class Assist trying to hold on. Class Assist over Tuscan Gold. Valentinian, then a late run Michaelicious in 1 minute 50.56 seconds.
Class Assist, you got to give him credit. He dug in and he fought. This was a tough battle down the stretch.
He looked in trouble the majority of the race. I mean, a majority of the stretch, excuse me. And it's interesting, you'll notice that a horse like this, you know, Kendrick sent him away from there from the gate and ended up clearing and making the front because he was ridden aggressively. If he wasn't, I think this would have been a much harder race for him to win. And it's close. It's very close, but it feels like the inside there with Class Assist.
Looked like coming out of the turn, he's going to run away with this thing. Not the case at all. At this point, in command, looks like he's cruising. Kendrick even looked like a little peek back almost, but things get tough right about here.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got a couple of horses he's got to handle. He's got the 6 Tuscan Gold running at him, basically lapped to his outside the entire way, and then Valentinian in the middle of the track was another one that was making a lot of noise.
Did the 8 come out at all? Be tough to see. Looks like on a couple occasions he may have come out into the 6.
Yeah.
Nothing's up though right now.
It's funny.
Just kind of walking that line.
Richard Migliori just texted me, inquiry, question mark.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, see if we can get a look at the head-on in here. I just noticed it here as we took a look again down the stretch. And now it is up. Inquiry, objection. As it was very minor the first time, second time much more dramatic.
Yeah, let's see. We'll get a head on here pretty soon to get a better look at exactly what's happening. in the stretch. It's sometimes hard to tell from the pan.
And
When
Kendrick,
you get this head on, you can definitely tell.
Yeah, Kendrick does go to a left-handed crop as well, which would not help the case. So green silk screen cap. There's the crop, left-handed from Kendrick. Again, comes out a little more, minor contact there, and then I think it gets, does it get worse here? I think there's one more time.
Again.
Right there.
The issue is, and it shouldn't, but it does matter, how close the margin was. And so those bumps, while they weren't overly dramatic, they did exist. And an argument could easily be made by Manny Franco that he was affected by some of those bumps.
Well, it already came out a little, and the 6 kind of reacted to it. They haven't touched yet. There's some minor bumping. Keeping a straight course to this point, and another bump right there. Another little hip check. And wow, just kind of minorly hanging on him late. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think, obviously they're going to take a look at it. My knee-jerk reaction is that there's enough there based on the margin of victory to say that the interference mattered.
Again, this was incredibly close at the wire.
Absolutely. No, I mean, it was inches at the wire.
So did it cost the 6 a placing? And there were multiple infractions here, minor or not. One more look. So that burgundy cap in the middle, the one who gets repeatedly bumped by Kendrick in the green to his inside here. And Kendrick does go left-handed a couple of times, which will probably not help his case with the stewards.
Yeah, I think it feels like there's about 3 instances. The first one I thought was actually probably the most impactful, where you could see his hind end kind of come out from behind him there a little bit, and then just kind of some more subtle bumps throughout the stretch. But I feel like the stewards will feel like that this is definitely something that they need to take into consideration.
Well, right-hand side of your screen, excuse me, that's Manny Franco explaining what happened here down the stretch. And again, how close it was at the wire. Argument to be made. It did cost Tuscan Gold a placing as we take another look at the head-on.
Yeah, I mean, so you.
And we just been announced. Chris Griffin, no change. So the result will stand.
Well, there it is.
Minor enough. Do you felt, though, that could have gone either way?
Yeah, I think it could have gone either way. But I'm never, look, I don't typically like seeing horses come down unless it's just like, 100% in stone. We know exactly what we saw. So if there's any doubt, that's fine. But I do think there was at least enough there if they wanted to do something that wasn't going to offend me either.
2 for Kendrick today. Result will stand. Class assist, first try against winners. Now back-to-back wins. Let's go back to Woodbine in that Group 1 Natoma. Take a look at the start. And, of course, the 5 was the big favorite here, bringing that perfect record in for Charlie Appleby. Dance to the music. Just gets out incredibly slow, last early, and then more problems here. Is going to get shut off.
Yeah, right in here between the 2 and the 10, you'll notice the 5 kind of tries to gets into a little bit of a spot here. And as the 10 comes over, he's just got to take back. He loses about a length there. A length at the start. I would say this trip, and then getting kind of circled wide there a bit as well. I'd say about 2.5 lengths were lost through the trouble of that race, which was about the margin in which this horse was beat.
Meanwhile, your winner, perfect 3 for 3 now, in much better position in here. And here comes that opening coming out of the turn and proving this filly, she has more at a mile.
No, she does, and she's undefeated too. That's got to make the connections excited about what's next to come. An undefeated Group 1 winner, beating a nice group of fillies in this Natoma, and there's that 5 we had talked about for Godolphin, who had that trouble early and probably cost them 2 to 3 lengths.
Huge effort and defeat.
Absolutely.
But not to be. Corsia Veloce, Josie Carroll, now perfect. 3 for 3, $26.50, goes off at 12 to 1. daughter a practical joke and punches her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf.
Yeah, it's an exciting time when you have a horse like this to be able to qualify for a race like that on Breeders' Cup Friday.
So 2 Charlie Appleby favorites defeated. Here's his third on this important card for Breeders' Cup Championship weekend. Notable speech. Favorite last year's Breeders' Cup Mile. Wound up third, beat less than a length that day, and coming off an incredibly just huge effort in defeat last time out that really kind of showed he still has that talent that made him the favorite last year.
Absolutely.
Now we'll get back to that race in a moment. Class Assist survives Stewart's inquiry, and now 2 wins back-to-back here. Maiden-breaking score. Horse who had been third in the second start of his career, 4 lengths behind Sovereignty, was second that day before he had broke his maiden. Horse who's likely going to be your favorite in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. When you have a running line that includes being that close to Sovereignty, and Class Assist just might be getting good at the right time. You know, a lot of times these 3-year-olds come in stages. Is who's the best come the first Saturday in May? Who's the best come the last Saturday in August? And then there's still that next wave of 3-year-olds that can continue to improve, that can turn into really good, talented horses as 4-year-olds.
It's our ABR race of the week. Next, Floral Park, $150,000 purse. Fillies and mares 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the outer turf, and 3 will line up for Miguel Clement. The big 2 of that trio, the 2 Love Appeals, the 3 Don't Look Back at All. Don't Look Back at All, former graded stakes winner.
Yeah, Don't Look Back at All is one that you got to love what happened last time, running as close as they did to Future Is Now, who is one of the best female turf sprinters in the country. I'm going to look elsewhere, though. I think there's some other opportunities here with some more interesting horses that are going to be better prices, or some speedier types that I think could work out better trip.
Yeah, speedy Luna Luska, 3-year-old taking on older company. Is she up to the class test today? She is quick from the inside. She's won 3 in a row for Gustavo Delgado. The Floral Park, our ABR race of the week when we come back.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Sel Cordovet will win the Sword Dancer.
Program Trading and Naval Power. What a thriller. Photo. In Italian to win it.
Starlust. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Big M's. Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Thursday on America's Day at the Races, join us for the Great American Harness Race, the 80th edition of the Little Brown Jug, live from Delaware Fairgrounds in Ohio. Thursday's action kicks off 1 Eastern on FS2. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We have the Floral Park coming up next. I've been to that stop several times. Quaint little town right behind Elmont and Belmont Park.
I feel like we went to a Yankees playoff game.
We did.
From that stop.
We did, that's right.
There we go.
And we actually we placed a wager on that game that I feel like we should be refunded for because found out later the Astros weren't playing by the rules. That's okay. We also lost a pick 6 at Gulfstream that day.
Oh, seems like it was sounds like a horrible day.
It was a rough one. Race 10, Floral Park, our ABR race of the week. We talked about Luna Luska as we were going to break. She is very exciting in this race. 3 wins in a row, incredibly quick from the rail. 3-year-old, though, taking on older company and sort of stepping into the big leagues here.
She's got blazing fast speed, though. Blazing fast. And I think a lot of times it's a weapon in these types of races. You know, you can get out there, get comfortable. You know, she hasn't gone the 6 furlongs on the turf yet, but who knows? Maybe she's going to like that even more.
Now let's take a look at her in this Clarksville. This was a stakes race, her stakes debut, July 4th, Horseshoe Indy. And she was more than up to the challenge on this occasion, but then coming to a stake here in New York is a different ballgame.
No, absolutely, but she ran well, you know, here, and she popped out of there. She made the front, and I think that a lot of times, if, you know, like I said, if you can get comfortable on the front end, it's not about how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast, as Richard Migliore always says, and I think that if they can get comfortable on the front end, I'm not too concerned about the added distance.
So 9-2. I guess the other speed in the race, there's a couple, but risk threshold to 4 is fast. Is she fast enough to put pressure on the 1?
No. No one in here is fast enough to put pressure on the 1. If the 1 wants the front, they'll make the front, and it'll be tough on everybody else.
All right, we'll get back to our ABR race of the week, the Floral Park, in a moment. Group 1, Woodbine Mile. Winning, you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile, the favorite from last year's event, who wound up 3rd that day. Notable speech. Showing up here at 1-2 for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin, who have had 2 favorites in the juvenile races on the grass, the Summer and the Talma, beat in both so far.
Well, the good news for Godolphin is this is their best one. So their best chance today was Notable Speech. So while the other 2 didn't quite work out, they both ran well. You'd like to think if Notable Speech can get a good trip from the inside, break away from there clean, save ground, not lose much energy from not getting cover in the back or being wide around there. And if they can get if they can turn for home with a full tank of gas, I feel like Notable Speech will be very hard to beat.
Here's Stanley House, and trainer Michael DiPaolo, he's made changes, put a new bit to keep this horse from lugging out, and the horse has really improved as a result the last 2 starts.
No, he did. He ran really well last time, but it was going 10 furlongs. This is a much sharper mile.
Notable Speech for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby, the huge favorite.
Look, I mean, I think he's one of the best turf milers in the world, and this isn't the greatest group of milers ever assembled.
1 Stripe won the South African version of the King's Plate back in January.
Yeah, we'll just see what's going to happen with this one. This one's been training at Fairhill for Graham Motion, and is a little bit cold on the board, though.
Huntmaster went by. Going to be a huge class test for that one, as is Wyoming Bill. Blinkers on.
Yeah, Wyoming Bill is one that needs some serious pace to close into.
My boy Prince for Mark Cassidy. This horse is quick early, set the pace in the 4-star Dave.
He is. He's got a lot of early speed, and you'd like to think that he'll be involved in the pace, but he's going to have to get loose and comfortable to beat this group.
Naptown, 92-1. He's won 4 of his last 5.
4 of his last 5, but there's not been anything close to a Notable Speech in there.
I still think this one has talent. Of course, he won this race last year at 13-1.
Yeah, but he hasn't won since then, and I thought his race when he did win was a pretty big surprise. I wonder how good he actually is.
3rd in the 4-star Dave most recently, and then Gas Me Up, who beat Wyoming Bill in that Group 2 King Edward.
Yeah, I mean, he came running late, and he was closing into a pace that wasn't all that quick. He's interesting, but he ain't 5-1 interesting.
3 minutes to post. Group 1, $1 million Woodbine Mile, and last year's Breeders' Cup Mile favorite, Notable Speech, the huge 1-2 choices. We get back to New York and the Floral Park. Let's go to Acacia.
And Miguel Clemente, so the strong hand here, sending out 3, including your current favorite. Don't look back at all. But we'll take a look at a couple of other intriguing prospects, some new faces to this division, starting off with the 3-year-old, as you guys were mentioning, with Luna Luska, who has been very good since getting off the dirt. She ran well on synthetic, winning, and then ran even better, especially with those numbers getting onto the turf, both down at Gulfstream and over at Horseshoe Indy. Both of those races were 5 furlongs. Now,
now 5 furlongs on the grass, especially down at Gulfstream. Having spent several years there, I know better than most that is a totally different beast than the turf sprints that you'll see up here in New York. Even the extra furlong to go the 6, that's fast. Those are fast races. If you kind of get run off your feet early, you're really up against it, and her speed and her running style, very much, I think, her big weapon in those races. And she did that in a stakes win last time out as well, where I noticed breaking from the inside, she was not immediately the quickest out, at least last time, but quick moving right up to the lead. While she did win that day, she struck me as the type that maybe was losing focus a little bit without horses next to her when she was clear in there. Waters get much deeper here. While she is a 3-year-old, she's small, she's compact. I think she does stack up just fine, and she looked much better once they got the tack on, and certainly got sharper once the tack was on too. She's now kind of hopping around a little bit, much more on her toes, but she's quick, and I imagine it's going to be blast off from that inside post. We'll see how far her speed can take her, because I think more than anything, the extra 6 furlongs might be a touch of a question for her as well. Another new face is the number 9, Patricia Ann. As she gets onto the turf for the first time, there's a ton of turf pedigree on the bottom side for her. She's the half-sister to multiple stakes winner, multiple graded stakes placed turf sprinter Karatari, who was a 10-time turf winner, also a half-to-stakes winner. Kanisi, 4-time turf winner. 4 of the siblings won on grass. However, Karatari was by Artie Schiller, Kanisi by Point of Entry. Very strong turf influences. Patricia Ann is by Enticed, who is 3% with his turf sprint progeny. So not a strong sire line turf influence. Though she does look like a horse who should be able to handle the grass. Has a flatter hoof to her, a little bit more angular, lighter frame type of built like a horse that should go onto the grass just fine. And she's also one that's always been a very nice, fluid mover. Oftentimes those types really do take to the turf. She runs in that hood, that's very normal for her. Saddling with the pony alongside, also normal. She's a bit intriguing, as she has shown some speed on the main track and has pedigree to suggest she should like the grass today, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. We will see. Actually is taking some money here, 8-1. Patricia Ann from the outside post with the turf debut coming up. Back to Woodbine. Group 1 Woodbine Mile, 1-2 favorite. Notable speech. Multiple Group 1 winner, and maybe in defeat coming off one of the better races he's run in his career.
Call me crazy, but what I saw from him in France is if he does that here, these horses don't have a shot. I have not seen a horse visibly quicken like this. He was flying late. He's down there in the blue silks, the Godolphin silks, and behind horses. And just watch. He's trying forever to get out. He can't get out. And honestly, just watch what happens when he does get out.
So, yeah, precarious position here behind a wall of horses. And this is, by the way, a flat mile straightaway. Dips down to the inside. Here comes the opening. Here comes that turn of foot you're talking about.
I mean, look how fast.
It's like they sped the tape up.
It's what it feels like. I was going to say put it in fast forward. Now the thing about it here is what I think will happen with him is he's classy enough that he'll be able to, he's going to pop away from there and then just get to the rail, stay on the rail, and eventually he'll get a seam at some point. It might be dicey for a second where he's in behind horses and he's stuck, but his turn of foot is so electric that it doesn't matter. Just save ground. And what I mean by saving ground is, just think about a track meet where they have the staggered starts. You want him to use as little energy as possible when they turn for home. And when they do turn for home and he turns on the afterburners after having a full tank of gas, I don't see how he gets beat in this race.
2-5 as they're set to load. Stanley House, 29-1, has completely turned around his career after the trainer made those changes with his bit, but now a different ballpark here in Group 1 company and trying to win it a mile. He's been going longer. Interesting long shot, though. And then a horse who won it last year. Win for the money for Marcassi, the 8-1 on the board. Patrick Husbands rides, but it's notable speech. No question. The one to beat the favorite in last year's Breeders' Cup Mile. Let's go to Robert Geller for the call.
For the money, the defending champion, and the last is Gas Me Up for the start of the Rogers Woodbine Mile. Flavian Pratt. Gas Me Up. Stand by for a start. Goes in. All in. Locked up. And they're off. And a little bit slow, notable speech. A very nice beginning for My Boy Prince and Humpmaster near the inside. They go out in front. And from the extreme outside, Gas Me Up, sent forward with Wyoming Bill. Room up the inside for Stanley House. And coming through is in the center, One Stripe, who fights the right a little bit. A notable speech is finding a seam up the inside as they take the turn. Stanley House a little rank into the turn where My Boy Prince has the lead. In the early stages, Win for the Money's caught wide. And at the tail end of affairs is Naptown. Racing with a nice cushion up front, My Boy Prince, 2 lengths to Gas Me Up. Stanley House third, in fourth, Wyoming Bill. And handy now, notable speeches over on the inside, only about 4 lengths, and maybe less now off the leader, is coming up nicely. Humpmaster 3 wide, and the trio at the back. In the center, One Stripe. Over on the inside is Naptown, and the outer, Win for the Money. My Boy Prince continues to roll. Out in front, a length and a half, Gas Me Up, Stanley House. Wyoming Bill, notable speech, ready to go, waiting for the run. Humpmaster the outside. Behind them, in the center, One Stripe. And on the inside goes Naptown from Win for the Money. His notable speech gets into the clear. The leader, My Boy Prince, in the Woodbine Mile. By a length to Gas Me Up, Wyoming Bill. On the inside, Stanley House, notable speech, still 4 off. And My Boy Prince and Gas Me Up the top 2. And My Boy Prince is not stopping. Now, notable speech, tearing home, and now we see just how magnificent the closing kick of notable speech truly is. And action speaks louder than words. Notable speech wins the Rogers Woodbine Mile. 2 lengths to My Boy Prince, Gas Me Up, and Naptown ran fourth, and One Stripe in the time of 1:35.33.
On to the Breeders' Cup. This was impressive, laid over this field in terms of class. And he's going to be formidable on November 1st.
His turn of foot is insane. I mean, he's on his wrong lead there. He didn't have an early, the early part of the race wasn't great for him, right? He broke a little bit slow. Then he kind of rushed up in between horses to try to get into that position. And when he was set down, I mean, you can visually see how much faster his legs are going than the other horses. It's crazy.
Watch the 2. Legs just kind of underneath him a little bit. He sort of just walked out of that gate last early, but he did get very good position.
No, he did. He ended up working out good position, but that's good horses can do that for you, right? But man, with a real honest pace to close into and a big full field.
Blue Silks, Godolphin, the 2 again. There is that start. But then William Buick decides he needs to ask for a little to get position.
Yeah, I mean, I also don't. It doesn't seem like any of the Godolphin horses have appreciated the tight turns. It's that being on the inner turf course up there at Woodbine, it hadn't seemed to really to the boys in blue didn't appreciate that.
2-6-9-7. The 2-5 favorite wins convincingly here in this Win and You're In. And what we've seen, obviously deterministic, is a horse that, who's been very effective at a mile one, the Manhattan, with the 4-star Dave. But it depends who comes from Europe, no question.
Yeah.
But this horse deserves in that mix again to be the favorite again.
Yeah, Clean Trip. Clean Trip. He'll be very hard to beat. Now, it's turf racing, so things can happen in that situation. But his turn of foot, I think Del Mar's going to suit him a little bit better. This is much tighter than Del Mar, right? If you think about where they start, I mean, they start closer to the top of the stretch in this configuration.
Back to the Floral Park. This post parade coming up here for us.
This is the magic of television.
Okay,
Look at that.
opened moments ago, so we're loading. Thought we might try and sneak it in from moments ago, but we're going to load.
I like the 5, Wolfie.
Okay, tell me.
Okay, Miss Gambelina for E5 Racing. I thought last time was trying to close into a pace that wasn't coming apart. I think they're going to get that pace here today, but I'm not mad at the 1. If the 1 gets loose, I'll be rooting like heck, but I like the 5.
Love Appeals to 2 has become the favorite runner-up in this race last year by a head. Stablemate 3-1 next door. Don't look back at all. Was just second to Future Is Now, one of the leaders of this division. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the Floral Park.
Band on a run. Riley's Redemption goes in. All set. The Floral Park. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses. Mrs. Gambolini is in that early mix and out wider. Here comes Band on a run to apply pressure. Risk Threshold is on the move. And Luna Luska is now in front, is up by a neck. Risk Threshold under a tight hold, stalking that pace setter. They move quickly up the backstretch. At the rail, Love Appeals is tucked in, is in a nice spot, is now a shared third with out wider there. Band on a run. In between horses, don't look back at all. 21.44. They are flying here into the far turn. Luna Luska is the leader. Mid-pack is going to be Mrs. Gambolini's trying to rally on towards the outside. Riley's Redemption towards the back end. Quiet Confidence, and the lone trailer is Patricia Ann. They are still chasing the speedy Luna Luska as they reach the top of the lane. Luna Luska is trying to cut loose after setting those very fast fractions. Love Appeals is in full pursuit. Luna Luska took about almost 4 lengths out of the field. Luna Luska is trying to finish the job. Love Appeals is trying to cut into the margin, but Luna Luska just keeps on going inside the final 16th. Luna Luska is not stopping. Luna Luska is almost there. Luna Luska wins the Floral Park in front-running fashion. Love Appeals second, then came Mrs. Gambolini with Quiet Confidence at 1 minute 8.13 seconds.
Luna Luska 4 in a row now as she comes here to New York and proving she can shine in the Big Apple. 21-2, 43-2 for the half. She was moving early.
This is the type of race that frustrates horse players about turf sprints. I've always been one who loves the speed of the speed in a turf sprint. Just because this horse was going shorter and winning by open lengths, there's not this assumption that she can't do it going a little bit further. She runs the other horses off her feet. When you look at a horse like the 2 Love Appeals, who ended up getting a pretty nice trip trying to run her down. Love Appeals couldn't catch Luna Luska because Luna Luska took the starch out of her, making her chase her go as fast as Luna Luska wanted to go. That's why she didn't catch her. She caught her because she didn't catch her because she went so fast. And I think that a lot of times in turf sprints, people think the opposite's supposed to happen. A horse like this goes really fast on the front end, sets it up for everybody else. This doesn't always happen.
3-win day, Kendra Carmouche. And this filly, no question, she is fast. She actually started her career on the dirt. Then she went to synthetic where she broke her maiden. Finally got on the grass in the 4th start of her career. And then her last 2 turf starts, she wins by 3 lengths, wins a stake by 2 3/4. And now she goes gate to wire here. No one's been able to touch her since she's got on the grass.
And the cool thing about her is she's a 3-year-old, so she's got an opportunity to continue to improve, right? Like she's not fully developed, and the ceiling could get a little bit higher. I mean, I don't know if you get ambitious and want to take on some of the fastest horses in the world out at Del Mar with a horse like this who's running really fast numbers, or if you just take a deep breath, point to some races next year, bring her back as a 4-year-old, and see if she wants to be the dominant type that she appears that she might want to be.
9-2, Luna Luska 3-win day. Kendra Carmouche, 1-2, 5-6 finish in the Floral Park. You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets. Back with you on our Saturday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all through the Breeders' Cup and beyond. NYRA Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. On a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in the Big Apple. And, of course, beautiful weather up in Toronto as well. And what a performance we just saw from Notable Speech, who was the favorite in last year's Breeders' Cup Mile and may be again this year.
My favorite time, this is like one of my favorite times of the year. You know, it starts in the summer, you know, the last couple of weeks of Saratoga, where you start getting excited about horses that you can bet in the Breeders' Cup, horses that you want to maybe build ideas around, build days, build plays around. Notable Speech, what he's done in his last 2 starts is starting to become one of those horses that I'm getting excited about seeing on that first Saturday in November.
Meanwhile, back here in New York, Luna Lusco, this was exciting to see. 3-year-old filly. First try in New York. She has come along quickly since moving to the grass and now takes us Floral Park. Winter Circle lead and brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. Let's go to Acacia with Mr. 3 Wins on this Saturday afternoon, Kendrick Carmouche.
That's right. It's been a productive Saturday for Kendrick, and capping it off with the stakes win here. And Kendrick, you were just telling me it's a different kind of fast with a turf sprinter like that, almost not touching the ground. What does that feel like?
Man, I tell you, I mean, she left there running, and for the first quarter of a mile, she's relaxed, and all of a sudden, when she go to switch lead, she was wanting to quicken, and it was like she wasn't even grabbing the grass. So I had to readjust myself and not take it away from her, but let her know, you know, you got to slow down just a little the last. And man, speed rules, you know that. Anytime you got a horse that can run this way, you got to take the heart out of these horses that's behind them to try to catch up. And trainer had him ready. I tell you, man, she was doing so good in the post parade. I had to just jog her, and man, she was nice and quiet for a sprinter. And that really gets a jockey happy whenever you got a sprinter that's nice and quiet and can adjust in the post parade. I was just the pilot today, to be honest. I'm just glad Jimmy Riccio was opening this race, you know. I mean, it's best to be open in New York than have a horse in the race sometime.
Well done to your agent picking up this one for sure with Luna Lusco. She was a 3-year-old facing older, too. She beat a nice group of older males. And like you said, older mares, excuse me, speed is so dangerous in these turf sprints especially.
Yeah, I thought so, too, man. This was a stiff group, man. I won the Floral Park Stakes last year for Brendan Walsh. I can't believe I can come back the next year and get one that goes to the lead. I came off the pace last year. This one went to the lead. So, you know, I'm just at joy, man. We back at the Big A, you know. The Big A is where I want to be, you know. I hear all my fans and all of them cheering, you know, the same faces. So, you know, that means a lot. I'm just glad that I can stay healthy at this point and compete on a higher level.
That's Kendrick reminding everybody that he can come from off the pace or beyond the lead as well. Well done, 3-win day, and a really nice performance here.
Thank you very much. It's not over. We got one more race, so, you know, we're going to keep counting. Louisiana, baby. 3 buckets.
Greg.
Good for Kendrick. What a summer. He was one of the big stories at Saratoga this summer, no question, with what he accomplished. Tied for 5th in the standings, was 5th in earnings as well. And the big horse for me, won with Laura Lynn as well, who's undefeated for Grand Motion, but deterministic, winning the 4-star Dave. That is a big race to have on your resume.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, you think about it for Kendrick, and if you don't know Kendrick's story, you know, he likes to say, like that Drake song, I started from the bottom, now I'm here. He was in Louisiana and at small tracks here and just the slow increase in his business has happened. So for him to have the success that he had, to win a Grade 1 this summer on Deterministic, to win a Grade 1 on Tommy Joe for a Hall of Famer.
2 Grade 1s on Deterministic.
Right, 2 Grade 1s if you want to count the Belmont Stakes weekend as well. He had an outstanding summer, and to finish 5th in the standings, I know that's probably just as important to him.
Guess what opens up as the favorite here in this finale? Hedge the Risk. Chance to get him number 4 this afternoon. What'd you think of his mount here in the last?
Let's see, where is he at here? Yeah, Hedge the Risk. I think can definitely win. I use a color coding thing. I put a red line underneath, which doesn't mean I love it, but a horse that I would definitely use. I like the 4. My Life Story, and I like the 4 when I saw 3-1 morning line. If this horse goes off at 8-1, I would upgrade that to I love the 4
really?
At 8-1.
Okay. 1 for 17 coming in.
Yeah.
Can you tell us more?
2 for 18. No, I just thought this horse ran really well last time. One of my favorite angles in turf racing is closing into slow paces, because I think sometimes it's a hidden trip and doesn't always get bet. And I thought he ran extremely well going into a slow pace.
All right, we'll talk more about it when we come back. Race 11, mile 16th on the grass to close it out. We'll be back more on this Saturday from Belmont at the Big A right after this.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish. First World War.
Fort Washington on the outside.
They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn,
They're into the stretch.
making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
John Gaines started this back in the 70s, had such stallions as Riverman, Sharpen Up, Bold Bitter, Leafard, Blushing Groom. I think our slogan says it best: power, passion, performance. We're looking to be a power in not only the breeding sector, but in the whole thoroughbred industry. You know, I think passion describes our team to the best. Mr. Beck and his family have owned this farm for almost 40 years. Brian Graves has been a part of this team for almost 20 years, myself here for 3 years, as we look to continue to grow. And I think performance describes our stallion roster perfectly, both at the racetrack and in the sales ring. And obviously, Tappet was a huge feather in the cap of the farm. He's done well for the last 20 years at stud. We have McKenzie with 5 Grade 1 stakes horses in his first crop. We have Drain the Clock and Olympiad with stellar sales results with our first crop yearlings. We were very excited this year. We brought 4 new stallions in. We had Grade 1 winner Tappet Trice, son of Tappet, another son of Tappet, Mandy Pope, homebred Charge It, Muth, son of Good Magic, only stallion retired this year in Kentucky that was a Grade 1 winner at 2 and 3, and followed it up with Preakness winner and Pennsylvania Derby winner Seize the Great. We were very excited to have a son of Arrowgate. We were a big believer in that stallion. We bred to him several times. We're bringing Grade 1 winner Locked, son of Gunrunner, into the stallion roster for 2026. Grade 1 winner at 2 at Keeneland. Grade 2 winner at 3, defeating older horses in the Cigar Mile. Grade 1 winner this year at 4. You know, Brian Graves, Anthony Beck, myself, and the rest of the team here, we look for these horses that are going to hopefully be breed shapers and trying to continue to grow the stallion roster here at Gainesway.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races on an important Saturday on the road to the Breeders' Cup. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. Nightcap still to come. Belmont at the Big A, where Kendrick Carmouche will try and collect a 4th win on the horse who is still right now favored. Back at Woodbine. Group 1 Woodbine Mile goes to notable speech. Was it enough potentially to make him the favorite again in this year's Breeders' Cup Mile. We'll see who comes from overseas, from Europe. Up next, race 10, Group 3, Brandon City's Vigil. $150,000 purse, 7 furlongs, and Simcoe the 2. Just sensational sprinting on synthetic.
He sure is. Simcoe's got some huge races. And when I looked at this race at first glance, I thought that Simcoe was the best speed, Cruden Bay was the best closer, and that one of those two would really be the most likely winners based on whatever way the race unfolds. But as I've stared at this race a little bit longer, there's a horse that I think is a little bit interesting. That's the 5, Wicked Django, who is cutting back from the 9 furlongs. So while this is a sprint going 7, and they're going to run a little bit because Simcoe has that early speed, the pace should be honest enough. You know, Wicked Django feels like one that could really kind of fill things in underneath. Don't get me wrong. I think Simcoe's going to win. And I think the best closer for this distance is Cruden Bay. But I do think the 5 Wicked Django offers a little bit of value.
But we can't say this. Simcoe, as good as he is, he's very good. That last start, which was sort of otherworldly from him, is a one-off. And probably, does it say on your notes, aided a bit by where he was on that racetrack?
You know, synthetic tracks are hard to find bias on. So I didn't have that as a bias racetrack, but I will say this, though. He did have a fast number last time, but he's had some fast numbers in that arena prior to that, so it makes it a little bit more digestible, a little bit more believable. Here's what I will say about Simcoe. And, you know, obviously we talking about the synthetic races that we've seen on the show today. Let's not forget a little bit earlier what we saw in that 7th race from Caitlin Her Greatness and how dominant she was.
Mm-hmm.
Simcoe is so much better on paper than this group than compared to how she won. She just deserved to be favored, right? He has a massive edge compared to her, and she won pretty easily.
He's good. There's no question. He's really good. A horse who did chase him last start, and he was 5 3/4 lengths behind him. Victory achieved the 6. He was off a 7-month layoff, though, for Mark Casse. He's shown major ability in the past. Can he, if he takes a move forward, second back off the bench for this Hall of Fame barn, could he get closer and make it more of a challenge today?
Yeah, and I think that, like, you know, you said second off the bench. I'll put a little addition to that. Second off a long layoff, right? So it's like not just like a 60-day break and then you can, you know, second off. This is a situation where that horse had, you know, Victory Achieved had every right to not run well, not running since January, and then running that well, and then now getting that next step forward. Yeah, I mean, that horse, I think horsepower is a little bit sneaky in there, but I say all of that to say that I think the 2 is gone.
3-2 favorite, and when he's on the lead, his trainer says he is really tough to run down. Back to Belmont at the Big A. Kendrick Carmouche looking for number 4 on that one right there to close out his Saturday afternoon. That's the favorite. Hedge the risk with more. Let's go to Acacia.
And starting there, Greg, as you mentioned, it's been a terrific afternoon for Kendrick, and he will climb aboard Hedge the Risk, who I was not in the paddock for his last race, but watching the replay, which was a disappointing performance in an off-the-turf race where he finished 3rd of 3 in there, despite the fact that he was a horse that started off with Chad Brown on the dirt. He's so much more of a turf horse. And watching that race, it looked like he did not have the equipment that he has on today. And that's a shadow roll, just the small piece of fleece over the noseband, looking like that could be added on for the first time in here today for a horse that just never really seemed to be totally comfortable last time. 2 starts back in his last start with Chad, and that was for a maiden 50 when he finally got to the win. It seemed like every step of the way, Dylan Davis, who was aboard that day, was just traveling with 2 handfuls of horse. Now, he is a horse that's always been rather angular and lacking strength. I think that's in large part why he has an easier time on the turf as well.
looking at him, I really wish he had more muscle mass, because typically Joe Sharp horses carry great weight and conditioning. But again, that's kind of how this horse has always been. I just think more than anything, he's getting back on his preferred surface in here. Now, the number 6, Sanderson, was last seen in July of 2024. So it's been a massive layoff for him. He was avoided claim that day. He comes back as a gelding sometime between now and then, was reported on September 10th of this month, but obviously took place much earlier than that. But I think that the layoff plus avoided claim, all of those questions, and coming back for $35,000, you do have a lot to prove with Sanderson in here today. He's another one that I've always felt could always stand to strengthen up, particularly in his hind end and across his top line. I will say he is completely dappled out from head to toe, looking very healthy coming back here. They did add the blinkers before that big layoff, where he ran okay as the favorite in that claiming race at Saratoga, but he's been a horse that's had some stops and starts in his career throughout, just making the 7th start of his race here. He looks fit. Like I said, I think he could be stronger. That's also typical of him. I'll watch him warm up, but he looks like he's doing well coming back into this spot. I just think he's a little bit of a tough pill to swallow, given the fact that we haven't seen him in such a long time and all of the conditions around that layoff, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. See what happens here to close things out on this Saturday card. Mile and a 16th on the turf, with Kendrick Carmouche trying to win a 4th when we return.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. There is Simcoe, maybe the best synthetic sprinter in the game, and the favorite here at 3-2 as we get set for this Group 3 vigil.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, he did it at Woodbine. He did it at Turfway. He seems to really appreciate the synthetic surfaces. In his last race, and honestly, even his race 2 back, were just really, really good. I guess the distance is going to be interesting for him, but just like we just saw in the stake with Luna Luska, you know, sometimes when they're going a little bit longer, they can get comfortable out there and run the other horses off their feet.
And here we go, about to load up. Yeah, in the past, Victory Achieve has been forward. He was nowhere near Simcoe when they met last start. I'm not sure if that was a case of him not getting out. Well, there he is, stepping in, the 6th. But if he could be closer today. But Simcoe on the inside, you would think he's going to be loose and in front again. That's the way he likes to do it. Big favorite here for the Group 3 Vigil. Let's go to Robert Geller.
And they're set to run, all in and locked up. Off they race in the Branded Cities Vigil Stakes, and getting out in front, Victory Achieved, and I'm a Gambler began the best with Horsepower. The outside gates clearly in front. Coming through now is Simcoe, driving up on the inside of that trio and is going up towards the leaders, and will go through into second spot behind Victory Achieved. Has worked pretty hard to get there though. Victory Achieved narrowly from Simcoe, and coming up the rail quickly is Twin City. Has gone into third spot with I'm a Gambler. They came away by a length and a half. Horsepower about 5 to Wicked Django, and 4 lengths away Absolute Last. Cruden Bay spots them about 11 lengths. Simcoe's driven out in front, got to the lead from Victory Achieved, and Twin City having a nice trail on the inside behind the leader. A length and a half, I'm a Gambler parked in 4th. Making ground, Wicked Django around the outside of Horsepower, and now only 3 away last, Cruden Bay. They come down to the 5/16th, and Simcoe in front. A length and a half to Twin City, Victory Achieved. Wicked Django reeling in some runners here. And up on the inside, Horsepower. Cruden Bay starting to wind up, and as they turn for home, 5 across the track, and it is Simcoe narrowly. Coming is Horsepower down the outside, kicking is Victory Achieved, and up the inside, Cruden Bay finishing on with I'm a Gambler. Simcoe, a grim lead, holding on. Horsepower in second. Simcoe finding Cruden Bay up the inside, and what a gallant win in the Vigil Stakes to Simcoe. Wins again. Horsepower second, a show photo Cruden Bay or Twin City, and then came I'm a Gambler, and the time is 1:21.19.
That was a big effort from Simcoe. Ryder had to ask out of the gate. More speed shown from Victory Achieved, as we thought. And still had enough to hang on late.
Yeah, I pulled up the dictionary just now, and I looked up guts, and there's a picture of Simcoe. That was, you know, to get rushed up like that, to get all that pressure, all the wave of horses. There's like 7 horses that looked like they were going to inhale Simcoe at the top of the stretch, and none of them did. And in fact, he even actually opened up again, kind of rebroke, and really took away any chance they thought they had.
7 wins from 16 starts now on synthetic for the ultra-talented Simcoe. Here's our post-parade, we're leading to the gate for this mile and a 16th finale, and that is Papa Miento. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And on him, the plus side with Papiamento is that he's taking a drop in class, and the blinkers also going back on. It seems when the blinkers are on, they use his speed, and I think that's where he does his best running. He looks tremendous coming in here for Whit Beckman, and given the fact that he has been running against tougher, he's going to be my pick in here. Also, do note the late change or noted that he is coming back as a gelding as well. So I think that is yet another reason to think that he's going to take a step forward in here. The number 4, My Life Story, also taking a drop in class. Watch the head-on of his last race. Flavien Prat really kind of lost his balance as he hit the gate really hard coming out of there. He's one that I've always felt is built a little bit more like a sprinter, but given the trouble he had at the first race last time, at the start of the race last time out, he actually ran on pretty well. Looks really fit, warmed up nicely. I still question the distance for him, but he has been consistent. Quick note on the 6, Sanderson. He wore blinkers last time before that long layoff. They didn't put the blinkers on in the paddock, so they are outfitting him with a pair of house blinkers at the gate. That's what's happening with that equipment to make sure it is as it should be in the program, Greg.
Yeah, Sanderson, the 6, really interesting in here. Dropping class, Charita, but he's not been seen since July of last year at Saratoga.
Well, Wolfie, I'm back to liking the 4, My Life Story. 8-1 when we first looked. That was love. This is right back to just a normal like quite a bit.
A lot of money coming in late has really changed the odds on that one. Meanwhile, Kendrick Carmouche on the 5, hedged the risk. The favorite looking for his 4th win on this Saturday card. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Your mission. And last to load will be Union Express. Union Express. Stepping forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Hedge the Risk. Flash speed out of the gate, but now Magni wants to be a clear leader. It's Magni in the red cap. Is going to apply pressure and has company from Catalina Crush towards the inside. Now we'll take back because there's Kid Creasa. Kid Creasa and Catalina Crush. Looks to be a moderate tempo early. In no rush on the front end, but these two are head and head early. Kid Creasa to the outside of Catalina Crush. They're still going to be 1-2. Magni is taken off the pressure, is now back to that fourth position, is moving forward towards the inside. That's going to be Papamiento. Just behind them, My Life Story is a well-spotted fifth, and towards the outside there's Union Express trying to save some ground in the two-path. Landauer's behind them. They're followed by Sanderson, then Hedge the Risk, who broke on top, is towards the back end of the field. Your Mission, and the trailer is Mayburn. They work up the backstretch, now they pick up the pace. It's going to be Kid Creasa to the outside of Catalina Crush. Posted opening quarter there was 22.77, the 47-second flat half-mile time. Papiamento is now within range. Is right there in third. Following them, Magni towards the outside with My Life Story tightly at the rail on the inside. Landauer is right there. Union Express is in between horses looking for a seam. Sanderson rallies out wider. Hedge the Risk. Nowhere to go right now from the back. Your Mission, and the trailer is Mayburn. Kid Creasa, Catalina Crush. They still go at it. Kid Creasa's trying to put a nose in front. Magni's making a wide rallying move. Papiamento swung out wide as well. Nowhere to go. My Life Story has run. No seam yet. Landauer dives down towards the inside. That's going to get real tight in there as they're trying to muscle on through. Landauer emerges here with the front end. Outside, Papiamento also rolling on. Hedge the Risk is riding the rail. Needs the rail opening. Landauer's in front. Hedge the Risk is trying to give Carmouche another one. Here's Hedge the Risk to Landauer. It's a photo. Look like Kendrick Carmouche picks up his fourth on the afternoon. It's a photo. Hedge the Risk with Landauer in a tight photo in the finale in 1 minute 42.88 seconds.
Kendrick Carmouche feeling it with a very tight opening along the fence, just up in time. Number 4 on this Saturday card.
Yeah, it got tight for everybody in there, but Kendrick can't do no wrong today. He goes up the inside and just kept on fighting the inside and catches the 3 right there at the wire. A gutsy ride by the horse, a gutsy ride by the rider, and a gutsy run by the horse.
Indeed. Not a lot of room in there. Hedge the Risk. Broke his maiden, 2 starts back, Saratoga. And there you see Kendrick there in the back in that teal and white striped helmet. Down on the inside. And with that 3-horse Landauer there is not a lot of room.
No, not a lot of room at all. It's you know, you even heard Chris Griffin say it didn't seem like he was even going to be able to make it through there, and he absolutely did. He got through and got the win. It was very impressive.
What a day for Kendrick. What a summer it's been for Kendrick.
Yeah, I mean it's a year that I think that Kendrick will always remember fondly of having, you know, deterministic, Tommy Joe. The list goes on.
One more look, and this will give us a better vantage point of just how tight it was on the inside to get through.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up coming off the rail. Yeah, I mean, but in the pan shot, it looks a lot tighter, and I'm sure when you're on horseback, it feels pretty tight as well.
Yes, it does. What a Saturday afternoon for a man who really paid his dues out in Ben Salem at Parks with all those riding titles where he was the king of Parks for a long, long time. And now he's, you know, not only succeeded, he's one of the main players on this New York circuit.
No, he certainly is, and he's earned it, which is even more fun. And look at the smile on his face. He couldn't be more enthusiastic and excited about the success because he knows how hard it was and how hard that journey was.
Great to see from someone who's always so positive. Kendrick Carmouche, 4-win Saturday. Of course, the regular pilot on deterministic. 2 grade 1s on him this summer. As he closes out this card fittingly with the afternoon that he had. Obviously, huge afternoon at Woodbine, and you're very high on notable speech. deserving of what you saw today to be the favorite going to the Breeders' Cup Mile?
You know, like you said it earlier, we'll see who else comes. Like, that's what happens with these turf races. It matters who else shows up. But right now, he's definitely in the conversation for one of the favorites for the Breeders' Cup Mile.
Huge performance in the summer. Riley Mott, another Group 1 win. Flavien Prat aboard Argos with the victory in the Natalma. One in, you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. Corsia Veloce, she's perfect. What a performance. Woodbine Mile, notable speech at odds on. And Luna Luska using her speed to go gate to wire in the Floral Park.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.